Dođi da te omađijam, dođi da te...
Druge glave!
Ajmo bliže na sunce. Ajmo. Lopte, jeste odradili sve što treba? Da. Ajde, ko se zagrio samo na ne pas? Ajmo.
Kad moja igračica osjedi, onda znam kako je sad. Nikad nabila. Sa mesom nabila.
Ne, samo criss cross pa onda kick, 2 linije.
Kiki! Ci.
Zovi ju.
Kika, otišla si u krivu grupu. Tu sam. Kome zove? Ajmo, može. Evo, Toni. Slavite tamo. Ajde, Vera.
Ajde, dižite te loptu, malo živosti
Može,
dajte.
Vera.
Daj, molim vas, pa ne možemo tako igrati.
Puste, Zovi, diži. Ej, tamo. I sad svaki loptu. Sad drugačije.
Ajmo, malo živosti, ljudi.
Može Nika. Puta Cvitka.
Bravo.
Dori.
Bravo, puno bolje.
Može.
Napadnite te lopte, nemojte da vam ispadaju. Bravo. Odlično.
Tu sam.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Ajmo malo živosti, to je to, ajde. Odlično.
Šime. Kiki!
Bravo.
Dina!
Bravo. Koju zove? Koju zove? Ajde onda idite sada. Marke, stari, popite se vode, odete na WC, brzo, počinjemo za 3 minute. Nema je da izgubi. Ko treba na WC, nek sada to napravi. 3 minute.
Veki nema.
Nema. Ima.
Brže, Dina!
Pa dobro, kava može skakati, draga. Ali još će lakše biti, onda je teško. Možete se dogovoriti, kad hoćeš otići u obranu, onda će Kristi ono, daj 2-3 raka, vidjet ćemo kako ide i onda da. Ma da. Mislim, gle, ideja je da ovo sada probamo, ovu čvrstu sredinu da probamo i ispravamo za sutra, da ju pripremimo za sutra. A sve ostalo, ha? Ovo je pošteni trening. Tako da, ono, hoćemo to što prije uigrati i vidjeti, ako možemo zaustaviti još bolje. Oni su ti australski suci, čisto da znate. Da, uglavnom, oni su i sami rekli da je njima... A? Ja se nadam da je ponijela svoj dres. Uglavnom, oni će puštati igru, samo da znate. Znači, ti suci su dobili naputak i tako sude u EFL-u, da oni puštaju igru. Čak i ako je ball up, oni će puštati igru. Dakle, da nemojte uopće se žaliti na odluke, kad su odluke, da je konstantno kretanje igre. Tako da, i gotovo. I nije, dok ne čujete pištaljku, ne stajete. To vam mora biti u pameti cijelo vrijeme. I gotovo. kod izlazenja behinda. To smo sad pokušavali. Cvitka će slati na side, daleko na side. Okay? Ne idemo više u pokete, nema to smisla. Ona će nabiti što dalje u side, tako da bude bola. Okay? Znači, to, i ne zovite unutra. Prisnik ovdje. Znači, nemojte ići na lidove u sredinu, nego uvijek lidove na side. Ali maknite se iz tog sajda. Ajde danas da to provjerimo. Kad markamo. Da nema zauzimanja sajda. Svi to moraju znati. Jer nema onda osoba koja ide u to. Ne može napraviti lead. A ne možemo pack markati protiv njih.
All the best. We don't have a point mark.
Ne možemo pack mark napraviti.
Got the whistle behind the back. Ireland choice.
Znači kad je nekakav mark, kad je nekakav lead, idete van pa unutra.
You won the toss. Which way would you like to kick? Awesome. That's a scoring in. See ya.
Nije bitno ono. Gdje pucam? To smo i htjeli.
He's a thief! Hrvatska!
Naša lopta.
Ja ću gledati. Dobila sam danas na ovome, znači. I ja sam naopako opucat stajiće, znači da popježujem.
Jelena nek ide tamo.
Hello and welcome back, AFL Europe community, to the 2022 European Championships live stream, coming to you from here in Zagreb, Croatia, and it's finals footy. I'm joined by Jono Carter. John, are you excited for this one? We've got the Irish Banshees, the 1 seed against the 4-seeded Croatian Queens on home soil.
G'day, Joe. Promised to be a cracker of the day, I reckon. Lovely day here in Zagreb. Should see 4 great games of footy as we see the Banshees start off strong against
straight out of the middle.
The Queens.
It's a bit of a dewy morning, so the ball will be slippery for the early period of this game, but it doesn't look like that's going to slow the Banshees down. Maybe it will. A miss to the near side to start off the match. Banshees on the board with a behind.
Wouldn't have expected that one. They're usually pretty clinical in front of the big sticks, but yeah, slippery footy.
Could we see an upset brewing here? You know, they have won all games bar 2 by over 100 points, yet to concede. But maybe they don't like the wet weather, Jono.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a bookmaker, I would give you no odds.
As we say that, we've got a mark to the Banshees. Slide angle, 25 from goal.
Can't quite make out who this is from our vantage point.
That's 6 big ones, though. She's finished it like a pro. 1 goal, 1-7 to the Banshees. They draw first blood, and it's the Knights yet to score. That goal courtesy of Shannon Stevenson, putting that one through after finding some space at the top of the square. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, John. I think it's long odds for the Queens, but you never put it past an underdog, especially an underdog on their home soil. They did get their first win yesterday, so
they are on their home deck, and they've got some good players, the Queens.
They do. We talk a lot about the Queens ruckman, who was imperious yesterday, a big part of that win against the Crusaders, and she sort of made a name for herself in this competition against the Banshees the last time out.
Yeah, Christina's been huge for the Queens.
Keep an eye on her.
She's rucked the whole competition, and she just doesn't stop.
No. Right at the get-go. The Banshees continue to attack, and there's a nest of them there in the forward line. They're queuing up. Oh, but they do this a lot. Like to move it quickly. And that is another goal on that occasion. But if the Queens could be weary of the fact that they don't like a set shot or any shot on goal that's not directly in front, 15 metres out. And so if they can find an easier avenue to goal, they will take it.
I mean, Joe, you're a coach of a women's team in London. Is that sort of pass? Is that a coach killer?
If you overhandball and it costs you an opportunity on goal, yes. That being said, the Banshees can and have been getting away with it all tournament, and that's just a testament to their link-up play, their leading patterns, and their forward craft. So if you're as good as the Banshees, you can do whatever you like, and it's something for the rest of the competition to aspire to.
Yeah, Shauna Kendrick getting busy there. She's got looks like the green headband going on today. It's as bright as the umpire's shirts. So maybe she's chasing a few votes out there.
Just looking at this from a strategic perspective, it looks like Dinko's still persisting with holding his forwards in the forward line, as we can see.
Great spoil from the defender there.
Is this Sexton here on it in the pocket, that dead pocket? Lovely tackle. And will we have our first stoppage of the day? No, we won't. That's a quick snap and missing to the near side. So second line for the Banshees. As I was saying, though, you can see to the left of screen, you've got the half forward line for the Knights are setting up just past the centre square. But the three deep forwards, they're off screen, but they are firmly entrenched in the forward 50. So not interested in coming up to support the remainder of the squad from this early onslaught from the Banshees. Dinko thinks they can get on the board, and he's keeping his forwards up there.
Yeah, I think he maybe should have rolled them up to make the pitch a bit shorter.
As the Banshees put through another goal.
That'll be the key to keep it congested and competitive here, to make the ground short. And if they do get the ball, then get it out the back and run.
That is my line of thinking too. I'd be starting off the 6-6-6 rule, which everyone's inclined to follow. But the minute that ball bounces, I'd be sending that forward line straight into the contest just to try and clog things up. We saw that tactic employed by Tony O'Hagan, European Crusaders coach, yesterday, and they did manage to make a contest of it, make it tougher for the Banshees than it has been, and kept them under 100 points, which is, a pretty reasonable effort.
Yeah, I mean, he claims himself to be a master tactician, does Tony O'Hagan, so we'll see what happens. But
plenty of space here for the Banshees as they go down the middle.
Shauna again gets another great kick into forward 50. That fluoro green headband, we're going to see a bit of that today, I reckon.
And that's a terrific mark. Number 108, Eva Cafola.
Eva Cafola. She's searching for another medal. She won a premiership this year with the West London Wildcats. So,
is there anything to the number 108? Is that what she wears for the Wildcats as well?
I can guarantee you that we don't have numbers that go that high. And I don't know what you think about clubs that have numbers that go that high.
I wonder what the affinity is for number 108 and whether that was a personal choice or drawing the short straw.
We'll have to ask Eva later. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have a ball up deep in the Banshees forward 50, and that's a quick snap out of the contest there. And that is a goal from Shannon Stevenson. That's her second of the day. She started this one on fire.
Steve-O is on fire. But, credit to Steve-O.
Lovely snap across the body there from Shannon Stevenson.
We have seen throughout the tournament the Banshees, they've shared the goal kicking load. It would be interesting to know who is the Banshees' leading goal scorer.
That's one for the statisticians here that we have on deck. We're hearing from the Banshees camp it's pretty close, so I think that's a reasonably hotly contested golden boot for the Banshees. Who's going to take it away? Well, I reckon you can get better odds on that than the outcome of this one.
It could be Steve-O the way the game started.
She's certainly dominating this one early. I know Saoirse Herrley will have something to say about the goals, bagging 6 on the Wednesday early on in the tournament. We've got a contest on the far side forward flank.
Fantastic spin
Good
out of traffic, but even better tackle.
Even better pressure. Yeah, the Queens have upped their pressure a little bit here, and they've managed to get a clean handball out and laying another tackle. So they're competing pretty hard here, the Queens. This is really good to see. Forcing an errant kick out from the Banshees, but they do have time to mop it up, and they go the switch. It's an aggressive kick, but it's going to work. And they move it again straight away. It's just acres of space for these Banshees forwards.
Great spin.
That one's drifting across the face, and there were 2 Banshees on the ground, but they've just spilt it. But it's bumbled over for a goal. A little bit of a miscommunication from the Queens there defensively, and Kira Sexton reaps the rewards.
Yeah, definitely. You'd almost call it a comedy of errors, that one. That the Banshees ran into each other, and then the Queens ran into each other. Talk to each other, girls. Use your voice.
Yeah, the ball is still a bar of soap at the moment. It's dewy this morning, and so you will see some errors every now and then, but certainly Sexton on the board, you know, made a meal of the chest mark, but was right there on the deck to put it through.
Fantastic hit out.
But they haven't quite got the clearance yet.
The Queen's pressure, it's definitely
Yeah, the
gone
Queen's
up a
pressure's
level.
lifted a little bit. It's good to see, and they win the possession here. Can they get it forward? They can indeed. So the
Fantastic
Queen's
hit forward by Mia.
first foray into their half forward line, but it looks like it's going to come right back. Another mark on the wing. This is Brenda Bannon. She's seen plenty of the ball early off that half forward line. She goes inboard, and the Banshees are back inside 50. Sexton's got it again, dances around one. Quick snap across the body, and that's a second goal for Sexton.
Fantastic crumbing by Sexton. It just went through the hands of Cafola, and yeah, Sexton was there to pick up the crumbs and do the work, Joe.
That's Sexton and Steve-O with 2 each. So we'll keep you abreast of the goal count to see who leads this semi-final. But it's a hot start for the Banshees. They've got 6 on the board early. And this one's very much going to the script. But the Queens are putting their heads over it.
They definitely are.
Can't question the endeavour.
They're definitely cracking in.
And again, it's first hands on the footy for the Banshees, but the Queens aren't letting them get it out easily.
It's definitely not the conditions for the Banshees. They're very skillful, but that wet pill, it's
causing
made it a little bit tougher for them
causing
today.
some mishaps. Again, the Queens continue to fight here, and we get to break the centre square. As I say that, we've got a Banshee coming into goal. This is a lovely lead, and that is Steve-O. Again, Shannon Stevenson plays on straight away and puts that one through for a goal.
Steve-O goes bang.
Yeah, the Queen's got to do something about that. I think we've got to get Dingo on the horn and say, you got to put someone in front of Steve-O because she has got acres of space.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a match-up thing or get some of the girls to work back and then have to work forward once they get the ball.
She's pacey, Steve-O, at the moment. Just able to come out of the goal square and get a couple of steps on her defender, and that's all she needs to make them pay. So we'll see if the Queens do anything about that matchup or if they're happy to let it ride. Interestingly, that's Siobhan Sheeran in the ruck for the Warriors. You don't often see that. She's usually an on-baller, and Maria Quirk not on the ground at the moment, so they've gone with Siobhan.
Fantastic link-up play then. They found Cafola in the forward line, and then Cafola found Sexton, and unfortunately she's just put it wide. But
I believe that might have been touched over the line from the Queen's defence.
It was very impressive.
Sexton and Steve-O in that forward line, that's dangerous. And here's Eva playing ruck. She handballs it off unselfishly.
Oh,
great goalkeeping on the line from the Queens.
Well done, Christina. She's everywhere. She's rucking. She's got back.
She's rushed it through as well.
She's doing the job. She's working hard. She's in the middle and then works back, and she's doing a huge job for her team.
Yeah, so that is one of the big positional changes Dinko's made early. Is he has thrown Christina out of the ruck and down at full back. And as you can see there, she's caused a couple of problems. Managed to get her finger on a couple of Banshee shots.
It saved a goal, so Dinko's he knows what he's doing.
He's a smart man, Dinko. He'll be thinking he's got a final later on himself, but he'll be thinking about nothing other than this game.
That was fantastic by Carla Babic. She cracked in the first time. She laid a bump, laid a bump, cleared the space, then her second effort to lay the tackle, and rightly so, she's come up with a holding the ball free kick.
Sends it down the wing, and we do have a contest here on the grandstand side. The Banshees emerge with the ball and are able to break the tackle.
Well, she's run a long way.
She's run the full measure.
Yep.
Umpire Ethan lets it go.
But a fantastic kick into Kafola.
This is Stevenson again. Apologies, no, this is Eva, number 108, your girl from the Wildcats, Jono.
Eva's trying to get on the party, I think. That also, is she climbing up the Banshees goal kicking leaderboard?
This is for number 2, I believe. That one straight through the high diddle diddle. Some terrific work on the wing and across half forward from Brenda Bannon, though. Hasn't got on the scoreboard herself, but she's certainly assisting and setting everyone up.
Very pacey, breaking the lines. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's interesting. The wing's a position that a lot of these sides are not familiar with. It's not something you see in nines often. So to see someone pick up how to play the position so fast is really, really impressive. Another hit out. That is an excellent hit out from Eva. And the Banshees are away through the centre of the ground. They hit.
She's found Kafola again.
They hit Kafola again.
Too
She
far out
goes straight away. And is that Sexton on her own in the pocket?
They just know where each other are.
I mean, Sexton's found acres of space there. Eerily similar from some of the Warriors boys yesterday. And I bring it up again. Has someone out there got BO and they just park in the pockets and the defenders don't want to go there, don't want to go near them? As Sexton puts it across the face, and we'll have a ball up deep in the Banshees 50.
It's going to be a cracking day here, mate. Great footy and the weather.
How's
the weather going to be?
I can't remember the last time I've been around a footy ground that's had 3 days of weather as good as it's been here in Zagreb, Croatia. It's been hot sun each and every day. The pitch dries up in a matter of hours. And not a breath of wind the whole time.
Nah, I can see 2 clouds.
And you're looking very hard to find them. We've got the binocs out. Ethan here to ball it up on the half-back line of the Banshees. And lovely tackle. I tell you what, though, Siobhan Sheeran has just been dominating in the ruck. So the Banshees have found another position that works.
Oh, no one's on the mark.
No, and Steve-O puts through another. She's onto it. You got to
savvy.
If you're not standing the mark quickly, Steve-O will make you pay, and she walks that one in for her 3rd of the day to take her to the top of the Banshees leaderboard in terms of goals in this one.
I tell you what, there's 6 Banshees standing next to us, itching to get on the ground to get into the action, I reckon.
They're chewing their nails. They can't wait to get out there. They like what they see, and you can't blame them because it's been a heck of a game for them thus far. And you do remember the winner of this books himself a ticket into tomorrow's grand final. Oh, dear me.
And it's confirmed it's still slippery out there.
As you can see there. Now, credit to the runner. He's got the trainers on, so no studs. And that's what happens when you try and change direction. I do wonder if we've picked that up on the screen, but he just went arse overhead.
Oh, they've gone
great. Not a great entry, though. Mark. That looks like they've gone to a defensive zone, the Queens. And a great intercept mark, Jono.
Yeah, fantastic.
And they're coming out, and they do go wide towards the wing, and it's a good-looking kick. It's to the advantage of a couple of Queens, but again, Brenda Bannon's first there. Sells some candy, and she's been...
Fantastic tackle. Bannon just tried to do too much that time, and the Queens were up to it. They laid a good tackle, and you can't run through everyone, can you?
AFL umpire John Holworth on the scene, and he was quick to that. You can't sell candy and drop the footy. And it was a great tackle from the Queens, whose pressure has been really good in patches so far this first term. They're making the Banshees work for everything they get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amanda Brosnan, she's been a clearance machine early for the Banshees.
Found Kafola again across half forward.
Who goes straight away. She doesn't muck around, Eva. It's a terrific mark and an opportunity for Shauna Kendrick to get on the board for the first time.
That headband, it's popped up again. It is fluorescent.
Do you call that a headband, John? I believe the term might be scrunchy.
I could be wrong.
I
thought it was scrunchy, but I didn't really know if that's the word. It's very bright, though.
Yeah, the fluoro green certainly matches up with the rest of the uniform.
And the umpire's kit.
It is, yeah. I think that's the way you'd describe it if you were selling a scrunchie like that. You'd say umpire green, umpire fluoro green.
Christina's back in the ruck here.
That brings up 10 goals for the Banshees, and we've got 3 minutes still to play in this first term. We will remind you all that the semi-finals and grand finals across today and tomorrow are all full-length 20-minute four-quarter matches. So plenty of footy coming your way, and it'll be interesting to see which teams rise to the occasion and can run out these longer games. They're all twice as long as what they've been playing across the first 2 days.
Yeah, it's a lot of footy. It's fitness will come into it, and yeah, it's still a firm underfoot. So
Louise Scully there.
It may get to the point later in the match where the Banshees have to put the cue in the rack a little bit for the grand final.
Amanda Brosnan here she's been feeding it into the 50 so far, and that time puts it straight through the middle herself for her first of the day, and the 11th of the Banshees with 2 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. It's 70-0.
Yeah, Brosnan started really well. She looks like a player.
Absolutely. Believe she's one of the Cork Vikings. Amanda Brosnan was prolific at Champions League in Amsterdam earlier this year, and everything's been building to this, Jono. But yeah, talking about the fitness that's needed for the 80-minute matches, the Banshees may be slightly concerned in their fitness, and that's why they're just piling everything on now so that they can pack it in later and rest up? Or do you think they're fit enough with those Gaelic and rugby backgrounds to run it out?
Yeah, well, I mean, we were told earlier, I think, by Mrs. Redmond that it's just came out of Gaelic season, so all the girls should be fit and ready to go.
Deep in the Banshees forward line again, but the Queen's defence holding firm on this occasion. But that is a slick pickup. Unfortunately, won't be a goal. That'll be out on the full.
I apologise. I think I should have said Mrs. Noonan.
Shout out, yeah, actually, to young Abby Noonan from the Warriors, the youngest player on the team in her first international competition. Lovely parents who stopped us on the streets of Zagreb with some complimentary feedback about the commentary. So
yeah.
Shout out to Mr. and Mrs. Noonan. I hope they're enjoying the broadcast. Shot on goal here for the Banshees. That one's heading towards the near side pocket. I believe we'll have a ball up as Ethan sees it hit the post. That's Saoirse Nolan, and we know she can put goals on the board. Both those Saoirses can. Ball up, and it's a hot contest here. Fed out to the Banshees, and that one's just across the face on this occasion from Annie Walsh.
Great setup around the ball there. That just they knew where to feed the ball out to, and the wet balls killed them both.
Average turnover, but they haven't quite made them pay yet on time, and a drop mark does cost the Banshees on an opportunity. That was Louise Scully there, but she was in the right place at the right time. And at quarter time of this one, it's the Irish Banshees 11-5-71 leading the Croatian Queens. Yet to score.
Yeah, I mean,
at the ZFG, coined by umpire John Holworth, the Zagreb footy ground.
It's got a ring to it, the ZFG?
ZFG, I think, is the way us Australians pronounce it, Jono, but
I thought we said Z.
I have always said Z. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not very good at speaking. I'm not sure why anyone's allowed me on the commentary, to be honest.
No, you're doing a fantastic job, mate.
As are you, Jono.
It's like standing next to a junior Brian Taylor.
Oh, don't insult me, mate.
Can we get Roaming Joe later?
At least say a junior Dennis Cometti. Someone with a bit more
Roaming Jamie, I
more
reckon.
pizzazz, not just yelling. I think we certainly can get roaming Johnny Holworth when he's not out there in the middle running the show. But yeah, a roaming Jamie. We'll try and find a roaming someone for you, folks. Yeah. But anything surprised you about this one so far, Jono?
I'm a little bit surprised that the Banshees haven't seemed to use their bench.
I didn't see a rotation then either.
They made a rotation, so the 18 girls out there just ran the whole quarter. So that was a little bit surprising. That I'm sure Shane Beggan has his reasons, but yeah, obviously in the modern game, it's all about rotations, isn't it?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that's a tactic that persists later into the game, or if he does change things up as things go on. Those 6 girls sitting on the sideline were certainly itching to get going, but everyone can't be out there at once, unfortunately. It's one of the
Yeah, mate.
it's one of the ways footy works.
Look, as a guy that's spent more than his fair time on the bench
Don't do
in his
yourself
career,
down.
it's,
No.
it's a hard role to play. They come off the bench.
It's an important one, though. You've got to be there and you've got to be ready, you know. Looks like we've got one of the Queens has suffered a little bit of an injury. They did only have 19 to start today with 1 rotation.
Yeah, Marina Sindrick, she's got a heavily strapped
right wrist there,
Hopefully
but she
she's
is
okay.
rejoining the huddle. Yeah, hopefully she's all right. Otherwise, the Queens will be forced to see this one out without the luxury of any rotations at all. And we're just a couple of minutes from getting the second term underway here. It's a 71-point lead for the Banshees. A reminder, the winner of this does go into tomorrow afternoon's grand final. But it's not all over for the loser, as they will play off tomorrow morning in a third-place playoff against the loser of the second semi-final later today. So there's still plenty to play for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's it's European Championships. It doesn't come around every day, so as we see the Banshees fire themselves up, and
Yeah, I think
they're 11 goals up, and they're still primed, ready to go.
it's good to see both the Queens and Banshees getting around each other. I do think at the moment, in terms of the best hype-up a team can give, both German and Eagle sides basically morph into one the minute before any game or quarter they go out to, and that's quite impressive to see. I can't imagine not being hyped up being in that huddle.
Oh, it's fantastic. You see, they sing the song that translates to "The train has no brakes," and then
love it.
they're all in a big circle, and the girls are behind her with arms linked in, and yeah, it's goosebumps stuff.
Another shout out to the French Cocks as well, who do a pretty extreme little warm-up chant that I know you're a big fan of, and we might try and get some footage
If
of that for you later, and we'll put
down
that up
here-
on the socials.
Yeah,
or if you're down here
today, I 100% recommend just casting an eye over the French Cocks just before they run out, and they do this un, deux, trois, quatre, and they just count 1 to 10, and they swing their arms around, but yeah, again, it's very loud, and it gets you ready to go.
And it's Amanda Brosnan straight out of the middle of the ground for the Banshees, but that's a great intercept mark from the Queens across half back. And I think Dinko's set up a little bit of a defensive zone, because that's a couple of times now the Queens have managed to get on the end of a Banshees forward 50 entry.
Yeah, fantastic kick out of defence from the Queens.
They work it up to halfway, but
So you
again,
see how
it's
Tony go
Brosnan.
flying through, but didn't quite collect the ball.
It's again Brosnan sending it forward. We talk about the goals today. I want to see the record for the clearances.
Yeah, well worked.
As
by-
I say
by
that.
the Banshees.
That's Nicola Woods with her first of the day. And you talk about that Banshees bench, just looking around the field, they have made some changes
Yeah, there's
at
some.
quarter time, but there's an interesting figure who still is sitting on the sidelines, and that's number 87, Maria Quirk,
Yeah.
heralded by many as one of the best players in this tournament. Do you think she might be getting rested ahead of the granny?
I hope she's not sore. But yeah, interesting that they've decided they don't need the big gun. It's Ross Lyon-esque, isn't it?
It is a little bit, I know.
Round 23, we'll give some of the others a go, and
Testament to
and
the
we'll-
Banshees' depth
we'll
as
keep
well.
Fife and Pav in the cupboard.
Testament to the Banshees' depth that they're able to get away with liberties like that. As Louise Scully brings it inside forward 50.
That is an incredible overhead
Wow.
mark.
Is this Brosnan again? Now, she's already kicked one. She's played the entire game in the middle. I reckon she's not only about 15 touches, could be 15 clearances.
For the 64 of you watching at home,
Coming
the
in for a
ball-
second goal.
The ball is still very wet. To take that grab, she's playing with a different ball.
It's a near side miss. We should get the word out to see if anyone's gone for the grippo. There's no one playing out there with gloves on, but could be a bit of grippo floating around. I certainly wouldn't be sticking a mark like that with a block of soap, as this footy is at the moment.
Nah, mate, as a defender, I would have felt pretty safe that she wasn't going to grab that. I would have been like, yep, no worries. It'll come over the back. But no. Sticky mitts indeed.
Another foray forward. It's in the hands of
Oh.
Ava again, but again, it's a point to the near side Eva Kafola.
Yeah, she was
Seemed
running away
pretty-
from the goals then. It was
I think it's that Queen's pressure, though. She didn't want to risk coming inboard and was happy to snap it around the corner, and as a result, could only manage a behind. That's quickly intercepted and quickly moved on by the Banshees, but they have spilt it, that wet footy. They're very good at mopping up their own work, though. And that's an excellent finish.
Marie Keating. She has fantastic skills. She's one of the cult heroes of the Banshees.
As
And,
you hear the bench all up in arms for that goal, but wowee, that was some finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring it back for another ball up. That's 2 on the board this term for the Banshees, and that gives them an 85-point lead. We're just ticked over 3 minutes gone here in the second term, and it's been all Ireland so far, and unless something drastic happens, I don't know if that's going to change.
Looks like Siobhan out of the middle there. That she's got a heck of a kick on that left foot.
Another mark here, an opportunity for Shauna Kendrick to get on the board. She is rocking the fluoro green scrunchie, but instead it goes back to Steve-O, who again is able to play on straight away.
Yeah, Steve-O knows what's going on.
Yeah.
She's very quick and realises if no one's on the mark, off she goes.
That's 4 for Stevenson to very early in the game to have kicked 4, but she is onto it. And as you say, yeah, the Queens are opting to go outside 5 instead of standing the mark whenever she takes one, and I think that needs to change. Interesting here though, Jono. The Queens have decided to go back to Christina in the ruck, maybe just to try and give them an opportunity to get the ball forward of centre a little bit more.
Yeah, Christina's doing a good job in there. She's definitely more times. I mean, we've jinxed it there, but more times than not, she's negating the hit out. While the smaller Queens ruckmen, the Banshees, they just get over the top of and feed it down to their midfielders.
Yeah, as the ball's centred for the Banshees, but it's a good effort by the Queens to bring it to ground. But again, Brosnan's there to mop that up, and she does this time convert for her second goal of the day.
Yeah, smart.
Already putting her name up for best on ground in this one, Brosnan. She's been everywhere.
Smart footballer, Brosnan. Just seems to know how to find the footy and good skills, and seems to have all the time in the world out there.
She is quick. She's very, very fast, Jono, so she's a tough one to catch, and if you give her time and space, she will find a way to finish. But yeah, I find the shift of Christina back into the ruck interesting because she does negate the hit out, but down back she stopped a couple of goals by getting a fingertip to it. So maybe that's just a rotation they'll go back to later on in the game.
So a fantastic pass by Maria Keating.
The foot skills in this
Yeah.
wet weather are pretty incredible from the Warriors. The Banshees, excuse me. Another foray forward, and again it's Kafola.
I mean, the ball doesn't get wet, does it, if you keep it off the deck?
That's true. That's true. This is for 3?
Yeah, I
Kafola?
think this will be Eva's third. And she lines them up about 30 metres out. Slide angle.
Backer from here, Jono.
Well, it is a wet ball that I don't think any shot at goal today is an easy shot unless you're very close, and that's a great kick of the footy.
Yeah, she's hit that true, and that is a third on the board for Eva Kafola. She's got 3.
That's it.
Shannon Stevenson's got 3.
Eva's got that one halfway up the net too, as it went through. That credit to the organisers, the Croatians. They've put up some fantastic nets behind.
We're big
the
on the
goals.
nets, aren't we, Jono?
You can take these nets anywhere. You can't really see them from where we're standing, but it is saving so much time, and we're not having to hunt around in the long grass or the trees. It's
No lost
fan-
footies.
fantastic additions.
Yeah, cue for domestic leagues around Europe to maybe invest in some netting for the posts, because that's all they're attached to, so there's no excuses not to have them.
Yeah.
Terrific grab. That's Shauna Kendrick in the fluoro umpire green scrunchie, sending it wide on this occasion, and they have to go back to go forward, but it's in the hands of Brosnan, so I imagine that's going to happen pretty quickly. And she finds a target. And they centre it again. They're really unselfish, the Banshees, but when you've got foot skills like that, you can't really miss. And this is in the hands of Nicola Woods, putting her first goal through for the day. And the Banshees have ticked well over 100.
Yeah, they're getting the job done,
They're
and
sitting,
they're getting it done quickly.
17 goals, 7, 109 for the Irish Banshees leads the Croatia Queens, yet to get on the board. 8 minutes gone in the second term here. I think they're already begging for half time, those Queens. They're out on their feet trying to keep up at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen a change in the ruck again. That Carla Babic, she's now gone into the ruck, and she's battled hard. She's resting forward now, so we'll see if it can make a difference and stop things. And on cue, the Queens, they've got their hands on the footy out of the middle.
But it's just Brosnan picking up off the ground. That's a
No,
throw
there's a
there.
throw.
Ethan's onto that.
Christina, fantastic tackle.
She's working hard,
Dinko
Christina.
knows what he's doing. He's put one of his best players forward, and straight away she's got into the action.
Christina sends it into the forward 50 for the first time for the Queens. Can they keep it in there? A little bit of pressure for the Banshees' defence as one's brought to ground, but they do manage to kick it up onto the far side wing, but the mark is spilt.
Speaking of best players, Shane Beggan, he's just got the gun out of the holster. He's put Maria. She's
Maria Quirk.
Maria Quirk. She's gone
straight
over the
in
ground,
there
straight
and
into the
straight
action.
into the action, of course. So no worries with Maria Quirk's fitness. That question's been answered. She sends it wide to Louise Scully, who finds a target. And it's in the hands of Sarah Farrell, and she's got a chance to kick her first of the morning. Yeah, it's good to see Maria Quirk on the ground. We was slightly nervy about that, not too much though. And Shane Beggan's opted to make some rotations and make some rotations mid-quarter.
Yeah, I mean he's given her 30 minutes off essentially, and I imagine that she'll play the rest of the game now.
I mean, fair bit of clock management. You can understand why. It's a lot of footy, as it's a near side miss for the Banshees. That's Sarah Farrell there, not quite able to convert, but it's a lot of footy for all sides here. You've got 2 days with two 40-minute matches, and you've got to back that up with two 80-minute games in a row. So it's a serious week of footy, and you can understand why player management comes into effect. We were talking to Jason, the French Cox coach, yesterday, and he was saying a game as big as the battle for top spot yesterday afternoon against the Warriors, he still had to rest a couple of his guys to make sure they were right as rain for the semi-finals today.
Yeah, and we heard from Dean Skinner as well on the commentary in the last game yesterday that they haven't had anyone that's played all the games yet, and there is a lot of man management involved because you can't just go gung-ho the whole time. You'll get to the grand final and you could run out of steam.
No, these athletes are fit, but nobody's that fit, and that was the first workout for the woodwork just then. The Banshees a couple of points in a row.
Good to see the Watch AFL posts.
We love the Watch AFL posts. Great service, great way to stream AFL and AFLW if you're not in Australia.
Is that how you watch the Pies, mate?
Mate, it's the only way I watch the Pies. There's no other way to watch the Pies unless you're there yourself.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, I'm still upset with the Pies for beating my beloved Freo Dockers, but at least he didn't win the flag.
No, I don't think it was ever quite going to be our year, the impervious Cats.
Nah, Geelong,
Too good.
They're a bit too good for everyone at the moment.
A little bit like the Banshees.
Yeah.
Judging by the way this one's unfolded, I'm sure...
For the record, we didn't even plan that.
No, I'm sure the Queens and, of course, the German Eagles and GB Swans in semi-final 2 coming up later today will have a bit to say about that, but the scoreboard's speaking for itself right now as Johnny Holworth sees holding the ball free kick in favour of the Queens. Now, we just missed Jono.
We've got Antonia that laid another great tackle. That she's been one of their best players as well, Antonia Cablar.
As we were harping on about our affinities for the AFL and getting our sponsor mentions in, I did see come past us Carla Babic of the Croatia Queens. She walked past the commentary box here holding her elbow, so she has come off the ground and gone straight towards the medic to get that checked out, which means the Queens are without a rotation at the moment.
Yeah, worrying for the Queens. Very worrying. Yeah, the Banshees don't look like they're going to run out of legs. And they've still got many fresh ones standing next to us.
Many fresh ones. Another interesting point in terms of the Banshees. Young Kiara Corbett copped a big knock late in the day yesterday afternoon. She got the all clear from the medic for a concussion, but she has got the vest on today for the semi-final, which means she's not an active player in this match. Do you think we see her in the grand final tomorrow? Should the
Yeah.
Banshees hold their lead, or is she been ruled out with that head knock?
Yeah, I don't know. She's been a star out there. She's kicked a lot of goals. She's very pacey, finish as well. But,
Teaching young Donal Purvis how to kick the footy, and it's doing wonders for the Warriors.
But yeah, we don't know whether she'll be right to go for the final.
She's, chatty here on the sidelines in the vest, so it looks all right to me, but it's an interesting one. Perhaps Shane's just not running the risk of putting her out there while she's still a bit ginger from that head knock. As we say that, the Banshees continue to pepper the goals here with a number of behinds. So it's good by the Queens. They're forcing harder shots here for the Banshees, which we know they don't like. They like to be directly in front of goal. But at the moment, it's snaps from the pockets. They're not quite working. But commentators to curse.
Yeah, fantastic. use of the hands
Changes
there.
that, and quick string of handballs, and that's Sarah Farrell.
Fantastic footy. Fantastic footy by the Banshees.
You just can't keep them down for long. If you do slow them down, you know it's only temporary, or it has been so far throughout this tournament. And it's all you can ask of the opposition, really, is just how long can you make it between each goal, because you know they're eventually going to come.
Yeah, they're a formidable side.
Umpire Ethan in the middle there, alongside his good mate Johnny Holworth. Both lads out here from Australia. As we ball it up, the Queens are first to it.
The Queens are battling hard in there. That
can't quite take clean possession.
Antonio got the soccer out to the wing and chases after it. But yeah, the Banshees, they just set up a little bit better around the ball.
And they're just managing the wet pill a little bit better.
As the skipper's fired a forward handball. It was a bit of a hit and hope, but
going to be mopped up by Quirk.
Quirky made it look good, didn't she?
You just put it into space and she's going to get onto it. I tell you what.
Maybe Siobhan knew what she was doing. It wasn't a hit and hope. It was, she's going to run onto this.
I can see Maria on the move. Let's just put it in front of her and no one's going to get in her way. Great tackle, though, from the Queens. They're still fighting hard here as the Banshees go out the back and look laterally.
Fantastic run by Lister at wide. She was obviously using the voice, arm up in the air, and
found some
great
space.
Overlap. Kick let her down, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mrs. Farrell there, who was on her own in the pocket. But we'll have a ball up deep in the forward 50 of the Banshees. And yeah, that's something they've picked up throughout the tournament, is looking laterally more and more and using the width of the field. As Quirk darts around one, darts around two. That is an unreal goal from Maria Quirk. That's goal of the day. One bit of candy, a second bit of candy, snap around the corner. Maria Quirk with one of the goals of the tournament. I hope we've picked that one up on the zoom lens, because that was something special.
Get that on the highlight reel, I think.
Yeah, the friend of the commentary team, Leah Shrubsall, even she's a tough one to please, but she just gave us a look there and a little nod mouthing that was pretty good, wasn't it? And I have to agree with you, Leah. And she's straight back into the ruck.
We've seen Antonia. She's just left the ground, one of the Queen's best players, and running towards the physio as well. So
that's two Queens currently in the hands of the medics. So
hopefully she's okay.
I believe that means the Queens are currently down to 17 on the field, as young Abby Noonan takes a mark, gives it straight off to Brosnan, who sends it back inside 50. I think that's a duo we'll be seeing playing for this Banshees outfit for years to come.
Yeah, they're a young team, aren't they? That they could keep going and going in terms of Euro Championships.
They're going to be it's a real program out here. There's a lot of depth to this team. It's a hard team to crack. A lot of girls put their hands up. As we see another goal from the Banshees, but yeah, unfortunately not everyone can make the side. So oftentimes the biggest competition for the Banshees is just themselves and trying to find a spot in that 28-person squad.
Yeah, I mean, if you were player number 29, you'd still know that you're a good footballer, I think.
You'd know you're probably one of the best going round. But as is the challenge of trying to make a champion side like the Irish Banshees. Now, interestingly, despite doing a lot of great work in the ruck in that first term, Siobhan Sheeran back on ball, and it's Maria Quirk straight into the ruck. So they've gone back to the regular scheduled programming. You can see why. That's Quirk straight down.
She has a fantastic left leg.
To Siobhan, and that's...
You could lead to that all day, mate.
And that's straight to Steve-O. And she's going to go back and have a crack at her fifth. Shannon Stevenson having an absolute blinder. And that's gone through halfway up the net, never in doubt.
She can kick him from anywhere. That they're not going to not stand on the mark for anymore. But
No, I think they're onto that one.
So we see Kabla come back in front of us with a
Heading towards the bench, but she does have ice on
the finger.
on the finger. We'll keep you updated with whether or not she can get back out there on the ground.
She looks pretty tough. I think she's going back.
It looks like she's getting straight back out there. So
Yeah.
just got a quick little bit of ice on the fingers from the physio, but she's not going to be stopped. She wants to get back out there to help her side defend against this Banshees outfit. And she's back on the ground.
Yeah, well done to her. I mean, you got to give credit to the Queens that despite the scoreboard, they're a tough team.
And they're
you
keen
know
to
they
be out
played
there.
it.
Yeah.
They're cracking in every contest. They're laying tackles. Every ruck contest, whoever goes up against Christina, they know they're in the ruck.
Shauna Kendrick here with another opportunity in front of goal. Can't miss her in that fluoro umpire green scrunchie. This time opts just to set it up for her teammate, and it's in the hands of Nicola Woods, and she can kick her second, which she does.
So we see Began, he's ringing a couple of changes here.
Yeah, he's making moves. There is only 90 seconds left in the half. It's 22 goals, 10, 142 in favour of the Banshees. And the Queens yet to score. I should say, as we tick towards 40 minutes gone, the last time there was this matchup between the two sides, the Banshees were about 4 more goals to the good. They were in the 150s, 160s. So the Queens have managed to stem their goal scoring just that little bit and have taken about 4 goals off of the Banshees in terms of the last time they matched them up. So there's something to be said for that.
100% show that they're cracking in, and I know it sounds a bit repetitive, but the tackling pressure, it's definitely there, but they're just that little bit too quick, so they get away.
And they don't panic, the Banshees. That's the thing. When they do get tackled, they can wear them.
Seems like the two girls, they were told to stay out there, Joe. You were on the ball. There was only 90 seconds to go, and they started running off, and Shane's obviously said, no, just stay out there. There's no point. But we have just seen Cassidy and Condon. They've gone for a warm-up. They haven't been used yet. Both good players, and we're obviously going to see them for the full second half.
Yeah, I imagine they'll be straight out there. As another goal gets through just on the stroke of half-time from the Banshees, which brings the margin up to 148 points.
Yeah, it's a little bit remnant of a cricket score.
Yeah, so that is half-time. Half-time of the first semi-final here on this first day of finals footy at the European Championships in Zagreb, Croatia, and it's been all Ireland in this one. 23 goals, 10, 148 for the Irish Banshees, the number 1 seed, and that leads the Croatian Queens yet to get on the board. Can't question the endeavour, but a side like this, you have to think it's going to be more of the same in the second half, Jono.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're running forward with numbers. They've got great skills, and they're not missing either. No, you think 23 goals, 10, 33 shots on goal. To be fair, there's been a few that have gone out of the full or gone out of bounds, but it's a fantastic conversion rate.
Can't do much about it. We're going to leave you for a couple of minutes as we step away during half-time to grab a coffee and a quick drink, but we'll be back with you in a few moments' time for the second half.
See you then, mate.
Ljudi moji, ajde stanite malo. Prvo i prvo ne možemo predati utakmicu jer automatski gubimo sud. Znači ne možemo. Zato što ste predali utakmicu. Ne možeš dalje igrati, možeš doći igrati na teren i igrati. Nema predaje. Znači ko hoće igrati, može igrati. Ko neće, ostanite sjeti tu i to je na vašu sramotu. Ja ne kažem da vi trebate samo se pozređivati. Ali nemojte mu okolo ulaziti u teklove. Tako ćete se određivati. Ako nećete izdati, slobodno ostanite na klupi. Evo, ja vam neću ništa napraviti, ali izdali ste sve ostale ovdje. Mene baš briga. Imamo još 2 puta po 20 minuta. To je to. Rotiramo se kako se rotiramo, odmaramo se kako se odmaramo. To je to. Bolje od toga ne može biti. Igramo sa ekipom koja je za 3 klase bolja od nas, to je to. Pomirite se s time. Odmorite se, popite si vodu, razmislite šta radite tamo i to je to. Idi. A bilo kakav razgovor o predaji možete slobodno ostati. Ja vam ništa.
Cure, ajmo se gore. Ajde, nemojte ovo.
Not bad.
Loptu terena, mislim imamo da biti realni s ciljevima.
He wants to help.
Ne, ništa, samo to je bilo zato što mi pitate i samo gledaš nju kada se bacuje sve.
A šta stoji isto ovako kak i on?
Slušajte, pomažu sredinčima, sredinčima, daju im savjete, slušajte ih. Znači nije to ono, hoće nam pomoći i njima je žao što se događa jer vide kolika je klasa. Ajde daj, budite ponosni, jebote, igrate za reprezentaciju, svi nam pomažu, ajde malo živosti i utakmicu dajte. 140, nema veze, gotovo je.
Bolje ih da ustavljaju nego ga ne ustavljaju.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want this. Bang. Come on, show us the shoe.
Islander coming towards us. We're in this pocket. You'd stand on this side, right? Which forces them to go that way.
Okay.
And then when they go that way, that's cool. But like, make sure all the players behind are doing the same and you're standing in front.
Okay.
Because what they're doing is they're just leading up forward, taking these marks. Make them kick it back. And then when it goes back, you might be able to rush.
One bumpaju, brate, mi jako
Evo, dobro su znali. Znači, kod obrane, nemojte uopće širiti igru, nego se spustite kad oni krenu. Ne, znači da mi budemo bliže u sredini, znači da se spusti, da se naša obrana ne širi za njima, nego kako jedna ili dvije isprate i tjeraju igračice na side, a sve ostale su spustite u sredini. Znači nećemo sad širiti da oni idu na side, odnosno da oni idu u sredinu, nego da oni idu na side. Znači kad krenu napad, forsirajte ih da idu tamo, da oni iz bokova pucaju po tom golu, tamo će punavati. Znači, obrana kad je s one strane, znači s ove strane je napad. Ona strana poketa i obrane skroz u sredinu i onda ova strana poketa njih isprati. Znači, tako je, znači ova koja je na ovoj strani prati te igračice, ove u sredini se povuku još zgusnu tu red, a ona je tamo skroz povuče ovo. To je to. A ne možeš, ti moraš ispratiti, to su i rekli, vi ne možete ni ispratiti, ne možeš, ali hoćeš... Pa dobro. Prvo smo izgubili za 70 Ok, ajmo sad, znači ideje. Maksimalno jako. Obrana, samo ih gurajte van. Ne morate ići u fizički kontakt s njima i udarati, samo ih gurajte na sajdove. I to je to. Sredina ne različite kako je, napad. Evo, opet ćemo
Yeah, it's just gone 9 minutes, mate.
Može, ostani na roveru. Rover isto. Teja je rover, ti si
I'll start, mate.
Ti gdje si završila? Da, idi tamo, half forward.
Idi na foke.
Idi skroz gore, Veki. Ti si half, tu. Vera, skroz gore! Skroz gore, Vera!
We're back for the second half, and Joe's having a little break, and I'm joined by Jamie now. Welcome, Jamie.
Hey, Jono, great to be back. Day 3 here of the carnival. It's finals football time now, which is great. Get to see things underway. We got first and fourth playing at the moment, and as the scoreboard reflects, as you can see on your screen, the first team has been very, very dominant.
Yeah, it's the Banshees. They've been incredible. That Croatia, they've tried very hard and they've laid lots of tackles, but the Banshees, they just keep getting their hands on the footy.
Yeah, I actually spoke to the Croatian coach last night after the carnival, and he was still trying to work out a few tactics on how they could stop some sort of bleeding today, but I don't think it has played its part quite yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is, mate, as we see the Banshees put the first one through of the second half, and Lauren Burke, she's been a handful down there. There's been a lot of them that have been a handful, and you just can't man up on them all, can you?
No, you really can't. And I just stepped over to the huddle before and had a quick listen to their halftime spiel, and they're actually still giving a lot of constructive feedback to one another.
That's fantastic.
Missed handballs, missed kicks, missed marks. They're really trying to still benefit themselves, and regardless of the actual scoreline today, they're making sure that they're still trying to grow their own football ability, and as a team performance again, as we see the captain here breaking clearly out of the middle.
Siobhan, she started the second half on fire. She's been in the ruck. She's now gone on ball. She's doing it all, and she's around it here. She could have got it back in the quarterback role there, but the Banshees opted to go forward. And
running into an open goal. That's a very good play there, Jono.
And Abby Noonan, she goes bang. She's the youngest Banshee out there, and we met her parents last night. They're very appreciative of the commentary, and yeah, she's playing a role out there as the youngest player on the team. And
yeah, I heard a few rumours last night too that she only picked up the game in June.
It's incredible,
and that's only a few months ago, Jono. Like, it's a complex game at the easiest of times, and she seems to have grasped it with two hands.
Yeah, absolutely. That obviously, like everyone out there is relatively new to the sport, but yeah, there's some serious players running around. Speaking of which, Quirky gets her hand on the ruck tap straight away, but the Croatians, they're fighting hard in the middle. You've got to give credit to them that they're not laying down today.
No, they're really not, and you just see they're just trying to stop the flow as they go forward again here. Kicking out. Gee whiz, that grass needs to be cut in the forest, because if that ball goes any further in there, Jono, we could have a lost ball.
Yeah, you'd be taking a drop from there, wouldn't you?
I think you would.
Yeah, ball goes in there, take a drop, and
you'd concede the shot, wouldn't you?
Cop your medicine and go again. And has that floated through?
That was unbelievable.
That is incredible from that pocket.
That had no trajectory on that ball, and somehow it might have even been a magnet, to be honest, Jono, because it just seemed to find the big sticks.
I'm not even sure who kicked it. I didn't think it was going in. I thought it floated out in the full. Like, it's the dead pocket. The ball goes over there and nothing happens. But
We're back in the middle here. John's about to get us back underway. They were also just speaking about at half time. I was talking to Siobhan just as they were breaking from their huddle, and I was asking them, I said, what's the plan? Is it to try to beat the record in this game in terms of the total amount of points, or is everyone trying to kick a goal? And she said, no, we're going to try to break the record today. We're aiming for the magic 300 total.
As that one goes across the face. And yeah, look, I reckon they're favourites. Favourites to get to 300.
Yeah, well, they 147 at half time, so on point. Sort of go through the front nine, and I think you'd take that and make sure you execute in the second half.
So we see Antonia Kebler, she's chasing after it. She came off towards the end of the first half with a pretty sore finger by the looks of things, but she's soldiering on and still doing a good job out there.
Yeah, she's one of the better players for the Queens. She spun out of that tackle. Handball's off. Breaking through 3. Here we go again. She's run about 55 metres, Jono. And the umpire goes, nah, what's better for the game? A goal from 35.
It was a fantastic finish that she's got great skills, does Keats, and they love her. The girls on the bench every time she kicks a goal. That's the second time we've heard the crowd erupt with Keats, Keats, Keats.
Yeah, they're definitely celebrating a lot harder here on the bench than they are on the field. As soon as they kick a goal, Jono, because they're aware of that magic total, they're straight back into their starting positions.
Yeah, I think...
one or two high fives, and then that's it.
And off they go. They're putting the pressure on the boys to get the ball back in the middle quickly.
You can see the umpires are playing their role here too.
So Christina does well in the ruck again, but Keats, she's just got that class, and she's picked it up and wheeled around. And
beautiful race out.
She's
centre half forward, handball's
Abby
off.
Noonan.
Here we go again. 35 out, straight in front, kicking long. Oh,
Annie Walsh has just put it wide, that one. That they did all the hard work until the finish.
Now, if you're the Queens full back here, you'd just kick it as far and as long as you can.
Yeah.
Away from any sort of... It's a brilliant tackle.
Fantastic tackle. Abby Noonan, she's got involved in the goals again. But knows where the goals are. There's some interesting celebrations. Did you see that? What was that?
Not too sure. We might have to find out from one of the girls here on the bench in terms of what kind of celebration that was.
Steve-O and Abby Noonan, they've kicked some goals between them today, and we've heard that
they're throwing darts, apparently. They've known the score's 180, and the girls are throwing darts at each other saying, 180!
It's like Red Alexander Palace, mate. And you got Phil Taylor and Simon the Wizard Whitlock out there.
Mate, they're very aware of the scoreline. As Ethan White from Oxford gets us back underway here in the middle.
Fantastic throw by Ethan. He's mastered it today.
Yeah, he's improved from yesterday. He was throwing it on top of his head yesterday, and he didn't seem to get out of the way too well from the play, but he's improved his throw-ups today. So the ball's sort of getting towards the forward line again. Fumbling around. Here comes the captain again. Clean pickup, breaking through the pack.
Siobhan,
straight up to... Oh, wow, that was...
Just too short for Steve-O, but she's back on it. Steve-O, she
attempts the kick.
Yeah, gone the short Gaelic kick, and Condon's got involved, and she's got it out wide, but the follow-up is a good effort by Caroline.
Very good follow. Beautiful handball out the back.
Steve-O is there again.
Oh, lace up, play on, not taking her 30. And another goal from the dead pocket, Jono. How was that?
That pocket, they're kicking goals from everywhere out here. Fantastic finish from the Banshees. She had players lining up in the goal square, but said, nope, I'll do this myself. And I know where the goals are. And the Banshees put on another one, and the 29th goal of the day. And they're still not missing, Jamie. It's 29 goals, 12. The conversion rate, it's something else.
Yeah, they really are. They've been very accurate. They've improved from yesterday. I think they were a little bit more inaccurate yesterday, and I think they've figured out if they can get it a little bit more out of those dead pockets and straight in front, they're more of a chance of being accurate on the scoreboard.
So we see a little bit of a good centre clearance work from the Banshees again. We saw Keats put on a good block.
Oh,
to
back
make
with the
space.
flight. Fantastic grab there
Yeah,
from the
unreal.
Queens. That was T.
Gutsy going back.
Gee, nice kick too. Out on the wing here.
Oh,
Antonia almost taking that one out in front.
oh,
Gee, hard shepherd off the ball. The girls are cracking in front of us here, Jono.
oh, fantastic.
Gee, another huge tackle
Great tackle.
as the umpire comes in and makes sure everything's under control and
It
says,
is heated. You would
give
not,
it to me.
the way the tackling is, you would not know what the score is at the moment. The girls, they're cracking in. but
Straight out again. Another clearance from the captain.
Siobhan, she needs that left foot. That's the
A little spiral out the
Oh,
back
it's
to an
got
open player. And in for another sausage roll.
Lauren Burke. She goes bang, and she's got a few on the board, and I can't keep up with who's kicked what goals at the moment. But the Banshees, they're leading goal scorer over the tournament. It must be an interesting tally.
Yeah, oh, no doubt, Jono. I'm more interested to see who actually manages to get votes from these games because there's just
Oh, you could.
most of the team have had about 30 and kicked 5.
Yeah, don't envy the boys. You could throw a blanket over them, I reckon. Shane will probably put the best players on the bench for the last quarter, and everyone will have no idea.
Probably right, to be fair. You can see that they've rested a few players today. They've looked a bit further ahead and gone, we need some fresh players for the final tomorrow, and we just want to make sure that we get through this game unscathed with no injuries or
Yeah.
anything to be concerned about.
Another possession by Quirky. A clever little kick inside on the 45. It found Sean
Beautiful
Kendrick.
pickup.
And
Step to the right. Opens the angle.
Steve-O's missed that one. She's been very accurate till then, but Shannon Stevenson is just missed one there. Very gettable by her standards.
She was everywhere yesterday. She put on an absolute clinic for about 5 minutes and kicked 3 from full forward. And you can see she's trying to do that again today.
Quirky, she's won it on the inside and got the hands outside to Annie Walsh, who's unselfishly given it off.
Into another open goal.
Here's Lauren Burke again.
Far out.
It's carbon copy.
It's very impressive football to watch.
Yeah. And they're kicking them from the hard pocket.
Mate, they're treating the Queens like training cones. I know they are in similar colours, but it's got all that written about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Queens, they're up against it, aren't they? I mean, their tackling pressure's there, but they just, after they tackle, they can't get their hands on the ball. But, yeah, we do have some good players still in front of us. We've got Amanda Brosnan. She's in front of us at the moment. She was all over the place in the first half. It's had the ball on an absolute string. But Shane Beggan, he's resting a few players, and there's some good play management going on, I think.
Lace-out click from Maria out to the wing.
Found Caroline Condon, who's played on straight away, and has gone in the direction of Lauren Burke. And why wouldn't you? Lauren Burke is everywhere out there.
That one's gone out into the forest again. That could be a lost ball, Jono.
Yeah.
That is not visible on
That
the
is
screen
in
from
the
where we are.
Deep, deep grass.
She's managed to locate that. That's good.
Fantastic hands to Condon. She's given it straight back to Burke. Burke is everywhere. Burke's given a handball to Sarah O'Donovan. She's taken a bounce in the wet. The crowd's gone nuts. She's seen the goals and she's gone bang. Could that be goal of the day, Jamie?
I think it could be. And to be fair, mate, I think she actually normally plays in full back.
The crowd's gone wild. The bench has gone wild. There's a bit of noise behind us. And we don't see too many bounces in the wet, but fantastic goal.
I think she was more impressed that the ball came back at her, to be honest.
She's had to work her way back to the wing now. But the run forward, it was worth it. Well done, Sarah.
It was very impressive, wasn't it, Jono?
Yeah,
it was a very guided bounce. She didn't have much trust in it.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it came back and she set it up and put
was-
it straight through.
It was 50-50, I reckon, that one. I reckon she'll be talking about that one for a little while. As now we've seen that Siobhan's in the ruck and Quirky, she's playing as in the on-ball position as she goes wide to Condon, who's gone through her. Burke's got it again. Burke, who's she found in the corner? Steve-O. Of course she's found Steve-O.
Speaking of the hot 5 minutes, I think we could be about to see this all unfold again like we did yesterday.
Yeah, Steve-O, she's looking very good here.
She's a very sharp shooter. I don't want to give it the commentator's curse. I'll tell you what, that doesn't exist here in Zagreb.
Nah, not when the ball's in Steve-O's hands, mate. Who do you reckon in your AFL umpiring career? Who's the best shot at goal? Who do you think that? Yeah, they're not missing. Put you on the spot a little bit there.
Give me a team. Yeah, there's a few that come to mind. Give me a team, and I'll try to give you a couple.
Let's
players.
go.
Who do you support, mate?
I'm a Freo man. I'm a long-suffering
man.
Freo fan.
Well, I tell you what, if Sonny Walters had it in his hands after the siren, I think I'd be pretty confident he's going to slot it.
Yep, he's got it.
Distance might be a problem. As long as it's inside 50, I think you're comfortable there, and you can cash that one in and move on to next week.
What about the premiers, mate? The Cats, who would you go with from there?
Oh, there's so many to pick and choose. That team this year was very, very dominant. As we see Antonia collect a nice kick out from the wing here, and that's one of their first inside 50s for the day, I think, Jono.
Yeah, fantastic play by the Queens. Unfortunately, Quirk's back at the moment, so they kicked it straight to her, who's cleaned it up back there, but her skills just let her down on that occasion. She went looking for Nolan, and yeah, there's a million marquees in the moment.
That's
of
a
us.
beautiful tackle from Antonio too, out of bounds over there. I think that's the first time the boundary umpire's been used down in that end.
I think Antonia's won the free kick.
Must have. We're looking through a few marquees and scaffolding, so we don't have a great view of this. Lovely long kick into about 25 out. Gee, they're really trying here. They could be forcing a score, I think.
Great pressure around the ball, isn't it?
They might even go into a rugby scrum. Just really try to force it over the line. Collect the ball, gather around and force it over.
It's not a bad strategy. Dinko could be telling them that, man. Like, if the ball's on the ground, just get some numbers around it and let's fight and scrap.
Gee, I don't know how that ball stayed in play, but it has.
Yeah, that was a fantastic wrong-un.
So we swing it back in board.
It's Katie O'Day's working hard.
She's
there.
coming through. Great shepherd.
The ball's gone through of them. But Annie Walsh doesn't get
Here
through.
we go
Annie.
again.
And of course it's Lauren Burke, and she's wheeled around.
She's made to play on by the umpire.
She's found Steve-O in the pocket, and Steve-O unselfishly, she's put in between three of them. Might not be the right option, but
take your pick.
Steve-O knew what she's doing. She's going to get it back here.
Prolific.
Lauren Burke
slid across the face of goal there, and looks like we're going to have a boundary throw in.
A little bit too much work on that one.
So the Geelong, they've got very, very good players, and I think I know despite him missing that that goal a long time ago for Hawthorn in that final, that famous final, I'd still have it in Isaac Smith's hands after the a goal, a shot for goal after the siren.
One of everyone's favourites, I reckon, too. As someone that doesn't support Geelong or Hawthorn, that he's just seems like he's likeable.
He's a very likeable guy, and he's a very family-driven man too, actually, which I think you can see that they're really bringing that into the Geelong culture at the moment with a lot of these older players, as they joked about in their Mad Monday celebrations.
Yeah, that was fantastic, wasn't it? That Geelong, they're the best at Mad Monday.
As we see the ball into the forest again. Bring this one back into play as we ball this one out. About 40 from goal here. And it looks like they've just been held up in terms of the scoreboard pressure at the moment.
Yeah, definitely.
Haven't kicked a goal for the last few minutes.
We've got 4 minutes left of the quarter. And the score is 33 goals, 14, 212 to nothing. But yeah, they've definitely put the brakes on them a little bit.
Handball over the top.
Steve-O gets it down.
Swings around.
Good pressure from the Croatians there. Just affected the kick and stopped Danny Walsh from kicking a goal. And
well, that's one way to rush it behind.
Yeah, clever from the Croatians.
Just kick it straight through. To be honest, John, it wouldn't even surprise me if she thought that was her own goals. She's just tried to just get some stats on the board and even get a behind to her name.
She is the first Croatian to register a score today. I think we'll see a tighter match in the next one though. That the Warriors and the Croatian Knights. That.
I think so. The Warriors have been. The Irish boys have been very good, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. But it'll be interesting to see how Croatia, I think they'll really crack in and they'll make use of their big bodies, I think, too. I really think that the Warriors will know they've played a game of footy in 2 hours' time. That there's some big Croatian bodies.
Breaking away again, kicking it to centre half forward. Dropped mark. Here comes the captain again. Says, move out of my way. I'll take possession of this, and delivered it straight up to Shannon. straight through the hands. Falcon slipped over, has enough time, pulls it around.
Oh, it's
Post.
straight into the Watch AFL posts. That fantastic inside 50 from the skipper, Siobhan. But yeah, found Steve-O, and Steve-O hit the woodwork.
And it's woodwork, in fact. We had the privilege of coming out and inspecting the ground prior to the carnival, and we looked at the goalposts, and they were actually welded together. There
Mate.
was 3 different bits of the goalpost welded together. They couldn't find one big upright, so they've got 3 little ones and just welded them together and stuck it up there, and they've done all right.
The Croatian boys, I was speaking to them Monday as we were setting up for the tournament, and they said they built everything themselves, including the goalposts. And I said, oh, there must be some good welders, or have you got a Boilermaker or something in the group? And he goes, no, we just figure out how to do everything. They're resourceful, these guys. It was very impressive. And I was like, good on yous. Yeah, they've put together a fantastic tournament.
As we see another set shot for goal here. 30 out directly in front, high to the goal square. That might be Shannon.
Shannon's got it again. Does that count as a pass, mate? Is it?
Gee, the umpire's making her work for her money here. Putting her on the acute angle. Saying this will test you. I don't think it will, though. Straight over the goal umpire's hat.
Steve-O goes bang. Leash Castley, she was off the ground the first half. That Shane Beggan, he was keeping her in cotton wool, but she's got the goal assist, and she's been dangerous down there.
Be interesting to see what happens in this last quarter, because the Poor Queens full forward and the Bashies full back haven't left the goal square for the entire quarter. At one point, I think they were playing paper, scissors, rock just to keep them entertained down there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be incredibly exciting down there. You could do as you please, really. No one would notice. Found a great coffee nearby. Speaking of that you could have a coffee down there. Found one of Zagreb's famous coffee shops.
Here we go again. Straight out of the middle, handball over the top.
Brenda Bannon, she's back with those hands, and
Strong
she was
shepherd
busy the
off the
first
ball.
half. Wow, great shepherd from Condon, and Bannon's made the most of it. Gee, she's quick. And guess who, mate? Who's got it again?
I told you, mate. She has a hot 5 minutes, and she just seems to turn it on.
And
Shot after the siren here.
Steve-O has passed it off to Eva Cafola. She's on the tight angle. Eva spent a fair bit of time on the bench the second quarter and third quarter after being absolutely everywhere in the first quarter.
I can't imagine this will trouble her too much, mate. She looks very prolific with her run up and kick, and just didn't kick through the ball, Jono. Just tried to nurse it through.
She's dropped it short. Eva, she'll be a bit disappointed with that. I think that she's got fantastic skills, and yeah, she's kicked it 15 metres.
Yeah, unfortunately for her. So that's three-quarter time here with 34-16, 220. I'm waiting to see what the next goal celebration's going to be. If we can throw darts at 180, I'd hate to think what's going to happen when they hit past this record which they're shooting for, which I believe is 248, but they've gone, nah, we want 300 today.
Yeah, I think the Croatians will have to play very, very, very well this quarter to keep them under the record score. But yeah, I guess we'll see, and we'll see what Dinko's got in store for them. That he's getting around the girls, and they still look in reasonable spirits, and they're cracking in and they're having a good time, but they just can't quite match the Banshees.
That's right. We're going to take a few-minute break here, and we'll be back for the last quarter.
Znači ovako, full linija od ozada će biti Vera na full beku, Nika i Ne, počet ćemo ovako, počet ćemo tako. A full linija, znači CHB ti bila na centralnom halfbacku, na drugi bekovi su bili da, ali ajmo ovako. Provjerit ćemo početi tis na raku. To su roveri, okej? Beki i Lucija su wingovi, Mija je na osmišljena halfbacka. Vera će biti fullback, centralni halfback, Ana je ušao na rovu, Dina ide na half-forward liniju, Nika si na poketu, Svitka je u forward poketu. Da, ti i Vera, kako god postavite se. Ok, onda ti budi fullback. Jesi ti? Ti si halfback. Ajmo, idemo. Doris, odi u obranu na trenutak. Ne, gdje mi fali igrač?
Ja sam poket tamo.
Last quarter.
Let's push gas, let's go, let's start.
Keep counting, I can't get the numbers right.
Here we are back for the final quarter as the Queens are still trying to get in their starting positions here.
Here we go, Jamie. There's 20 minutes to go, and 20 minutes until the Banshees they're into the grand final, and 20 minutes until the Croatians. It doesn't stop for them; they'll be in the third place playoff. So, and yeah, they'll be against a team that's not quite as strong as the Banshees.
And the Banshees, we were just speaking about at three-quarter time, are right on par for hitting 300. They've gone, I think they went 71 and then 147, and then that third term was a massive quarter to get us to 220.
I think we just saw a falcon then as someone went off the ground and didn't stop Quirky. I think she wore it in the head and then kept going. And as we see Lister get the long one forward.
Gee, beautiful kick up.
Lister's found Kafola, and Kafola's got it 60 out and a good user of the ball, but she's gone a little bit too wide. And I don't know whether that's the plan, or I don't know whether Began wants them to use the corridor a bit more, but they seem to find a way to kick goals from anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, I think he would have been more interested if that came back in board at some point, because they're just wasting time when that ball goes into the forest.
Yeah, they're cracking in. Great smother from Caroline Condon as it gets forward again. And Steve-O, she's got wheels, Steve-O. Wheels. And fantastic from the Croatians on the line there to get the spoil and then
just rush the behind.
And rush it behind.
I think she was trying to pass that one off. It was a bit of an interesting kick or attempt for goal. I think she must have been trying to pass that off and do the unselfish thing at the top of the goal square there before Jono.
What do you reckon happens here, mate? Does Shane Beggan, does he get all the guns out there and try and blast for 300 or does he have one eye on tomorrow?
I think he's got one eye on tomorrow. I think he'd be pretty comfortable if they got to, as we see, beautiful kick into the centre of the ground and then straight back out onto the pocket. She's quick to get off her mark here, mate. She knows that time's against him if they want to get to 300. They look like they're going to comfortably get to the record of 248, which was set a few years ago.
Yeah, fantastic finish there on the far side from the Banshees. Fantastic setup from Brosnan. Brosnan, she spent the third quarter off and she was having a rest, but she's back into the mixer now and getting involved again. So Beggan, he's obviously got a few of the guns back out there, but we have a few of the good players there in front of us too. Marie Keating, she's one of their stars, and it looks like Shane's given her the rest of the game off.
Yeah, I can't see there's going to be much movement from the bench in this last quarter. You can see that I think they're just trying to rotate the players and get a few rested and cherry ripe for tomorrow.
I mean, Shauna Kendrick, she looks like she's done for the day. She's got the bucket hat on, and I think she might be. She's played very well, and we spoke a lot about the scrunchie earlier that was lighting up your screens, but I think she could be done for the day.
And they're a very professional outfit, you know. I was talking to someone yesterday, and they were saying that they've been getting into the local lake here for a bit of recovery.
Yeah, very cool. Great way to see the city, I reckon. I haven't seen the lake yet, so
get the legs in.
Yeah. Has dropped short, and Kafola's chasing it. She's very keen to get her hands on that one, and
beautiful handball out. And another goal as it hits the goal umpire. That's how accurate that goal was, Jeno.
Nolan
hits the goal umpire.
She hasn't missed too many. She's their conversion. It's still incredible. You think it's 36 goals, 17, and they don't miss. And a few of those are rushed too.
That's true. We have seen a few rush behinds. I thought we were going to see a try touchdown down the other end at one point. So that ball goes flying over the back. So the umpire scurries to collect it to make sure we get this game back underway and don't lose too much time, because we don't have time on and time off in this competition. It all just rolls on.
I think we've got new rucks again for Ireland that are up against Christina from Croatia, who's been doing a fantastic job.
Beautiful tap back to Maria.
And Maria's found Condon on the far side. It's just slipped through that slippery ball, and it's still a bit of a cake of soap, which makes it a little bit more impressive what Ireland are doing.
Here's Maria again. Beautiful kick. Centre half forward. Bouncing out the back. Shannon's getting onto this. Laser Shepherd instead does the unselfish play. She kicks it back in.
She's found Nolan. Nolan kicked the last goal, but she's handballed it inside, and as easy as you like. Amanda Brosnan swings around onto the right, snaps it through the middle, mate.
It was a very impressive team goal there, Jono. She had great goal awareness. She barely even looked at them, took 2 steps, swung around and put it straight through. It's good we've got netting behind the goals here today too, Jono, because there could be a little bit of lost time if that ball gets sent out into the wilderness out the back there. But like we said before, the Croatian guys have done really well in setting up this competition and the conditions here today.
Yeah, fantastic. As Brosnan, she just took a little bit too long, just got her hands out, but was made to earn it by the Croatian midfield. And yeah, Croatia, they're still tackling hard.
It's a beautiful shepherd there from Ida that would allow them to go forward again. Swings onto her right. Beautiful grab, great contested mark. As the Croatian Queens player waves her hands in the end as to say, what else am I supposed to do to stop this player?
You can't stop that. Castley at centre half forward. She's double grabbed it. The ball's wet. She's too tall, too strong, and fantastic grab overhead. And she's got a great kick inside 50 to Stevenson. And Steve-O, she was never missing, was she, mate?
No, never missing.
And as the score ticks up to 245.
Jono, I'm actually concerned that the scoreboard's going to run out of numbers here, mate.
I mean, I'm impressed that digit went to 2. That we have a bit of a 6 and 8 issue sometimes, but yeah, the 2. Hopefully, it can get to a 3, maybe.
I'm not sure if you'd have a scoreboard which even go over 40 goals, but we're going to see that here today by the looks of it.
I mean, they don't play cricket here in Croatia, so it's not the cricket scoreboard that just has the same numbers on.
It's got all the Millennium 2000s written all over it when the computers flipped over from 1999, and they were a bit concerned that everything was just going to go in a heap.
They got a good deal on that board, I reckon. It's fantastic scoreboard. As Brosnan, she's found Kafola. Kafola's going to go back, and she missed one just after the siren at 3/4 time.
She's still looking to give the handballs off the unselfish
the team
act.
Player.
Here we go again. Pressured as she's kicked.
Kafola probably should have gone back and kicked that one. And I know our coach at the West London Wildcats, Travis Thornley, he would have been very upset at that. Would have said, Eva, you're a good player. Just kick the goal. Shout out to Trav. And I hope you're keeping my house nice and clean.
Beautiful grab there. That was from Kiara. She's looking to pass this off too, Jono. She has 2. Handball 1-2 receive. Oh, and she's just been rushed on the kick again.
I think Shane's got to get the runner out there, mate. And tell the girls that let's keep playing footy. They've got a big game tomorrow, and you don't want to get into bad habits.
Oh, well, that's the thing. There's no point for any party tricks now. Just go back, take your 30, kick the goal. As we see a turnover and a beautiful grab at the top of the goals. Waste no time, Jono. Didn't go back, played on.
Nolan's taking a few good grabs, and great grab from Nolan. Swings around, goes bang, mate.
Well, that's it. They've ticked over the record here. Instagrab.
It's the biggest win in European Championships 18s footy, we're told.
Here we are, 253 and counting.
And that's, to be honest, that's nothing against Croatia. That Croatia, they're still tackling hard and they're making them earn it. But the Banshees, they're just a little bit too good today.
Yeah, they're a very dominant side, and they've got a lot of great individuals that contribute to the team performance. As we see Maria tapping it towards her teammate, and they're still trying to pick this up. Credit to the Queens. Beautiful
Fantastic
tackle there. Great pressure.
Again, they're making them
Another
earn it.
huge tackle.
Croatia have got the numbers here if they get it in, and they're all in it.
You can see the tempo just lifts as soon as it gets the broadcast side here.
I'll tell you what, Brosnan to Quirky, we've called that a few times today.
Straight to the captain here. Long kick forward. Out on the lead. That's Shannon. Bounces over her head.
Kafola, she's run onto it, and she's put it through for another goal. Eva, she's made up for that last handball and gone, I'm a forward. I get paid to kick the goals.
I do feel for that goal umpire down there. He's probably getting sore arms and sore wrists because at the other end, Jono, we haven't actually seen the goal umpire down there today. He's actually checked out and he's taken a seat on the side.
Yeah, I think that man might have an RSI, and could be a workers' comp claim coming.
So we're about to get underway again. We've got 10.5 minutes to go in this last quarter, and the countdown is on.
Fantastic work from the Queens in the middle. Christina, she's still getting her hands on the ball and getting it to her mids, but as we say that, Quirky, she's worked hard the other way and won it back for them.
Good clearance out there from the Queens, back out to about 45-50.
Got Amber Redmond chasing it down. Quirky's come to the party to help to give them the extra numbers, and it's gone inside the 45. Kicked it straight to the hot spot. No one was expecting it, and Banshees go bang again.
Another goal. Now, I didn't want to call it early here, Jono, but the scoreboard has been broken. The Millennial 2000 has actually played out here, Jono.
Yeah,
the numbers.
We've got an issue there. If you're not a mathematician, you're in trouble because at the moment it says 9-0.
Yeah, I'm glad that on the live stream there, though, you've got the true and accurate score there. And like I said, the countdown is on for them to try to get to the magic 300 count.
On the live stream, thanks to the 113 of you currently listening to Jamie and I and watching the Banshees put on a clinic, let's be honest. As Caroline Condon, she's gathered
Here
that
we go again.
fantastically. She scrubbed it all on the ground, Caroline, but it's worked out.
Great handball into Kiara.
Kiara's
Another
kept
handball
working.
forward again. That's just a procession.
Neve Lister, I thought she was definitely kicking it, but she's
Gee, that looked like a goal from here, Jono. I'm not too sure what happened there. Must have been touched. As we kick back into play. Beautiful intercept from Kiara. Again, forcing it forward. Here's Shannon.
Steve-O, she's everywhere. That we might have to ask how many she's up to now. That
yeah, there's no doubt she'd be keeping count down there, Jono. I've got her down for, I reckon, 8.
I reckon Steve-O's double figures. Well, we might just ask the Banshees bench how many goals Steve-O's got for the 113 of you watching at home.
Speaking of the Banshees bench, the scoreboard's gone down here, and the girls have actually got out their iPhones doing some calculations to work out how close they are to 300.
And the bench, they're a team bench, the Banshees. They've just turned around and said, we don't know how many goals she's kicked. It's a team game. Or they haven't been
It's
counting.
driven
one
forward
of the
again,
two.
over the back. Kiara's going to run into another open goal square here. And she sure does.
Great goal from Kiara Sexton.
The goal umpire started waving his flags before she kicked the ball.
Yeah, and never in doubt. And we're told they need 4 goals now in 7 minutes, and they'll hit 300.
I think it's going to happen, Jono.
Yeah, look, yeah, I think the betting market it's closed on that one. Maybe
Yeah, I hear the line today was sitting at about 275. And it looks like we're going to surpass that. So,
great work in the middle again. That the Croatians they made them work hard for it. But Maria Quirky,
again out of the mirror, Kiara.
She's found Kiara Sexton. And
here we go.
She's
Plays
going to handball
on.
it. Oh,
Gee,
maybe that one she should have handballed.
She just made an absolute meal of that. Unfortunately, she's been so prolific down there and so dominant, and she's just had a bit of a mare. As it's kicked back in, another intercept mark. So the umpire comes in and brings the player back on the mark. Waste no time, though. Kicks back in board. Here's another goal.
Nicola Woods, she's been very good today. And, very good finishing skills by Nicola. She some good forward craft, knows where to be, and the girls look for her. I think they know that she's a good kick and doesn't miss too often.
So the ball's coming back into the centre here. The Banshees players on the bench are getting real edgy because the scoreboard's still down and they are not sure how close they are to 300.
Speaking of good kicks just then, that was very impressive. John DeWeathan didn't miss the target.
Yeah, I was talking to the umpires beforehand and I said, what's the message today, boys? We just let the play unfold or we are going to protect them? He said they're just going to work on their 50-metre barrels when they kick the ball back into the centre square after they kick goals.
I tell you what, we've just seen Kafola take 2 bounces on the outside wing in the wet conditions, go inside, find a teammate, and unfortunately,
Just to the near side
they've
there.
let down Eva's hard work there. That she very quick and give her some space, and off she goes. As we see Maria Quirky, she's coming off now. That Shane's he's put another cue back in the rack now. In the rack? In the rack? The ruck has gone into the rack.
Gee, we've haven't heard that. Oh, gee. Speaking of accuracy, she's aimed at the goal umpire there, and the goal umpire had to dodge, weave, and duck. A bit like dodgeball. Get out of that ball.
If you can dodge a wrench, mate, you can dodge a ball.
Mate, I think he was playing that out down there. I think he's realised he's chosen the wrong end to goal umpire out because he's in danger down there.
Yeah, he's a busy man. We're at 0 for 292 here at the ZFG. And
just under 5 minutes left to play.
Yeah, 1 goal 2 and we'll see the 300 cracked. And I think the scoreboard has let us down. That fair enough, you don't see 300 on the scoreboard. But,
no surprises, I think, from the commentary ground here that we will know when the girls hit 300 because I think there will be a huge celebration on the bench as it's kicked out into space, running onto that one. Oh, what a bounce. See, that's the beauty of AFL football. You're just not sure which way that ball's going to bounce on you.
You never know, do you? As Christina, she's still cracking in. She's won the hard ball. She's not letting that come out. And well done, Christina. And she's rucked all day. She's played in multiple positions. But, yeah, she's still working hard.
That was our first ball up for the quarter as the umpire hadn't blown his whistle for so long. It actually didn't work, Jono. A whistle didn't work for him.
It's gone cold.
And he shook it around and it worked again. He lost the P there for a second.
Well, we've had 2 in 30 seconds there. So you see the ball clear the congestion now. But Kiara Sexton's after it. She's got Farrell on the outside, but
nice shepherd.
Doesn't need it.
Sidestep. Still gets the handball clear. Coming back inside.
Brosnan, she went it was like a snap that just went straight. Sexton, she's centered it and
straight over the top.
Sevo knows where the
Shannon.
goal is. They need one more and they get to 300.
And they are well aware too. Shannon's even indicating to the bench, double figures, mate. She's put the 2 hands in the air, she reckons.
She's got 10. She must be leading the goal kicking now. As we see Shane Beggan, he's rung a few changes again, and we see Shauna Kendrick. We thought she was off for the day wearing the bucket hat, but she's going back out there, and the very bright scrunchie. It's going to be elusive in the forward line again.
I'll tell you what, I reckon the girls could actually celebrate harder here than if they actually take this competition if they win, if they kick 300, Jono.
I'm trying to think what they're going to do. We saw the 180 from the darts quite a long time ago now, but I don't know what a 300 celebration is.
The Irish, they do it differently and unique, and we love it. So we're about to find out.
An Irish jig of some sorts? I don't know.
I'd love to see that. As I spoke to the...
Who's it going to be? Who's going to kick?
I'm not sure. I think it's only fitting if Shannon kicks it.
And there's a point kicked, and mate, I'm going to say it. I hope they don't do it with a point. What a fizzer that will be. It'll be the best celebrated point you'll ever seen.
And there's every player is in the forward 50 right now, Jono.
It's gone over.
They know it's 299, and they all want part of the action.
It's Dinko hasn't played the flood all day. I think it's a forward line press that's happened. And
they're getting it real peppering the goals here, Jono. This
could
be the moment.
Sevo could do
Shannon.
They kicked a point to get to 300.
Oh, and the girls are celebrating. There's no Irish jigs, but they're very happy with themselves.
Yeah, they've got to 300. Maybe it'll be the next goal that they'll celebrate harder. But yeah, I've never seen a point to get them to 300 before. So players are still going in hard as we see the Croatian player and Sexton, and hopefully the Croatian player's okay down there. There's a marking contest and bodies just collided.
And we found out that they got to 300 because the scoreboard here is broken. It doesn't go up past 270. So the girls were out with their iPhones doing some calculations to work out what the exact score was, because as you can see on your screen, you've got it up there and live, but down here at broadcast level.
Yeah, we've got 50 seconds to go, and we've got the injury, so hopefully she's okay. That may be. It's a free kick to Croatia for the contact in the marking contest.
This could be quite fitting, Jono, to finish with exactly 300 points on the board.
Yeah, as we see Antonia get a great kick out of defence, the long one in the direction of Brosnan, and also fitting, it could be good to see that the skipper Siobhan end up with the ball at the end. She's been everywhere, that left foot of hers, that wheels around, has space, and then passes at 40 metres generally.
As we're counting down, 10 seconds to go as the umpire brings this one straight back up. Gee, they're trying to quickly push this one forward as she breaks around.
Sarah Farrell, she goes inside, but
she switches across play, and that ball's just bounce on its top, Jono, and that'll be it.
The ball's ended with the player furthest away from goal, and she's in the centre square. So they'd all run forward. They were doing well. The Banshees, they were just far too good today. It'll fantastic effort from the Banshees.
As they finish with exactly 300 points on the board. Fantastic effort today.
See, I've got no doubt that the next game it'll be a lot closer. We see the Croatian men, the Knights, they're going in front of us now, and they look ready to go. There's a steely resolve about them, I think, that they're getting down to that far side, and dare I say it, maybe they want a little bit of revenge.
I think so, Jono. I'm going to have to love and leave you here, mate, because I've got to go blow the whistle for this next game.
Mate, good luck. Umpire well.
Make sure we keep this one under control and play it in the spirit of the laws as we love here in Zagreb.
Mate, the footy here, it's been fantastic, the stand and the spirit that it's been played in. So can't wait to see the next game. And as we see both teams, they're giving cheers to each other as happens here. And I think we've seen the Irishmen that they're up and ready to go. And I think that we'll have a short break from the commentary box here before the next game as there's a quick changeover. But, yeah, really looking forward to the next semi-final. First versus fourth. And as we see, the Warriors, they're cheering off the Vikings. That they've got a game to play themselves, but they've formed a guard of honour, and it's pretty cool to see. I'm not sure if it's on the broadcast, but that they're clapping and up and about and saying well done to the girls, and they're probably going to try and get the job done themselves. And at the other end, we're seeing something similar. That the Croatian men and the Croatian women, they're arm in arm, and maybe the Croatian Knights, they've got a point to prove now. So I'm going to sign off, and we'll be back in time for the start of the next game.
Idemo tamo, momci! Tamo još nismo nastradali. Treba malo promijeniti to.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the live broadcast of European Championships 2022 in Zagreb, Croatia. And we've got A heck of a game coming up here. The first semi-final of the men's competition between the Croatian Knights and the Irish Warriors about to get underway. The Irish have already had a massive result this morning with a 300-point victory over the Croatian Knights. Don't see that every day, do you, Jono?
Mate, unbelievable. The Banshees, they were a different class, but different game here in the men's, and already we've seen
Croatia with the ascendancy early. I expect this one to be a little bit more competitive. The Warriors have been imperious through the first pool stages of this tournament, but the Knights won't go down easy, and we saw that yesterday.
You see Shawnee B on the commentary side wing, and a couple of bounces, and he's gone inside, but
overhit the kick slightly,
yeah.
not to the advantage of. Is that McMahon down there?
I think that is the man McMahon down there that he's having a heck of a tournament. James McMahon. You've seen already they're two different teams out there, aren't they, mate? That the Warriors, they're quick and nimble and their foot skills are very good, but the Croatians, there's some big Croatians and they will hit the contest hard. And it'll be about if, as we see straight away, it'll be about if the Warriors want to take the contact.
And they are G'd up, the Croatians. You know, they just saw their counterparts on the receiving end of a pretty ugly defeat, and it's on their home turf, of course, so they take a lot of pride in playing on the home ground in front of the home fans. But it is the Warriors getting on the board early.
That man, James McMahon, he goes banging.
He's a problem, that man. He's causing trouble for all sorts of defenders at the moment.
I think that all defences so far just don't know how to match up on him. And
what would you do? What is the matchup for him, though?
I mean, you've got to have someone quick, but I mean, you can't go too small because he's still so strong overhead. And yeah, as we look to the Irish forward line, it's a little bit different to what we saw yesterday, isn't it? We've seen Purvis in a forward
changed
pocket.
It up. Perv back in the squad. Big Kev, you can see on the bench here, just by us commentators. He's got the vest on, so he's not active for this game.
Yeah, and we've seen Ireland with the free kick out of the middle. So yeah, we've got Kyle Devine on the bench. He's playing, but Big Kev's obviously been rested for this one. And yeah, it's a different forward line.
Bit of confidence from the Banshees there. Happy to leave the big man out, but
the skipper of the side too, Big Kev. So not sure who's the captain today.
Big role to fill, that's for sure. Big role to fill.
Yeah.
Both as a player and an on-field voice, but as we see, they've had a very, very good start to this one. And just a reminder to you folks tuning in, if you've just joined us, it is now 4 20-minute quarters, as is the full length of a footy game for these semi-finals here. So
we see Joseph with a risky kick across goal, but it's
paid
worked.
off. But goodness me,
Yeah.
I cannot understand why one would go across goal to that black hole pocket, and they're coming back the other way.
They do play more 18s
They
and
might
more
have
on an oval than the other teams. So
might have opened them up here a little bit. If that kick came off, they were out as well. They still might be, as Joseph gets it on the boot.
Joseph is one of their
but there's
better
no one
players.
down the ground, and it's the Warriors.
Niall O'Dowd, he was in the way there. And Murph and Shawnee B, they're teaming up back there. And yeah, there's three of them. And Purvis, he's ready to go. And
Donal Purvis, I've been informed. It's not Donald Duck Purvis, as I may have been saying previously. Big Donal Purvis.
Donal went the inside 50. And
Thank you, Tony O'Hagan, for clearing that up for me.
Very good skills by Donal. We've been told he's chasing his 4th flag of the year with this one, with the Euro champs.
It's nice for some, isn't it?
No,
Born and bred winners.
Yeah, he's got the Ireland flag. He's got the AFL London flag with the Wildcats, and he got one with the Manchester Mosquitoes as well, I'm told. So as he lays a good tackle. Yeah, there's some good players from the Irish team.
And they've had all the play early. It's been down this end of the pitch, left of screen, in front of the grandstands as we tick through 5 minutes gone.
Joey, I'm going to say goodbye.
We're going to relieve you after sitting here commentating the entire morning so far. We'll let that raspy voice of yours get a little bit of a break.
And the streaming service, it's about to be treated to an absolute delight from John Horwath.
Fresh off umpiring the previous matchup between the Banshees and the Queens. Johnny Holworth, how are you this morning?
Thanks, everyone. Just witnessed an incredible game of women's football, 300, scored by the Irish. One thing I noticed, jumping on the mic here, my man, number 8, Josip Krasaza. He's got brand new white shorts on today. He's got rid of the brown ones from yesterday. Maybe he's washed them.
Now, we were on the call together for the Knights yesterday, and they were certainly competing hard. They didn't quite get over the line, but do you think they're a chance to take it to the Irish in this one?
Well, I think it's going to come down to Igor Gazez, number 22 out there, throwing his weight around early.
Can he get in there in the forward line? Josip's been everywhere early, and he keeps it in play deep in the defensive 50. Mopped up by the Irish, however.
Jesus!
Oh, but Josip's in there with a big hit. He's gone body line. It's forced a turnover, and the Knights come out of defensive 50 to a 2-on-1, but it spills to ground. The Warriors are able to get it out through Connor Hughes, who's having a heck of a tournament, and they go the switch, the lateral play, just to stem the flow a little bit. But they're coming back towards the grandstand side.
What I do notice yesterday, talking to a few Croatians, whilst we're having a few ales.
Oh, dearie me.
We're having a few ales last night with the Croatians. They were a bit nervous about today's matchup against the Irish. And the conversations we'll have with them was just take the game deep, flood it, Sydney Swan style Paul Roos, get everyone back, force the Irish out wide, do not let them score, take it as deep as you can, and then make it a shootout in the last quarter.
Just mitigating the scoring as much as they can seems to be the name of the game, and it's working somewhat early. Just can't let Shawnee Birmingham get away with that. Going arse over head. I'm not sure if he's got his studs on there, Shawnee, but
well, this
the
is
big
the issue,
6'6"
though.
wasn't his finest moment.
This is the issue, because the Croatians have most certainly listened, they understood the English very well, but they actually have every single player in one half of the ground fighting, and then when they come back out, they've got no one to kick it to.
They aren't. I don't think they're interested in kicking it to anyone in that forward line, though.
They're all bodybuilders, so we need a few runners coming off half back when they do get the ball and create some run and carry.
As you say, John, if they can keep the score down in what would be a pretty grueling 60 minutes across 3 quarters of footy, if they're going to play it as defensively as they've started, it would make for an enthralling final term. So let's see how much this pays off, because even if the Warriors eke through a couple of goals, as they've already done, a 4 or 5 goal margin at 3/4 time is tough to fight back from.
My word, it is. So you can see the ball control here.
Bit of kick
They're waiting for their players to get back. The bodybuilders are just getting back slowly.
This is where
Fantastic
they will come
mark
into it,
over
though.
the head.
It's the kick
Here's
mark.
the run and carry. Here's my man, Josip.
Josip straight away. It's over the head. Fallen in the hands of Murphy there for the Irish, mopping things up. But it's the first foray forward for the Croatians, and it's an iffy kick here for a 1-on-1. Oh, but that's Will Bryan doing very well. Cool, calm and collected
Irish
under
got to
pressure.
push up here. Yes, lead presents, but over the back.
Over the head of Purvis.
Well read there by Yoku.
You're going to have a crack at that surname?
A few letters in the alphabet there. Switches
Juljanovic.
on. That is risky to the captain. Here's Josip behind him. He's going to get him. Look out.
Ooh. In the hands of McMahon. He's already kicked one. Can he kick a second? Not quite.
This game style, I like it. They're forcing the Irish to kick for goal from wide or from outside 45 metres out, and the accuracy is just not there with that ball drop from the Irish being a bit agricultural at times, but it is effective.
And we're already just gone almost 10 minutes here in the first term. 1 goal, 2
run
to
and carry
8.
over the top. Can they make the most of this? There's no one out the back, no one to kick it
They're
to.
taking it on, but
They're gonna have
there's
to hold
no
it up
options
here.
downfield, and they've turned it over, and the Irish looks like they're going to make them pay. It's in the hands of Darren O'Dwyer, and he's got a really good opportunity to get the second on the board for the Warriors. Just a little bit sloppy coming out of defence from the Croatians, but not a lot of options forward of the ball, as is their style and their tactics early.
I think their best bet's to kick it long down the line.
It's a lovely finish.
Golski! And hopefully you get a stoppage up the line and then reset. I think that's their best way to go. Get Josip in the ruck. He'll win the hit out for them, so that's going to give him first use.
I think they just can't afford to be intimidated at all, the Knights. You know, they were really physical all day yesterday against both the French and the Bulldogs, and it made for tough games for their opposition. And I think I want to see that same level of physicality and aggression here early, and I imagine both Josips and the leaders will be trying to set the tone. But 2 goals down early, clearances like this, they've just got to try and get some hits.
Oh, a bit going on here off the ball on the far side.
Don't know if the
Just saw a
umpires have
punch
got
being thrown.
eyes on the 666 rule, but that's got past Jamie, has it?
Oh, no,
He's
it
given away
hasn't.
a free kick to Josip.
Couldn't get anything past Jamie. He's tight out there. He knows what's going on. That experience from Australia.
That was slick, and the Croatians go forward
pay.
courtesy of the free kick, and they've consecutive marks. A meaningful entry, but that is not. Oh, it's over the back of Murphy, though. He's spilt the beans there.
Ireland's out the far side if they can get the switch here.
And it looks like they
have got numbers on the far wing.
Time and space to make a decision, but they go down the line to a one-on-one contest. Great set of hands.
Look inboard. They've got numbers in the middle.
Great.
That's 50.
That's Andrew O'Neill with a great juke, and he goes to the top of the 50. Josip helps bring it to ground. His counterpart, Josip, trying to keep it in the air with a punch, and play continues.
Barge through.
Oh, he's taken him on. And Walters let it go. He's happy with that.
Okay.
Went with the fend off, and he was wrapped up, but wasn't penalised.
Walters said, we're not paying holding the ball today. He actually went for the chop of the arm of the tackler's arm, as opposed to handballing it.
And the ball spilled out. We're happy to let that play. We've got a ball up. And it was the first bit of argy-bargy from the Knights, and I don't mind seeing it. They're going to need to be physical here as Josip hits the deck. That's putting him in there.
He got decked in the back.
And they've taken exception to it here. There's a bit happening now.
Josip's into him. I hope he's got some sunscreen on that head there.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope so too, mate. Young Donald.
Oh!
That's a yellow card for Josip.
My man, you're kicking him.
He will be kicking and screaming at that because that was all Perv instigating that. The young Irish fella was getting some licks in.
Look at the man, they look at straight off. Yep, okay. I acknowledge that. Off he goes, but that does hurt them.
Donald will be wrapped with that. That was cheeky. And fortunately, Josip doesn't get a chance to retaliate meaningfully because that little retaliation has earned him a yellow card and he'll be on the sidelines for a little bit now.
You know he's my favourite player. I feel like I've been yellow carded.
I don't know what you
what
are we going to talk about now?
The next 20 minutes I'm going to be dead. I might jump on my other Joseph, the other captain. Captain Croatia here.
They're fighting hard down here, and Walters found a free kick in favour of the Knights. So stoic defence, an opportunity to bring it out. 2 goals, 2-14 for the Warriors, leads the Knights yet to score. It's a 14-point deficit, but it's the Knights with the footy and a chance to bring it out of defence.
It's short kick again.
Kick mark. That's the name of the day at the moment.
Is it short kicks? A bit risky, but the captain gets him high. He's going to make him earn it.
Shawnee
Plays
Birmingham's got to watch out there. Josip.
Well manned on the mark.
Yeah, and Josip says don't argue and continues on forward. That is a big boy. Here's
big
Igor.
Igor
forward to the ground. Oh, they're running into no man's land here.
Those socks, they would fit up my legs like pants. They are massive. And the Croatian team take it down the far wing.
Yeah, they've gone the switch and it almost paid off for them. The kick wasn't quite on the money, and it's a good opportunity for the Warriors, but the ball spills out in dispute. That's O'Dwyer there, getting it on the boot forward, and the numbers are with the Warriors. They should be able to make this count. And that one's gone through. Couldn't quite get a hand on that. That's a goal for Andrew O'Neill, and that's the third for the Warriors, and it brings it up to a 20-point margin. So the Knights might need to change their structure a little bit. They've got to do a bit more attacking. Young Donald Purvis here with the commentary team having a snack on the bench. He's doesn't seem too intimidated after messing with Big Josip, but if I were him, I'd watch out when he gets back on the ground.
One of the more burnt Irishmen in the team as well, my word. Jamie Broadbent over the starting positions here. The Croatian
the 6-6-6, the Croatians are starting...
Yeah, on the edge. This is legal.
Yeah, they're allowed to do that there.
They are.
They're starting right on the corner of the centre square, but it is technically the wing.
That's it. But then when they take it forward here, the disadvantage is I only got the numbers, so Croatia going to have to be very clever. Down the guts, top of the goal square.
Where's Igor? Is anyone at home?
It's the best opportunity that they get. Ireland doing the cleaning. Oh, interesting there. The left foot might have been handy. 2 right feet there from the Ireland. Ball goes down the far wing.
It's over the head of the defender, though, and they're out here.
Croatia have pushed up, left numbers out the back.
O'Neill again sending it inside 50. Over O'Dwyer's head, though, an unlucky bounce.
No one to kick it to.
And the Knights go the short option wide, but Connor Dunn's here with the one-on-one. Lays a big hit. Immediately looking down the ground. Probably should have gone inboard.
Look out for the big crash and bash here.
Ooh, bit of friendly fire. Josip has taken exception to that. Walter was straight onto it, though, and paid the free kick for the push in the back. Did well there to stop things from breaking into an all-out scrum, did Walter. He was straight onto it.
Got his work cut out today, young Walter. The Croatian has gone 35 metres off the mark. So definitely not going to be smothered, you wouldn't have thought. Kicks it long down the line into the forest.
Tad wide for that one. And the Warriors will bring it back on the grandstand side wing. They go straight away with the switch. They love using the full width of the ground. But the bounce here has brought Dinko into it if he can chase.
Oh, his speed just wasn't quite there. Those hamstrings looked a bit tight.
They did look a bit tight. Old Dinko, he's had a tough morning managing, coaching the Croatian Queens. They fought hard, but a 300-point loss. You got to be asking questions of the coach after that, no matter who you are.
Yeah, not the worst I've ever seen. Not the worst. Bendigo Thunder lost by 301.
Oh, there you go.
Many moons ago in a game that umpired.
Banshees.
So
Got to
not
be
the
better
worst
than
I've
that
ever
next
seen.
time.
So I reckon the Croatians can hold their heads high.
As they should. They
Claim
fought
to that.
really, really hard. Nice 1-2 here with Cotter Dunn as he goes short inside the forward 50 to McMahon. A second dose of friendly fire. The Croatians have got to save their hits for the Warriors because they're just getting in each other's way at the moment.
Jeez.
Makes for good viewing nonetheless, though.
I'm going to ball up right in the pocket. Waiting for the ball to come back from the forest, and then we'll get started again. We've got 4 minutes left here in the first quarter. Got the R on the team, 3 goals, 2-20. The Croatian Knights, 0-0.
The 0-0. They'll want to break that little streak soon.
Second ball up here, players swarm. We've got all but 2 Croatians inside the forward 50 for the Irish, so this ball is going to be locked down. Ireland do have a wall set up, a few players sitting back.
Just nowhere to go if they win the ball out of the 50 here.
So
every player in the forward half of the ground for the Warriors.
Yeah, the Croatian team need this to go to bounce for them. That's on ball. Incorrect disposal.
Walter says, I'll have it.
Okay.
Throwing it in on the forward flank.
Oh, he's called for a throw-in.
For the Warriors. I believe he might have called that a little prematurely out of bounds. The Knights won't be complaining, though, and here they come out of defence. They get it on the boot, but it's Dinko's got a mountain of work to do, and he's not going to be able to do much there.
I feel like
Paul
he said to
Murphy's
them,
sending it out.
I reckon he said to them, no, leave me open. I'm a man of speed. Give me space. Clear the area. I've got this.
Perhaps Dinko thinks he's a little bit quicker than he is.
That's what I'm backing him in saying.
And they've gone the switch here, ran his full measure, but it's down Josip's throat. But again, the Knights.
Josip, play the
Josip's
shepherd.
Doing a lot of work here. Can they find an option?
Oh!
No, that's smothered. A brilliant smother by the Warriors, and they send it back inside forward 50. And it's a mark. And this is Darren O'Dwyer. Has an opportunity to go back and slot through his second goal of the morning.
He's going to take his full 30. Matthew Richardson kicking for goal. Sorry, saw the number 12, Darren O'Dwyer for the Irish. Couple of steps.
Looks good off
Go,
the
go, go,
boot.
go, go.
Straight through the middle. 2 goals, Darren O'Dwyer. And that's a 4th for the Warriors. And the margin is out to 26 points with 2 minutes remaining in the first term. What do you make of this? John, do you think
I can't
the
concede
Knights
another
need
one
to
before
make a
quarter time.
change? Do you think?
Yes, I definitely think they just need someone with a bit of energy running off half back when they get the ball, calling for it, going into this space on the wing. At least try and get it out of bounds on the wing to reset, because every time they bring it out, it's just coming back in. So I think that's the way they've got to go. They've got to get some runners. I don't mind keeping the Irish to 4 goals in 20 minutes is a great effort. That's a phenomenal effort by them so far. But
Just
I definitely
gotta
feel
find a
like
way
they
to
could
get
have
on the
scored.
board.
Yes,
Yeah.
they could have scored themselves here. However, they can lock down. We've got a minute and 20 left in the first quarter.
I think now is when you do shut up shop and just try and prevent any more scoring. It's with McMahon deep in the black hole pocket on the far side of the ground. It would take something if he could put this one through the big sticks, but he's going to have a crack.
He is one of their best ball users. They do back him in. He's
gone the short option inboard. And
Shane
why
Warne.
wouldn't you?
Shane Warne, Michael Jordan.
Kyle Devine.
Oh, another great number 23 that's graced this planet.
He's been left on his own there. The angle's not far improved, but Devine's got a big boot on him. Distance shouldn't be a problem. We'll see if he can get the accuracy. Not a breath of wind here in Zagreb at the ZFG. Likes it off the boot, and that's straight through the middle. So that's a 5th goal with 30 seconds remaining in the turn. That's costly for the Knights. They're going to be reeling at quarter time. They need to make some changes if they're going to get back into this one.
Yes, the Knights, I think, have just had the dagger to the chest. 5 goals down. Quarter time coming up here. 10 seconds. Jamie Broadbent with all of the experience is just walking the ball back to the middle.
He's in
bouncing it.
no hurry, is he, Jamie Broadbent?
I put my house on it. The siren will go before he balls this thing up.
There
it is.
Johnny Holworth keeps his house, and the Warriors come into quarter time all smiles. 5-2-32 for the Warriors, leads the Croatian Knights, who remain on the 0-0.
0-0.
We're one term down here at the ZFG, and Johnny and I will leave you to go grab a morning coffee, finish your brekkie, do what you got to do, and we'll be back with you in a few moments' time for the second term.
Au revoir.
First aid. And then there was a 5-minute discussion. We got caught on the walk. If that happened, it doesn't matter if you're right on there. I know that. No, I'm right. I'm not there. I'm on the restart. That would be mad. That's fine. You've got to kick it.
Jedan čekad napravimo, ode lopta naprijed. Pa pogledaj opet za taj fit. Mi moramo igrati ovako.
Imate 7 pasova za redom jebote.
Ali daj malo smiri onda. Napravimo 3-4 dobra pasa i onda nešto uguši. Pogledaj taj jebeni fit. Ovo što nam ove rekli. Pravo se ljuti. Nije zona da ćeš ti sad stati. To je moja zona ko njega jebe. Pogotovo kad se prati pas.
Come here now, I'm going to ring Nanny.
Drugo je kad stoji na kopcu tvoje zone. Ali kad mu spuši, čovjek trči.
What you might do is you might show her, send her,
Prolazi pored tebe, van. Ne može samo proći. Uvijek ga malo malo spori. Pravo mi je vole kad slušaj.
Dobijete loptu, znači pade loptu, dobijete loptu, imate više igrača, pričali smo o tome, kada je taj jedan dan. Gledajte Nemca, i ovaj ko ima vremena, taj ga zna žuriti da naprijed, mi ne idemo naprijed. Znači, meni je cilj, kad dobijete loptu na podu s viškom, hit, taj koji marka loptu, on kupuje, jeme, on, a ne ti drugi stani, on stane, ide lagano, rada, samo je napraviti. Ako šta sad možete i na pamet, dajte jebemo manje, pa ne trebate sada na pamet. Idemo za pametno, za trening, za to. Dajte se da može.
Welcome back to ZFG. You would have heard the 3 cheers from the Irish.
They'd be happy with that first term, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they, John? They were everywhere. 5-goal margin at quarter time. All the work left to do for the Croatian Knights. I do wonder if they're going to change up their tactics, but it looks like as they approach the ground, they're going to continue with starting the wingman deep at the corner of the centre square. It does give them a big disadvantage if they do win a clearance and go forward. Jamie Broadbent in the middle there.
Off we go. Start the second quarter. Hit out one by Croatia. Irish at the 4. They're going to take this straight away using the width of the ground. Kicking sideways. Robert Harvey's got the ball.
Boomer!
Handballs it over to the run. Kick inside 50.
Running carry there from Connor Lynch.
Here goes Robin Hood. Eat this one, mate. Straight into the forest. I would have thought 2 fists like that. You may want to mark that. It's got a bit of Leo Barry written about it, that one, if I've ever seen one. Robin Hood throws the ball back to Jamie Broadbent, our umpire from Australia. And we'll get underway again here. No time wasted. Up she goes.
No sight of the big ruckman Josip yet. How long is the yellow card got you sidelined for?
20 minutes. So we've still got another 8 minutes left. He's sent off the 8-minute mark of that quarter.
Connor Hughes sends it forward. And it's a very good mark down there by the Warriors. And I believe this is McMahon again. It is. He's got an opportunity to put through his second of the morning. 35 out straight in front. You'd expect him to put this one through reasonably comfortably, and it would be a rolling start for the Irish.
One of their best ball users, as we've mentioned. We've got a Croatian down here on the deck.
He's pulled that just
this
across
is the commentator's curse.
Yeah, we love talking him up.
Big Josip comes past me. We've got a Croatian down here on the bench holding his lower leg.
Just grandstand side, just off the ground there on the wing. He is on his hands and knees and in a lot of discomfort, clutching at a right ankle, it looks like. Play continues.
That's the ruckman for Croatian, which is not great.
Considering Josip's trying to get the medic for him as well, so expect them to have lost their usual aerial ascendancy as play continues, and it's a real dogfight down there. The Knights under all sorts of pressure, and Jamie Broadbent, non-officiating umpire, seeing something he doesn't like, and he's pinged him. That's holding the footy, and the Warriors are away straight away. It's McMahon in the pocket there. Can he finish? He goes the banana, and it's in!
Go, 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 go!
That's some finish from McMahon. He'd be disappointed with that set shot earlier, but the banana from the Forest End pocket, straight through the big sticks.
Looks like it's Tony Luciv down on the boundary line here. It's hurt. They're pouring water on it at the moment. The old H2O. I expect him to be out there pretty soon, straight after that water, running around, no doubt.
Hydrating that ankle. Interesting tactic.
And he's standing up. I called it. 10 seconds after water's been applied, he's now standing.
Does look ginger though, and he's being carried off straight towards the medical tent. So it looks like that's the end of his day.
Nah, that's special water. That is special water.
Bit of magic spray, do you reckon, John?
Magic water.
Magic
Here you go,
water.
he's walking. Here you go. He's been carried. Now
Thumbs up.
He's too big to carry. Anyway, get back to the game. There is a game of football going on out there.
Of course, we can't forget. And it's been dominated by the Warriors thus far. But it's the Knights with the footy on the far side. Back flank. They're heading in the wrong direction, though. Josip says that's enough of that. Bombs it forward down the wing. Boundary's their friend here. But Jamie's seen the shepherd off the ball. As there is some legitimate magic spray being applied down here to the injured
He's actually
Knight.
walking unattended now.
And
this is incredible.
He's right up and at him. We might see him back on. We'll keep you updated on that. But that was the magic spray to that right ankle.
I reckon we've got to get some Mount Franklin water from Australia on that ankle.
He's as sure-footed as a mountain goat, that man now. I think we might see him later on.
Can't wait for him to get back on the ground with Josip.
Connor Hughes there just fumbling. And we'll have a ball up over there, grandstand side by the Forest flank. Favouring the Irish to the right of your screen for the viewers at home.
Up in the ruck, big punch here by the Croatian ruck. And they run away with the ball. Been on short with their hands. Again, no one forward of the ball. In fact, for the Croatians.
I really struggle to see how they're gonna score there. Big Igor, 2-2.
Igor is the only man in their forward half, and the ball is only 10 metres in advantage to the Irish side.
He's just trapped on an island any time it goes near him.
And the Irish have got 4 back. Okay, this is going to be interesting if Croatia can win the clearance. They're at the front. They need this to go to bounds. It does. Hopefully they could recognise they need to level up here.
Centre wing grandstand side.
Dinko Erzag has. He's just dropped back off the pack here.
Just Dinko and Igor forward of the ball.
Back him in.
Out of the contest.
They've
And the
got the
Knights
clearance.
do
They
get
pick
it.
it forward. Oh,
in
they've
Igor's
hit the one man
direction.
that's forward.
It's unlucky with the bounce, Big Igor, but he's back onto
He's
it
going to
there.
get him.
Oh, good shepherd though, and that's why he's on the
can they
numbers,
lock
but
it
it's a
in?
smother here, and they could be out.
This is incredible scenes. Oh, ding.
Igor's got it in his hands, and he looks top of the goal square to centre it.
There's still no one to kick to, and they've got no one inside 50. Absolutely no one.
No one flooding in there, and
Free
Jamie's
kick to
seen a high
Croatia, but they've got
contact.
no one to kick it to.
Somebody's got to
They're
get
going.
inside the
Have a
forward
shot.
50.
He says, no, got the leg. He's gone back over his mark from 55. He's going to need at least 60 to clear the line. Chip
And
pass.
he's gone short. It's
Igor!
Igor's ball.
Dinko!
Oh, through the
they're
legs
two
of
greatest
Dinko.
forwards.
He's been nutmegged. Connor Hughes mopping up for the Warriors. Deep inside their inside 50 for the first time today.
the
And
Irish.
Irv is slipping and sliding there, but he does get a handball up to Hughes.
Even when the Irish are 4-on-1, they're still panicking.
Mopping it up. Good tackle attempt, but they do get boot to ball. It will be a turnover if the Knights can keep it in and they opt to take it over the line.
Unlucky there for the ball to go to bounds.
We'll have a ball up, centre wing, grandstand side. Jamie Broadbent with the footy.
We've got the man with the blue socks in the ruck. Number 18, it's not Matthew Lloyd.
A little bit better
Fends
from the
off,
Knights here.
gets great hands. Dingo's got no one to kick it to. He's got to go sideways.
Sells
Still
a bit
got
of
no one to kick it
candy.
to.
Sells a bit of candy.
Igor is the only person forward of the ball for the Croatians. Whoa, that is a massive tackle. And the Irish is down hurt. Yes, that's a collarbone broken for sure.
It's certainly something. It
Get the
doesn't
medic.
look good.
That is a collarbone. The Irish have recognised it.
We do have a Warrior. I believe it might be Liam Burns, and he's in a
Wow.
lot of pain.
The
He's on
Irish
his
have-
feet.
Number 4, your Islands just ran on the ground without being interchanged.
Head count, head count.
Croatians had a perfect opportunity to call for a head count there.
That injured Irish Warrior, he was holding onto that shoulder. It's not Liam Burns, excuse me. That is indeed Paul Allen, who's hurt himself. He's clutching that
Oh,
shoulder.
the magic water. He's jumping on the bench. He's up and down. Look at him. He's smiling at me. He can hear me. Number 21, Tony Lucev is up and running. I told you.
Tony
I told
Lucev
you.
of the Croatian Knights seemingly back in action after, have your say, was it the magic water or was it the magic spray? A little bit of
Feels like
a
Easter.
little bit of numbing cream in there.
Feels
That-
like Easter. The resurrection. He's back. He's running around. He's genuinely running.
As we harp on, it's in the hands of Carmen O'Donnell for the Warriors, and he's 35 out on a slight angle, and he's got an opportunity to put through the Warriors' 7th of the day. 8 minutes gone here in the second term. 39-point lead. Can that extend out to 45?
Paul Allen, number 18 for Ireland. He's on the bench here
Very
with his
ginger.
sore collarbone. He's holding it. He's
Straight
off.
to the medical tent.
I think if he gets a bit of water on that shoulder, it might help.
Near side miss for O'Donnell. Won't be happy with that, and the margin's 40 points. So the Knights, they're going to need to find 7 goals if they're going to get into it, but I think
the Irish might even get some Guinness on that shoulder. They might have to pour it now and wait for it to settle for half an hour before you can drink it, as is such Guinness.
do not know what the Guinness is like here in Zagreb, but I imagine certainly not flowing on tap like the God's Nectar they have up there in Ireland. The Knights coming out of defence, looking for Big Josip. Falls to ground though, but the Knights do have the numbers on this occasion. Spills out and it's in the back. Walters.
Well, Croatia got the ball here.
Pin the
Tony
Warriors
Luce's on
for
the
a
bench
free.
waiting for someone to come over to get him on.
The switch of play from the Knights as they try and open up the Warriors, bring it down the fat side of the ground, but
20 minutes is now up. The 20 minutes is now up. My man Joseph can come back on. Geez, Croatia are going to have their 2 tallest men enter the ground here in
do
a
you
second.
think that'll change the complexion of this match at all? Because at the moment it is all Ireland all the time.
Well, they need run. They need run because they're getting the ball. They look up. They got no one to kick it to, so they need to run and carry it. I don't think Josep's here doing the old crab calls on the boundary line. He's not the most agile. He's got
He
some
is.
height. And
He's-
then number
he's ready to
21,
go.
Tony Luciv, coming. Here he comes onto the ground, everybody.
That's
Josip,
Josip.
yes, get Josip on there.
Back on deck, and he'll be going straight after Donald Purvis to let
Look
him
at the
know.
speed as he runs across the ground. He's a giant human being.
We're forward of the ball here for the Knights, but it's all Warriors, as has been the case today. The Knights playing ultra defensive, and it's just not working for them at the moment. As Murphy completes the switch of play to the fat side of the ground, and they go back inboard with a lovely change of direction and a bounce.
That is a great bounce.
He's
on
still
this ground.
going, and he just goes sideways again. Connor Lynch, lovely little movement. I think he just go down the guts there, though. He's put Connor Dunn under a
That's
bit of
holding-
pressure.
Oh, against the handball. The Irish are going sideways. Got to go forwards.
And they mop them. They mop it up and
Sideways again.
head in the Connor Hughes direction. I'm sure he's going to go forward.
Robert
as
Harvey
he
with the
does.
ball.
Boomer sends it forward into the pocket. They are using the full width of this ground, the Warriors, and will have a ball up deep inside their forward 50.
Still got my man, Tony Luciv, on the bench here.
Here
Doing
he
some high
comes
knees.
now,
Coming
here
onto
he
the ground
comes
now. No! Dejan Puvkovic is come onto the ground. He's taken his spot.
Donald Purvis with the footy there. He gets rid of it, spills out.
Looks like number 18 here, Matthew Lloyd. Sorry, correction. That is not number 8. That is not Matthew Lloyd.
Paul Allen. Paul Allen's
he's
got
got-
ice on that right shoulder
He might
here
be
on the
done
bench.
for the day.
It doesn't look good for Paul. Let's hope he can recover ahead of tomorrow, because both sides, regardless of the outcome here, will play again. It's either a grand final berth for the winner or a third place playoff against the loser of this afternoon's semi-final.
I'm going to call it early. I reckon he's going to come back on.
You're a big believer in the natural healing of the H2O, aren't you, John?
I am, and there's a grab air. Every player that's come off injured has somehow come back on. So I'm backing them in. Although that ground is getting overly hard in this baked sun, so there could be quite a serious injury, but the Croatian team have got some great ball control here. They've got no one to kick it to again. Short passing's working well.
A little bit better
Here
here
we
from
go.
the Knights. This is a little bit better. Kick mark, but again it comes unstuck.
You can't be waiting for the chest mark, sitting under the ball like that, knowing pressure's coming. You've got to attack it, get the jukes up in the air, take it out in front of your face.
They're back on the ball, though. It's hotly contested there. No one can quite get it out. And Walter says, I'll have that. And we'll have a ball up just at the top of the forward 50 for the Irish Warriors.
Josip's coming in, look out. Big ruckman for Croatia comes in and goes, doosh, big hit
He's
out.
knocked it straight back to his man. But the Warriors, as they've done all day, were just straight onto the footy. A little bit of an errant kick.
They've
That's
only
gone
scored
out
the
of
one
play.
goal this quarter so far.
It's dried up a little bit. The defence has worked better for the Knights. It has. But again, they've just got nothing when they go forward. So I don't see how they can possibly get back into this game if all they do is stop the scoring of the Warriors. They're just going to remain 7 goals down.
Well, I think the scoring has ceased, so now the run chase can begin. Get 1 or 2 on here before half time. Look out.
Still at the wrong end of the ground for the Knights, unfortunately. They're going to have to win the footy and work it up, but the Warriors will have plenty to say about that. And we just... A Knight has gotten boot to ball. Donald Purvis with a bit of a fly there. Went up for a spec. He didn't get miles off the ground, but it looked pretty, that's for sure.
The most sunburnt man from Ireland has got the ball.
He will go back and have a set shot.
Rumour has it he's actually not sunburnt at all. He's applied a little bit of colour to the skin.
I think he might have
The
taken
boys
a little
were,
bit of his missus Kira Corbett's fake tan there, perhaps.
Yeah, he's packed the Bondi Sands. He takes a couple of steps. Just
He's
off the side
gotten
of the boot.
underneath it, and that will miss to the right-hand side.
Bit of Gaelic kicking action in that one.
Yeah, Donald, the 4 premierships this year, looking for his 4th. He's locked in 3, AFL Ireland, AFL London, and 1 other that John O'Carter can tell you all about when he's back on the call.
Yeah, he's been chasing the sun with all these tournaments, working on that skin, no doubt, after a European summer.
In the hands of Josip, and he moves it straight away. This is what the Knights have needed, but he moves it into trouble, and it's a turnover. And the Warriors bring it into the forward line. A massive hit, though. And what have they paid? Jamie Broadbent says that's a little bit too much for me. And it's a free kick to the Warriors on their forward flank.
Got a blood wheel going on here too, might I add.
That was a big hit. That was punishing right there. And yep, the Irish Warrior.
While we've got a blood rule, I just want to
James
confirm
Daly
Tony
straight
Luciv
off.
has also entered the field. The magic water has worked. He's in the middle of the ground. He's got the black skins underneath the white shorts.
I'm not sure if that was caught on the broadcast, but he was down here at commentary side level, right in front of the benches. He was really struggling to get any
They've
weight on
applied
that
water
ankle.
to that blood there. The water is being applied to the blood rule on the bench, so look for that one to be cleaned up ultra quick. Special water here being applied. The jumper's off, actually. Bit of white skin underneath that jumper line. He's also sunburned.
He might need a little bit of the fake tan, that lad there.
I don't think that's fake. I reckon that's just chase the sun, Bondi Sands. Get out the mirror.
Shot
soak
on
it in,
goal
out the full.
from Darren O'Dwyer. He's kicked 2 today, but that's not going to add to his tally, and all the Warriors can manage is a behind. And the Knights, again, trapped in this defensive 50. Can they work it out and try and get on the board in the last 5 minutes of this first half?
The water's actually being applied to the jumper here to wipe the blood off the jumper. So it's got multiple uses, not just hydration. Blood rules, injuries, ankles, legs, even collarbones.
What
Do it all.
can't it do? Over the head of the intended target from Croatia Knights, and it's a turnover. The Warriors go forward once again. Deep into the pocket, it's Donald Purvis. Strong set of hands on the lad. He's taken another good mark, and he's got an opportunity to get that goal he so desperately wants. It's a tough angle for him, but it's only a 25-metre kick.
Well, they've only kicked the 1 goal this quarter. It's been great defensive work by the Croatians.
Yeah, the Knights, they've just forced tougher shots on goal. They've upped the ante a little bit.
This is our man, the most tan man in the Ireland team. He's got the ball again. I'm going to put the mods on him here. I'm going to say he's going to miss this.
I think Donal,
which will be the commentator's
strike the
curse.
same spot twice. This one's going straight through the middle.
Dare I say it.
And he loves it off the boot. That's much better from Donal. And the young lad, bleach blonde hair,
tan skin.
Lovely tan skin. How could you not love his work?
He even gave it a bit of Tom Papley with the old finger spin in the air. He loved his work so much. I'd be confident as well with skin like that. That is beautiful.
7 goals, 6:48 for the Warriors, leading the Knights 0-0. Yet to score.
And the Croatians at the moment have got the most people they've ever had in their forward 50 so far this game, with 6 due to the starting position. So hopefully they can maintain that.
And 3 minutes left in this first half here, this second term.
In fact, they've only got 5 down there. This is going to be a free kick to the Irish.
Jamie's onto it too.
We've got one streaming down the wing. And free kick to the
Got to
Ireland
hurry
team.
too slow. Jamie Broadbank quick with the whistle. And the Warriors get to go forward straight away. And our man sprinting in the forward line in the sleeves, he's got to get on his bike straight back to support his defence now.
Well, I'm looking forward here. We've got 2.5 minutes left. Number 18 for the Irish team, Paul Allen, went off the collarbone. The jumper's back on. He's standing up. Dare I say it. Cream is now being applied to that shoulder. There is magic cream out here as well.
You've got to do well to get an injury here that's going to keep you out of the game at the moment.
He's going to come back on.
We've got overtime from the medical staff. They're doing amazing work.
I've just acquired that bottle of cream. It does say here 78.2% water content, so maybe that's the reason why. The Irish team here got the ball at centre. The Croatian comes streaming through. They look up.
That's better.
There is actually nobody to kick it to other than number 30 for the Irish team in defence.
Josip has got it in his mitts though, and he
Get
gives
away
a
from
massive
me.
don't argue.
Dustin Martin on the far side.
I tell you what, sends it down the wing, and it's out on the full, unfortunately, for Josip. So that's the Warriors' kick, but that was a big don't argue. Made that Warrior
Here it comes onto the ground.
look like
The
a
man
boy.
with the collarbone, number 18, is back on the ground, Paul Allen.
Paul Allen with a quick recovery after looking very ginger. It's either the medical volunteers we've got down here doing a heck of a
He's
job.
free here. There's no one on him. He was running forward.
Or are these injured
Afraid
lads
of-
just
oh.
going down a little bit easy and putting on a bit of a performance?
Look at number 15 here. Can we get the camera, please, on him? He's working on his skin. He's face down, legs spread.
We've got Donald Purvis doing the full tanning right here on the bench.
This is fan. He's got the arms out.
Working on his colour. Won't get that on the broadcast, but I tell you what, it's a sight to behold.
Can we get the cameras to turn? We've got 1:20 left. This is scenes to behold on the bench. The man with the best skin in Ireland. Well, Walters plucked out a free kick to Ireland after Joseph went crashing in.
They've got last opportunity to score here. We're just ticking under a minute to play in the first half, and it's the Warriors aggressively going into their forward line.
There he is.
They opt to go for the switch, and it's in the hands of Paul Murphy. Lovely spearing dagger, and is this McMahon again? It is. It is. It's James McMahon for an opportunity to put through his third goal of the half. He's been on fire early today. He's been on fuego, James McMahon. He's got an opportunity to kick his third of the afternoon.
Actually, I can confirm he's laying on the ground because he had a sore back. There was ice being applied. Get some water to that back is what I can recommend. Look forward to him coming a huge second half after the water's been applied to that back.
McMahon failing to convert on this occasion as we just tick under 20 seconds left. 49-point margin. Better quarter from the Knights defensively. They did dry up the Warriors scoring, keeping them to 2 goals for the quarter, but no meaningful attacks. And they're stuck on
oh, my man up forward. Number 21, Tony Luciff, going to go to him. It's half time.
The Sirens beaten them there, unfortunately, and that is half time here in this first men's semi-final of the European Championships 2022. We've got the Irish Warriors 7-7-49 leading the Croatian Knights 0-0. Cannot get on the board. Perhaps they will in the second half. All that coming your way after a brief break from us here in the commentary. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast. John, it's been a pleasure, and we'll catch you on the other side of this halftime break.
Yes, I'm going to go check on number 15, Donald Purvis. Make sure you get some water on that back, and we'll meet you in 10 minutes. Ciao.
Thank you.
Don't get it in your eyes.
Oh, yeah, shit.
Yeah, you'll be able to sweat will run down.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be fucking... Here, Connor, you're going to rub it in.
I can't see.
What? What? Oh, sun cream.
Shoulders are burning.
Here, go. Sorry, I didn't know what you were saying. I thought you said scaldy. I was like, what? Never tell anyone you have sun cream. All the boys used one of the girls yesterday. One of the girls gave it to me. And she came back and think it's half out. I give it back to her. Then it looks like it's my fault. I'm like, anyone wants sun cream? Remember the blue one you used? I love that one. Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back to ZFG, half-time here. First men's final, Irish, 7-7, 49. To Croatia, 0-0.
0. Yet to register a score. Let's see if that can't change in the first half. They will have our man Josip in the ruck all half long.
And no doubt, the great recovery at half-time, as I called it, centre wing there, you can probably see number 15. Donald Purvis. He's had water applied to the back, we've heard.
They said he had a bad back, but he is right as rain.
Again, that water is just incredible. Great recovery. I think it's brave, in fact. And the second half gets underway with another hit out from Yelsip. I haven't seen him lose a ruck contest yet this tournament. The Irish has pulled off the ball. Play on, says Walter. And the Irish are streaming forward here. This is ominous.
Yeah, this would be a poor start if the Knights conceded straight away. They're fighting hard on half back,
Good
though,
hands.
and good link-up play there, but they're back
Handball.
into traffic, and it's a turnover.
From behind, look out.
Can't stick a tackle. Short kick just over the head of Devine. And Croatia try to mock up.
That's on the ball.
That's going to be holding the footy. That ground is still slippery, and his stud just got caught there, and he couldn't recover in time. So it's an opportunity for Devine to put one through early in the second half.
I killed you not. Donald Purvis, when that was paid, did a backflip. He's back.
That's how good that back is.
He did a backflip here. You might have seen it at the bottom of the screen. Unsure. Oh, he's running around the snapper and the body.
Yeah, that's why. That's exactly why, John. He's put that one straight through the middle. Lovely snap around the body. Kyle Devine there. First goal of the morning for him, and it's 8-7-55. Leading the Croatian Knights yet to score. Irish Warriors on top.
Number 9 for the Irish here, Kian Omani.
Kian Omani.
Look at the size of him compared to Yelsip there, standing in front of him. That
Yeah,
is
we're not putting
incredible.
Kian in the ruck there, that's for sure.
Walter gets us going with a nice little hop, skip and a jump, and away we go.
Yosip smacks that forward to centre. Can the Knights mop
There's
this
a
up?
man,
No,
look at that.
don't
Oh, it's
curve
going to test the back
That
out.
is going to test the back out. That's a big hit.
The knee there, the left knee, went straight into his back there from his teammate.
He's straight back up though.
The upside down 99s.
That looks right as rain for mine. And we'll have a ball up. Yosip, lovely tap down. And the Knights
Well, it's going to test the back out.
inside
that tackle.
forward 50, but the Warriors drop the mark. High contact, opportunity for the Knights to get on the board here. It would take a big kick, but he's going to go back and take his time.
He has turned his back. He has rubbed the mud into his hands. He's pulled his sock up.
Vlahu
He's got
Prizic.
the Matthew Lloyd,
He
the proper kicks. He's running. He's unsure what he's doing. This is like a rugby kickoff. Backing him in here. Good draw. Ball
Looks
drop.
good off the boot. And that has just missed across the face of goal. They do register a score, however, and that's one behind, and the Croatian Knights are on the board. Better there, and that was Josip's work out of the centre. Some great tap work as the ruck.
I'm not sure you can hear that at home, but the comeback train is just over the hill. It's got to come through the forest.
Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
The Irish team trying to mop up there on their back flank. The Croatian team tackling pressure, enormous.
Trying to keep it forward of the ball now. And they're doing
the man
all
with the
right.
afro.
Oh,
Sits
lovely
on your
shepherd.
bottom.
But again, no one to kick to in that Knights forward line. And they switch play, courtesy of Perp, but he spilt that one.
Yeah,
he mops
must have
it
been
up.
back, I reckon.
And the Warriors go down the line, and they can rebuild here. And they move it along quickly. No nonsense here. And they look inside, lay it off with the handball. Oh, that's a stinker of a kick, though, and that's turned it over. And Josip's going to mop this up for the Knights.
I don't know how, but he made his foot look like it was a kilometre away from his hands when he dropped that ball. The foot is only half a metre away. It's not that long of a ball drop, but apparently in that occasion it was. Must have been the wind here at ZFG.
Not
Got the arm
finest moment.
pinned, gets the kick. Great skills there.
The ball's still up
Throws
for
the ball out.
grabs.
That's okay. You're allowed to throw the ball.
Throw there to Josip, to
There's our man.
Dinko. Bit more link-up play here. The Knights looking a lot better early in this half. They did concede, but 5 minutes through, and they've certainly been forward of centre more than they had in the previous half. Back to
Dinko's got the
Dinko.
ball.
He's just got to get it on the boot there. I think he's been caught with his pants down. Yep, Jamie Broadbent on the scene. That's holding the footy. And the Warriors have the ball, centre wing, grandstand side.
He claimed he handballed that.
Didn't look like it from here. We do have about 5 or 6 Irish lads in front of us, though.
Mid front, I'm going to have a throw in. I reckon Josip here. He's going to jump over the top. There's no one for Ireland nominating in the ruck.
No, I don't
Here they
blame
come
him
in.
either.
They're
Here we
coming in
are.
from the back here. Number 42, Sam Brady, is no match for Joseph.
He's a braver man than most, though, going up against him. And it's Dinko with the one-on-one. Quick hands inboard, and it's going to
they're off.
work as well. And they're out here, but is there a target?
Need a mark.
on this occasion, the numbers are with the Warriors, but
The Irish can take this out the far wing. They have got numbers. The switch is on.
there's just absolutely no one to kick to for the Knights every time they get forward to centre. And it's just the Warriors mop it up, switch of play, use the width of the pitch, and they'll look to bring this back into the guts here.
I reckon after this kick, they're going to come back inboard.
Oh, Birmingham just misses his target, but Connor Dunn's pretty good at mopping things up, and they continue on towards Devine. Down the ground, he's got 2 to beat here, Devine, but he's done really, really well.
What a tackle.
But
Hold the ball.
He beat 1, beat 2, couldn't beat 3. Devine, he was moving like a steam train there, but
he's played on.
Josip's here underneath
ball.
this one.
Josip, back him in.
Great set of hands on Josip. And he's got his counterpart, Josip Kravar, over there. He sat that on McMahon's head. But the Warriors mop it up through Purvis, and he sends it forward. But on this occasion, the Warriors have no one home.
Oh, gone.
And the Knights able to get contact.
Josip's dragged this back in. He's got to knock that out.
He's got to knock that out.
See ya! Hold the ball.
Hold the footy, Josip.
He's not happy about it
On
either.
hands and knees, doing everything he can, but you cannot drag it back in and not bring it out. And it's an opportunity for Darren O'Dwyer to kick his 3rd of the match.
It was a slow death, wasn't it?
It was
a dramatic hold the whistle from Jamie Broadbent, our umpire from Australia. Now the Irish, this is Matthew Richardson kicking for goal, number 12.
Darren O'Dwyer.
He celebrated early. He's got to make the distance.
Hasn't quite got the journey, and that straight into the post off the woodwork, and the Knights move it along quickly, heading out wide here, but that kick is far from perfect, and the Warriors bring it to ground. The numbers stream into the contest. Somehow it's heading towards Josip again. On this occasion, he's beaten. And it's not the greatest kick from Will Bryan, but it's going to work because they've got a ball up deep inside the forward 50. Irish Warriors in attack. Just the 1 goal for them as we tick through 8 minutes past this half, and the Knights have got on the board. So they've improved. They've improved quarter by quarter, the Knights.
Okay, really interesting here. There's only 1 player for Croatia outside the 50.
And again, the tactic, it's just not going to, it has not worked. They go forward, and it's just a nest of Warriors.
Satu, Dua, Tiga. You've got 6 players for the Irish outside the 50, 1 Croatian. So they've really locked this down. I can only see one way this ball's going to go. Holding Iron. That'll be a shot on goal. Unlucky for some, but for Donald Cleary, this is his luck. Number 13 plays on.
Centers it straight away, but that's not quite the kick. And if they can move it quickly, they'd be out.
This is the man who's just gone to resurrection.
They had someone up there.
He resurrected after his bad ankle.
Your man here, that ankle looks good. He is as sure-footed as a mountain goat on that ankle.
Well, you need it on this ground.
Handball, handball, handball.
Bang!
Straight into the turf. He's eaten plenty of that Croatian Knight. That's what happens when you go to that black hole pocket on the far side of the ground here at the ZFG.
Yeah, I hope he's a vegan because there's plenty of cabbage on that ground he would have eaten.
Jamie Broadbent pays the free kick and they switch it. Dangerous kick, but it's going to work
for
the Knights.
Give the handball and run. No, missed that.
Josip wants it. He's presenting, and it's heading in that direction. Great set of hands. Josip is he's a great marker.
Oh, look, we've got another shoulder injury here. Get some water out to him.
Jamie lets it play.
Holding off the ball here. Missed. That'll allow the Croatian mark.
They're moving it down the ground here with purpose.
I'll keep it a bit of a look on the player. Danger behind the ball.
Warriors force the turnover at half back, though, and they're going to switch. They go right back here.
It's number 2, Nilo Dowd, I can confirm. Bit of a shoulder injury with that hard ground. Just fell on that. I know he's got a leg. He's hobbling. This looks like...
Oh, Nilo Dowd, he's not moving well.
Hands on his head. He's not happy. He knows this is really, really bad. This could be disastrous.
You hate to see this. Poor Nile. This will take some fixing.
This looks like a 12-month injury. Get some water on it.
Yeah, you hate to see that. He cannot put any weight on that
Nothing.
left
He's been
foot.
actually fully carried off the ground. Eyes are shut. Teeth have been grinded.
Something's wrong with that left foot. Not sure if it's a knee or an ankle, but he's heading straight to the medical tent. And you hate to see it. You do wish him well.
Yeah, that's a bit more than sunburn for the Irishman.
No, Nilo Dowd, it looks like there might be a fair bit of work for the medics on that one. You do hope the best. In the meantime...
Shane Warne's having a shot on goal.
It's in the hands
that's
of
not Shane Warne.
Kyle Devine.
Sorry.
The big 2-3. MJ, he's going to have a shot at goal for his second of the morning. 45-degree angle, 35 metres out.
Yeah, should be going straight through.
No, he's just missed that to the near side. did better with the snap across the body. Maybe that favours the Gaelic style kick a little bit better. We're not sure, but no wind about, no excuses. And the Knights head straight for that black hole pocket. And I tell you, bad things happen when you head that way, and that's gone straight out on the full.
No.
And
Robin Hood's had to get the ball back out from that kick in.
Carmen O'Donnell with
Look
a
at the
chance.
grass. It's up to his knees trying to kick this goal. Surely he cannot possibly slot it from here.
He's in the rough fighting through forestry there.
I hear this man's great through adversity, though. Gets into the short
He
cut stuff,
plays on.
runs
around the man on the mark.
and goes,
and that's a sausage roll.
Goal, 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 goal.
O'Donnell there with his first of the morning.
The way he changed direction out of the rough out there was fantastic. Something to behold. It was a US Open sort of style rough there at Shinnecock Hills. That was the length of it.
Tough to do. That's a 9th goal for the Warriors, extending their margin out to a 62-point lead as we cross over halfway through the third term here. You have to think there's no way back for the Knights, but they continue to fight on valiantly. But the Warriors, they will be excited to be able to put their feet up this afternoon, knowing they've booked a ticket into tomorrow afternoon's grand final.
Well, this sun is getting warm. Josip's head there. I hope he's got some sunscreen on, but this is the first time the Croatian team have played a full-length game on a full-size field, and I'm just starting to see the arm wrestle be won. The Irish team have played a handful of games, full length. The Croatian team starting to look a bit tired here as this game breaks midway through the third quarter. Still got a while to go. Josip's in the middle of the ground. And the Irish run away with the ball here. Handball game, downfield free kick for a height. The Croatians need to get back here.
A little bit of confusion.
They
Darren
need to get back and flood. He hasn't had the leg. It's going to be a pass.
Darren O'Dwyer, the rare complaining
that's
about
why
a
you got to
free
get
kick.
back.
The rare complaining about a free kick he's got.
Out the full.
You don't see that often. Knights bringing it out of defence here. Deep inside the defensive 50. Grandstand side pocket. Have struggled to work it up the ground all day, largely because the entirety of their side are in the front half of the ground.
That's the way, 2-1 to the captain.
But it is Josip. He's got a great set of hands, and he usually emerges with the ball, as he does on this occasion. Quick hands to Dinko. But again, it breaks down across half back.
Josip.
Oh, not if Josip has anything to say about it.
That's their three best players. Now they've got no one to kick it to. Handball out wide, need to just go out of bounds. If
It's
they
in
can
the
get
Dinko
it out of
direction.
bounds. That's a great win for
That's
Croatia.
a result. So Croatia, better link-up play there. Good use of the hands.
Josip's got to get the big juke into this one.
Walter's got a ball up here on the near side wing. The Knights will continue to foray forward, courtesy of Josip's fist.
The man with the bad back lays the tackle.
Can they get it on the boot? Ooh, gets the handball away. And they held on. Can't do that.
Run
Free
forward,
kick to the
Croatia.
Knights.
Look at the net streaming forward. It's got to play on quick. They got men free.
Move it, move
got
it,
the
move it,
outnumber.
move it.
And that was the opposite of urgency, if I've ever
Likes
seen
an
it.
option.
And
Oh, puts it on his teammate's head. Did him no favours,
he's got the free
but
kick.
Walter's pinged him.
And 50.
And 50.
Give us 50, Walter. All the way to the goal line. We're going to get the double pistol coming up here for sure.
Croatian Knights, their best opportunity of the game. They've worked really, really hard, and here they go with a chance to put through their first of the morning.
And I really think this is reward for hard work. That was the man with the bad ankle, number 21, Tony Luciff. He got the water on that ankle. He fought through adversity, goes back out there and kicks a sausage roll.
And that you can hear behind us on the broadcast. That is the hometown crowd, the Croatian fans, well and truly behind their side, appreciating the hard work that went into that goal. 9 goals, 9, 63. Leads 1 goal, 1, 7 for the Croatian Knights, trailing the Irish Warriors. But that was reward for effort there. You're exactly right, John. Let's see if they can't get a bit of momentum from that and continue on forward.
Ireland win the clearance handball game here. This has got goal written all over it.
Back with O'Dwyer. They're in
everywhere.
acres of space now.
Running forward, couple of steps. Pops
Connor
a drop
Dunn
one over.
on the boot. Not quite enough to put it through for a major. A minor's all he can manage. But the Knights are back in their defensive 50 as they've been for much of the day.
That was a bit like missing a tap in there. Tap in for par. They walk away with bogey, but
Connor Dunn's back for another chance, and immediately he points to the goals.
He's confident.
He is confident. It's
Look
the
at the
same
big man
spot
in front
he
of him
just
on the
missed
mark.
from.
You can't get too close here to Yeltsin on the mark. He's a big man. He's going to have to kick it from outside 50. He's going to need to kick his 55 to clear the line.
Connor Dunn, South Dublin Swan. He's a good boot, and he
No,
opts
he had to pass
instead to go the short option. And why wouldn't
Number
you?
95. He's got to kick this probably from the 50.
Carmen O'Donnell, a chance to kick his second of the afternoon.
I reckon if he can miss those massive goalpost pads down there and put it through the two big ones, we could be seeing 6 points added to the island score. Taking his time, summing it up. Starts his approach now.
Under 5 minutes to go here.
Starts
in
his
the third.
approach with a backwards step. Got to go forwards in order for that scoreboard to move and for that ball to go forward. Kicks it well. That is a Golski.
I think you got to go to Specsavers there, mate. That has gone through the near side post.
How well am I seeing him?
And that's yet another behind for the Banshees and the Knights. Let's see if they can't string together a bit of play. No, they've gone straight back down. And it's 50 metres. Jamie Broadbent straight back down O'Donnell's throat. He wore a big late hit as well on that mark, and he won't miss this one, I think. John, I think you're safe to say this one's going through the big sticks for that major he was after, because Jamie Broadbent said none of that. Big hits are fine, late hits are not. Smacks it through for a goal. That's the 10th of the afternoon for the Warriors. Just under 4 minutes left in this third term, the premiership quarter they call it. But this game is all but over at this stage.
Josip's in the middle. Can Croatia salvage anything from this game? I think the fact they've kicked 1 goal one's a great effort by them.
And you do have to remember they will have a game tomorrow in a third place playoff against the loser of the French Cocks against the GB Bulldogs tomorrow. Two teams the Croatians competed far better with yesterday. So they won't be too down on themselves. They've got on the board here, and that's something to be proud of as Josip sends it inside forward 50. Numbers with the Warriors as it has been all day. And again, they bring it straight out of defence, but it's back in the hands of Josip, and he takes on Donald Purvis, the big man. Couple of hands here. Can they get it on the boot, the Knights? They're inside 50. Josip on all fours, hands and knees. He's doing everything he can. Looks like we're going to have a ball up here. We do. Walter says, I'll have it. Far side of the ground, forward pocket for the Croatian Knights, foraying into the forward half for the first time in a long time.
Josip standing there ready for the ruck contest. Used to be a necessity for him. Just goes bang, wins the hit out, as he always does. And follows up his own work. Gets the left boot on it.
Don't tell me no. Got good goalkeeping from the Warriors.
Smother.
But even better 1%ers from the Knights. They're battling hard here to get a second goal. In the forward pocket. Walter with the ball up. Nothing more than ball up, ball up, ball up at the moment. Still in the Knights forward line. And the Warriors managed to work it out of defence. A big one-on-one there, and Purvis has given away a free kick he's not happy about. I think he was holding on, and Walters said none of that. So the Knights with another opportunity. Can they find a target here, though? They've been working really, really hard, and they would love a second goal if they can find a target. Josip demanding the footy. They head in that direction. He's underneath it. Couldn't bring it down, though, and everyone's on their hands and knees. Down there, scrounging around. Looks like we're going to have another ball up. Indeed we are. They're battling hard here, the Knights. This is much better from them, John.
Looking for Josip in the ruck here. Take it out. Put it on the right boot. And slot her through. That's his way to go here, not tap it, but he goes, tapping's easy for me, so I'll do that. Croatia win the hit out. Got the ball in the guts here. Tackling pressure's there, but the Irish now have got a bit of space. Can't pick the ball up.
Connor Dunn ducking and weaving. Gets his handball away. But the Knights, they force a turnover, and Josip sends it inside 50. It's a big booming kick.
Could not miss that goalpost pad, though. Thudded into that. We'll have a ball up, 15 out in front of the goal for the Croatians. That padding certainly is thuck And that is three-quarter time.
Unfortunate for the Croatians there. The last 5 minutes, they really fought hard for a second major, spending a lot of time in their forward 50, but they're beaten by the clock here. Three-quarter time, we've got 10-11-71 for the Warriors, leading Croatian Knights 1-1-7. We've got a 64-point margin. Not sure we're going to see that cut into very much in the fourth and final quarter, but we'll leave you for a couple of moments now, and we'll join you after a short break.
Boys, one quick one, right? What are you smart? If you're standing 70 meters away from a kick when we're defending, don't tell me to fucking relax. Get up the fucking ground, right? That's fucking smooth, my son. We fucking suck, man. We can't kick it outside. Hey, Joseph! Come on to fuck. This game is over, but we're practicing for fucking tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna get mine. Boys, get in your fucking mark, yeah. Bars over here. Yeah, mids on me.
Get your breath first. We need to be careful. See, there's a load of boys talking.
You said the 6 up. The spread is fucking brilliant. Run off the shoulder. Fucking exercise. Keep it fucking going. Keep it going. This is where you're fucking practicing at the mark. Keep fucking that smart. This is where we need that run. This is what they're looking at. This is where we make mistakes. Take fucking risks if you want. No one's going to say the fucking word. Be confident. Even if it's
Ovo tu. Ovo. Linko, ono tamo.
Can I try it further? Alright, do this quarter. You can get some food. Yeah.
When they're done, so
Yeah.
okay, I'll get food.
I'll add this to my resume. Huh? Okay, oh no, that's alright.
Mata, reci Toniju da priđe.
Toni, bliže! Bliže centru!
Walter, our umpire from Germany, formerly Italy, gets us underway. Great tackle and pressure early. We have a ball up here. Secondary stoppage, favouring the Croatian side. Walter, you got to take the ball to the Croatian side, mate. He's throwing that up 10 metres in the favour of the Irish. Bangs, thrown into the ground from Joseph.
Here we go. We're heading forward for the Knights. Back inside forward 50.
They're running onto it. The charging number 5.
They're quick.
But the Irish
quick.
drill it out our far side.
That is Sean Lynch there. Lightning speed. They bring it out the far side. The Irish. Chance to build from half back.
No speed on this ball. In fact, the opposite. Good drop punt down the far wing, though. 2-on-1 for the Croatians. They want to keep this ball in. Josip's down there, laying his big body. The Josip combined. Effective handball. Short. Oh, fantastic play there. That was fantastic.
Just a moan of pleasure there from you, John, at the standard of football there. Don't we love to see it?
They've got a contest here. This ball's been lodged in their half.
It's much better here from the Knights. Yeah,
there's no one forward of the ball.
Oh, but again,
that's why they're
a 4-on-1.
Number 17, Daniel Santini, was all by himself. Now the Irish take it down the far wing, and they are.
Paul Murphy is away here. He takes one bounce. Opts to go down the guts.
Jeez.
I don't know if that was the kick, to be honest. He had 2 or 3, and they've got their hands in the air. Tried to take on a little bit too much, and it's an intercept mark by the Knights.
Marco. He's going to switch it.
Good little kick to Josip, the skipper. Tries to build from half back here. He's a booming kick. Takes a little bit off it, and it's a lovely kick straight down his man's throat there. You can't drop those.
The Croatian support
back to Josip here.
The crowd behind us are going crazy. They love that.
Sends it long. There's a few numbers here for the Knights for once here in the forward line. Straight onto it. Gets a handball. But again, the Warriors, that quarterback handball out the back, that's been their calling card all tournament. And then switching it straight away, you've got to give them credit for that. They've been terrific defensively.
They've lodged him into a little black hole over here in the black pocket.
The black hole pocket. Nothing good
Irish
happens over
have
there.
to switch this year. They see the opportunity on the far wing. Oh my God. There is everyone in their dog lining up.
Got to get
going
going here, Murphy. Yeah, you got plenty of time and space.
This has got 6 points written all over it.
Yeah,
they're going
1 bounce, 2 bounces. A meaningful entry. Lovely kick, and you're exactly right, John. Too much space, too much time. And Kian Omani has it in his hands with a big chance to kick the Warriors' 11th of the afternoon as we tick past midday here in Zagreb, Croatia.
It's not going to make the distance. They mark on the line.
Oh, terrific. Can't let that happen.
And turns around and Golski. Go.
Extends the margin. Out past 70 points now for the Warriors. They're going to just about wrap themselves up in cotton wool here. I think they've got bigger things to worry about now.
I think the biggest thing they've got to worry about is Josip in the middle. He's going in there again.
The 2 Josips, Josip Kravar, the skipper on half back, and Josip the ruckman are doing plenty of good work for the Knights.
Josip Karadza in the middle.
Just not quite.
He's put a bit of lubrication on the hands, rubs them together and goes, that equals grip.
They just lack a little bit of potency in the forward line at the moment. And
Jamie Broadbent goes pop.
It's been their
and Josip goes slap. What a tap out running forward. Kicks inside 50.
And again intercepted. I was about to say, where's the tall timber in the forward line for Croatia?
Well,
where's Big Igor?
I don't know how in 10 seconds of play there can be so much space, given they all started shoulder by shoulder, but they're going to go through the middle here. They're lining up again.
I've just seen Croatian forward, Big Igor, walking past us, icing an elbow.
There's a handball over the top here for Ingevet.
So he's off the ground and he looks injured and not coming back on.
Kick
so
leads on. The man with the bad back.
No wonder the Warriors have found so much time and space to get forward of the ball as they've done so now.
Forces the turnover there, Fran Tonkovic.
But the Warriors are back on the footy. Not the greatest kick though. And the Knights can steady a little bit here.
We've got 3 players leading into the corridor. Don't want that. Go out wide to the big man. That's him. chop the arms, would have thought, yes. Good decision by Walter, our umpire from Germany. Formerly Italy. And now the Irish come back through the guts. This is the way the Croatians are flooded back. It's going to be hard to find someone free, so they're going to have to work their way and have a shot from 40 out.
Lovely hands. 1-2, 1-2,
Yep.
1-2. Can someone get a shot on goal? Not quite.
Slammed his head in the ground.
Great pressure from the Croatians. They may be down, but they're certainly not out. They continue to fight on here valiantly.
Josip again goes slap. Every single time. Getting good yardage there on those. Forces the Irish outside 50.
Connor Hughes to Connor Dunn through the hands of Purvis. He spilt that one.
The back, I reckon, to blame there. Get some water.
Tried to mop it up, but he's managed to earn himself a free kick here against the Knights. Jamie Broadbent's seen something off the ball that he didn't like. And I believe we're a little obstructed viewing-wise. It's in the hands of Donald Purvis.
Man with the bad back.
Deep in the forward flank.
Can confirm in the second quarter. He was off, he was in trouble, he was down. A little bit of H2O applied, and he's been one of their best players today.
He's been terrific, Donald. He's had a really good game. He's been right as rain after that little bit of an injury cloud at half-time.
He's
Bounced
hungry
right
for
back.
that fourth flag this year after all those other European championships. I've heard he's quite a courageous man. He even took on Josip before. Apparently he's given a bit of lip.
Braver man than I wouldn't be going near Josip.
Yeah, so not only has he got the confident hairdo, the great skin, the great skills, all those flags, he's also got a bit of lip in him. Loves a bit of a chirp, so he's backing it up as well as we see the Ireland team now have another shot to extend their lead.
I believe this is Darren O'Dwyer attempting a third goal, which he hasn't quite been able to find today, and that one again is missed. So another
The
kick
Croatian
in for the
team
Knights.
cannot come out the broadcast side here. We've got Donald waiting out here again. They've got to go at the far wing. No, they're going to go straight to the man that we're talking about here as he mans the mark.
Short and wide over the head of Perv.
Slightly centering ball. Good
Lovely mark.
Need
Great-
running pass,
great
get the
grab.
handball.
And he's found someone on the far wing that he likes. Grandstand side here. A little bit of handball, just the play broke down. A little bit sloppy from the Knights there. And grandstand side, just forward of centre. We've got a ball up.
Josip goes year beauty. Watch him slap this one forward.
Dream team points. I hope everyone had the C on Josip.
Look at him. And he gets up there, taps it, brings it to ground, in fact. Didn't get quite a clean hand on it, but...
Oh, he's just
runs
missed his
under the
man
flight.
there.
Number
And the Warriors
23.
come back, but it's in the hands of Dinko. Lovely set of hands.
I
The
think
Queen's coach
the Croatian...
and a leader of the Knights, and he switches it to the skipper, Josip. So it's a better looking switch here, but cut off by Will Bryan. Read that really well. And a lovely mark from McMahon. James McMahon, opportunity to kick his third goal of the afternoon. He's been dangerous, not only all day, but all tournament.
Definitely think three best players today for Croatia, without a doubt. My odd man in the ruck, even though he sat out for 20 minutes. Josip Karadza, our second best player so far. Get this, number 13, Josip Karad, the captain. And I definitely think the third best player on the ground so far, the man with the afro, number 23. That's not Shane Warne, Michael Jordan for the Croatian team. Get this, Josip Motic. We got the three Josips.
The three Josips.
So a bit of variety for you there at home. I'm going to be following those three hard. We have Joe on the Irish team. I'm going to be on the Croatians.
Doing plenty. The three Josips, the little trio, they've played really well, fought valiantly. Just needed a bit
There's
of help.
Josip on the mark.
As this one's centred, it's in the hands of Paul Murphy, who's found nothing but space off half-back all day, and he heads in the Connor Dunn direction. That's not going to work.
There he is again, my man Josip, through the middle. Great handball.
One more to Dinko.
Oh, Dinko!
Dinko's hot, though.
Oh, the man with the bad ankle had some H2O applied.
Dinko goes back after it. It's a lovely
Tony
tackle. He's got it a little bit high. Unlucky
Dinko.
there, the Knights. They were flooding
Josip's in. Look at this. Josip off the ball. He's into the half-back for the Irish.
We also have a player down in the middle of the ground.
Hope that's not Josip. It is Josip. Hopefully he can get up.
That's the Michael Jordan.
That's Josip Motic. He's
Michael
down in the
Jordan,
middle.
Shane
Man
Warne,
with the blue
Josip,
boots.
number 23.
He's going to come to the bench by the looks of it.
Yeah,
Nah.
he looks sore.
He's puffing.
Didn't catch what happened there. Maybe he picked it up on the broadcast, but he's got back up and he's walking off the ground on his
Coming
own
to the bench.
steam.
Getting some H2O, I reckon. Get him some water.
Murphy again with the ball off half back. That man's found plenty of space all day long. And they come out the outer side. The Warriors, he runs his full measure.
Oh, Josep's into him.
Handballs it to Connor Hughes. Well done. And this is Paul Allen. Good to see that shoulder's fit and firing.
My word, it is.
Back here, lovely set of hands. Big fly from the Knights.
Number 12, Matik Zagala.
Head in the direction of Dinko. Can't get onto it though. And again, Murphy mopping up for the Warriors.
Here he is again.
Couldn't find the kick.
Ali with the intercept marking. The man with the bad ankle. Nice drop punt. All juggles it. Thought it was relative irregulation. They play on. They're going to go subs.
He's gone sideways with the switch, and I
there
just
are
think
four.
you've got to go.
He's got to mark this.
Oh, it's worked. I was
get
about
it in.
to say you
Turn
just
and
got to
go.
go inside 50, but this is going to work a
Josip,
treat.
the captain.
He's
Josip
backing himself,
Kravar.
Josip.
He has got one of the biggest legs here at the European Championships.
If anyone can kick this, it is Josip Kravar,
He's
the
got to
Croatian
kick this
skipper.
probably 55 and carry the line, and the goalpost pads might have had it. This will be a hell of a kick.
Stranger things have happened here.
Back him in. It's going to drop on the goal line.
Gets onto it, falling a little bit short, but there's plenty of Knights there at the ball of the ball.
They dived on it here. Gee, they're going in hard.
The footy spills
Some
out.
sore
The
bodies.
Warriors get boot to ball. It's heading back
Well
in the
said,
Josip
Kavar.
direction. Spills to ground. Oh, and the Warriors are out here.
Nah, the Irish have got the Croatians got a spare back here. They've got an outnumber. They should be able to get this back.
Andrew O'Neill running in, and somehow the Warriors have found numbers. It's in the hands
Goal
of
square's
McMahon
open.
here.
Go for goal, son. You got this.
Lovely looking kick. Just across the face.
Somehow missed those goalpost pads. Through for a point. The Croatians, they haven't flooded back. They've still got 5 players inside 50 in their attacking end. But they've done well to get to Dinko. Great man.
Far
Looking
side
forward. Give it to
Forestry.
Josip.
Brings
Overhead
it
mark.
inboard. Josip doesn't
He's
drop those.
always just put it on his head. 2 of the shortest men on the ground, number 13, number 9 for Ireland. Josip doesn't know what he's sort of lost his marbles here. He's gone to...
Yeah, no, down the throat of a Warrior. That wasn't the manoeuvre from Josip, but you get that much of the ball, you're going to make some mistakes. Gene Casey with the intercept mark and centering ball.
Your live stream here, live and free. European Championships, hard yakka stats. Josip running hot. He's up to 92 Dream Team points.
It's Connor Dunn with a lovely weighted ball. Oh, and that is the opposite of a lovely weighted ball. That was Carmen O'Donnell. He's had a decent day. He kicked a couple of snags, but that was not his finest moment there.
As we say that, our man, number 15's come to the bench. The man with the greatest
Purvis
skin.
putting the big man in cotton wool. He's had a big day. Very good game here.
He's going to lay... He wouldn't lay down in the shade, I don't reckon. I reckon he's going to want a bit more sun on that skin. No doubt. Yes, he's standing out in front of the tent. They're giving him high fives and hugs. They're through to the grand final. They're happy as they offer him some H2O.
Play continues, however, and the Warriors, they may have booked their ticket to the granny, but they're relentless and they want more.
Joey, just a bit of a question for you here, pop trivia. You come off the ground, it's a hot day, it's 23 degrees here at the ZFG. Someone gives you water, what do you do with it?
You just whack it on the top of the dome, do you? Put it all over.
Put it down your back, and that's exactly what he did. He put it down his back. I don't think he even consumed any of it. Straight down the back, and now he's wringing his jumper out thinking, look how sweaty I am, but we know that's water. As the Irish team have got the ball in the middle of the ground, the Croatians are forcing them back. Dinko's there
Under
looming.
pressure here, but
They're
they
back
go
really
all the way
inside
back into
50
a
for the
one-on-one.
Croatians.
I don't know if this is going to work. It's hit the deck. It's a turnover, and it's mopped up by
he's
the
gone now.
Knights.
Yep.
He's gone the fend off and gotten rid of it with a handball. But again, those Warriors, they are quick, and they were onto that straight away. And it's out of bounds on the far side wing, and an opportunity for someone to win the ball from a ball up.
Down here in front of us, you have a few of the Irish girls who won 300-0 earlier. I do encourage them to put a hat on. It is quite hot out here.
Don't see W's like that
as
every
we
day.
see our man DeVale put more water down his back. And the Irish team go far down the outer wing. Inside 50 ground ball, not the greatest inside 50 entry. And as such, the Croatian team go, thank you very much. And there's a rebuttal down the far wing.
Croatians, they continue to work it down the far side wing. They're going backwards though, and they're going to have to go forward at some point here. They go all the way back and go try switch it inside 50, and that's not going to work at all. The Warriors have brought it to ground.
That player was wearing a Croatian jumper.
No, he's missed him there. And McMahon's onto this in the forward pocket. Let's see what he can do. He's really crafty, and he handballs it inboard. Across the face with the shot. But it's still alive.
High tackle.
And Walter's seen a high tackle. Gets himself a disposal while he's at it.
And I've seen Keane here on the boundary line, number 9. He comes off the ground. They offer him water. What does he do?
Down the back.
Down the back as well. The Irish team struggling with the heat. He's now got the wet towel in his hand.
It is hot down here. They're not the only ones struggling. Us here in the commentary stand
And he's ringing out his
could
jumper.
use a little bit of shade, I tell you what.
Yeah, look how sweaty I am, he says. Well, you know, that's not sweat, that is water.
That is a lovely finish.
Go, 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 go!
That is a terrific finish there from the Warriors, and they'll be wrapped with that. Getting a good bit of momentum as they head into tomorrow with their tails up for the grand final. They are the team to beat, only undefeated side. Still in it at the tournament on the men's side of things, of course. The worst they've had is a draw with the GB Bulldogs, but since then they've been imperious, and that was a lovely goal.
Please use smaller words for John Howarth.
The cherry on top on this Irish cake has been all Irish all morning, both games. And this one here, 12-14, 86, leading the Croatians 1-7.
That means the men's and women's side have both played each other, and we have the Irish team 386 to Croatia.
To 7 combined. So it's been a good day for the Irish so far as we tick just under 4 minutes to go here in this matchup. Coming up next for you, we've got the German Eagles against the Great British Swans to book a ticket to see who's going to face the Banshees in tomorrow's grand final.
Oh, the Swans by day and by night.
Not one you'd want to miss. Stay with us. And then, of course, we've got what some people are touting as the main event. It's certainly the hardest matchup to pick coming up later this afternoon. The French Cocks against the Great British Bulldogs to see who's going to try and match it with the Banshees. As we head down to Josip. He's in that black hole pocket on the far side of the ground. Hand up in the air straight away. I'm having a shot. I want a sausage roll.
My word, Robin Hood's leaning out of the tree down there, giving him some words of advice.
Great to see the Croatian fan base here, the hometown fans.
This will bring the
still
house down.
in full voice. This would get them up and about.
Just a nice drop punt here through the big sticks. Avoid the goalpost padding. And that is straight through. Golski!
Loved it off the boot. The fans are on their feet here. They love that one. Josip Kravar, lovely goal, well deserved, and that's a second one for the Knights.
Definitely think he might
brings
be
the margin back under 80 points. Back underneath 80 points.
He's putting his hand up for best on ground for the Croatian team.
Yeah, he's been great, the skipper. He's led from the front
Josip
all
Kravar.
day, as he has done all tournament.
Josip Karadze's shortly behind him, and then, without a doubt, got to be my man, Josip Motic. 1 vote.
No, there's an abundance of Josips.
There we are, brought there live and free with the hard yakka votes here, post-game. We'll keep you updated with those.
Walter brings it into the middle of the ground.
The Germans are over there to our left, banging their steins together.
They are
ready for the German girls to come on next.
Support those German Eagles. They are. It's.
Oh, Josip Matik gives him the fend off, the kick. Ooh.
Knights, can they get consecutive goals here?
Inside 50.
They're back inside 50.
The Irish are desperate.
Just at the top, and the Irish clamber it out again. And credit's got to go to Donald Quealy, number 13 for the Irish, because he's been really good off half back today. But they're not out of the woods yet. Under the pump, they're continuing to work. Oh, but they've found our man, Paul Allen, out wide, and he sends it inside 50.
I think his collarbone's feeling much better after the water, that's for sure. The Irish go, I want the goal.
Oh, and
Matthew
goodness,
Richardson.
Darren O'Dwyer, he's been looking for that fourth all afternoon, and he just hasn't been able to find it. He won't be too disappointed, though, because this has been a big, big win for the Warriors. They'll be wrapped.
We've got a minute to go here. Semi-final
That's gone
clash.
Straight back down Darren O'Dwyer's throat. So he's got a really good opportunity here to finish on a high and get rid of the moz that's been on his back for a little bit here. He's been struggling for a little while.
Are you talking about the number 12? Matthew Richardson kicked a lot of goals in the AFL.
Richardson, Darren O'Dwyer.
Set shots,
he
struggled with a little bit with accuracy.
And again, he's kicked that one across the face, so he'll be filthy with that. And those nerves will play into the grand final there. He's going to be hanging around after the games, I think, just doing some set shot practice, because can't afford to be missing those ones against the Bulldogs or the Cocks in a granny. Comes back out to Shane Warne, Michael Jordan, Josip over here. had a really, really good day, and he heads straight down the guts. Aggressive kick, but it's spilling out to Connor
Robert
Hughes.
Harvey, number 35 in the middle.
Boomer, and he finds Murphy, who finds Devine.
I believe that might be Brent Harvey. We're talking about the great St Kilda legend.
Devine moves it quickly, and this is Donald Quealy down here.
Hear the Irish there singing, cheering. They're happy. Cartwheels.
Donald's going to go back and have a shot here. This is Donald Quealy, number 13. Been on half-back most of the day, but he's been thrown forward. Let's see if he can't convert this set shot here after the siren.
Here we go. European Championships. Bets. $1.03 on this one. He goes 1-2.
Cross the face. That's not going to register a score. They won't worry about that. This one finishes 12 goals, 16, 88 for the Warriors, defeating the hometown Croatian Knights. 2 goals, 1, 13. And it was, it's been some morning and early afternoon for the Irish between the Warriors and the Banshees.
And while we're here, let's take a moment. The German team's getting ready for the next game. You can probably hear them in the background.
Wouldn't mind getting the broadcast cameras on this because it's something to behold. But the German Eagles, the men's team may have been knocked out, but the women's team finished third and have got a match up today. And they are getting rowdy. It is very much one country, two teams, but they are a united front, the Germans, and that's spine-tingling stuff ahead of the game. We're going to take a brief break from the broadcast. Thanks very much for joining us. Next up, GB Swans versus the German Eagles for a chance to take on the Banshees in tomorrow's grand final. John, always a pleasure. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Ciao.
Hello and welcome back to the AFL Europe live stream of the 2022 European Championships. We're here for the matchup between the GB Swans and the German Eagles to decide who is going to play the Irish Banshees in the grand final tomorrow. I'm joined here by member of the German Eagles men's team, Moritz. Moritz, thanks for joining me.
Great to be here. Great to have some really good football. On a very nice day, beautiful day.
I imagine you'll be quite actively rooting for the Eagles. But I think that'll go okay because you listeners may know I've got a little bit of a soft spot for GB because I've got a couple of my players from the South East London Giants who I coached back in London as members of that squad. So maybe we can negate the bias between the two of us. It's certainly going to be a good contest, this one. And it's the Eagles with first clear possession coming out of the centre of the ground.
It's Elise with a good kick down the wing and a good contest. And I think that bounces just out of bounds. No, it's still going down the wing. And I think now it's out of bounds. It's going to be a ball up.
I believe John O'Carter, friend of the commentary team, may have found a free kick here. He has indeed for the GB Swans.
What was that for? Didn't see anything.
And we're already questioning calls here. Jono certainly doesn't hold an affinity for either team.
Yeah, definitely not. If there was something, I just didn't see what he was signalling.
With that said, the contest continues. Neither side can quite gain a foothold here early in the day. But we're only a couple minutes gone. And a reminder for everyone watching, the first couple of days here have been 20-minute halves, but this is full-on footy, and it is 20-minute quarters, all finals long. So the first term here, there's plenty of footy to go, and we're excited to see it all unfold. It's the Eagles again coming forward to the ball.
It's a hot day. It's a hot footy, as we see early. Really tough contest.
Intercept mark taken by Clara here.
And I
had the pleasure of coaching her at the Gallia Cup in Paris. Heck of a player, isn't she, Maurice?
Oh, definitely, definitely. Absolute gun as it comes down again.
GB Swans managed to get this. It's just kick to kick at the moment.
Yeah, and that's going to be intercepted as well.
That's going to come right back. It is a boomerang of a footy there. Neither side. Maybe they're a little bit nervous. Do you think there's some nerves? How are the German girls ahead of the game? I know you're all together.
They're really pumped. They're pumped. They have a lot of anger. They have a lot of eagerness to get something out of this tournament. They said before, medal should be on the cards. They want that medal, and they have to win this game to get it.
You can tell there's a bit of fire in that team because Jane Leslie Meadows put a few past the Eagles in their matchup yesterday at the end of the pool rounds, but she's tried taking them on, and she's been wrapped up and penalised for her trouble. So the Eagles, again, they've had a much better start today. Are they at all intimidated after the result yesterday not going their way?
Not at all, not at all.
We should say that these sides matched up at the end of the pool games, and I think it was 4-1, so they're confident that they can find 3 goals and make it a tighter contest.
I think it's just a completely different game, you know. The full game, full 80 minutes of football, it's gonna be a different game today, and as I said, there's anger in this team. They want to win this. They want to win every contest, every grand ball, and I think they're showing it at the moment.
I'd say no one's quite drawn first blood yet on the scoreboard, but the Eagles have certainly had more meaningful possession.
Yes,
and
as
again,
they move it down.
They're going to go inside 50 here, but that's a great mark. Lovely set of hands. That's Charlotte Allen Victoria Eels with a great set of hands there, and she goes down the line towards the boundary here on the far side wing.
I got to say, both teams should start using the other side of the ground more.
I know.
Their
I think
ball has not been down our end of the ground.
We've had a fair bit of play on the far side wing there, and it can get trapped a little bit. There's no dead pockets, though. There's not a breath of wind here. It's 23 degrees.
A beautiful day, you've got to say.
Absolutely lovely here in the Croatian capital, Zagreb. But I think you're right, Moritz. They could do well to use a bit more width here and look to switch. Look to switch it up. It's a big ground. Let's use it.
It's been up and down on the wing, and I think at the moment that's the key to unlock the game here. Get a bit of run going as well. Get it out of the contest.
Bulldogs foray forward. For one of the first times. Here they go. They've got a good opportunity for a meaningful entry. She's gone herself and had a shot across the face.
Out of bounds. Will be a ball up.
It was Ali Geddes on deck there. Couldn't quite get there. Beaten by the boundary, but we'll have a ball up deep in the forward pocket of the Great British Bulldogs. What can they make of this opportunity?
It's going to be interesting. Ball up now. Need a good tap here. They've got it, the Eagles. Oh, good tackle, though. It's a hot footy. Look at that. Jesus Christ. They're on the ground, pile up, and it's going to be a ball up again. A lot of tackling pressure here. No easy possessions early. And the ball goes up. Britain win the tap. Here she is.
Straight on the
54.
boot, across the face of goal.
Oh, and it is, again, wrapped up in the tackle.
It's a hard one to read, isn't it, Maurice?
Yeah.
You're now discovering the commentary position here. You've got to really strain your neck to see the right of the screen. And when it's high intensity, high pressure as this game is, it's pretty hard to make out what's unfolding.
Great tap.
Oh, she's taken them on, and don't argue as well from the Eagle there.
The kick
just comes unstuck, and that is Lucy Massey with an intercept possession. She was onto that really quickly.
But she's worked back
Unfortunately,
here.
she's given it right back. It's boomerang footy early, Moritz. I love it.
It's a good game. It's a good game.
Yeah, after the morning, it was.
Oh, great kick down the wing. Good contest, though. Almost got in the way of her own player there, the GB Swan. Bulldogs.
Swans
is your team.
No, the GB Swans are this one here. You're all over it,
the
Moritz.
Bulldogs is the
Bulldogs
other team,
are the
right,
lads.
yeah.
They're coming up later against the French Cocks. Huge game, that one as well.
Yeah. Especially because the Bulldogs lost the matchup in the group stages.
They did indeed.
In
A lot
big upset.
of people have been talking about it, but we've got all eyes on this matchup here, and it is the GB Swans drawing first blood with a behind only, though. So only a minor score, but they're on the board and lead the German Eagles by a solitary point.
Really important for the Eagles to get this ball clear now. Don't have it locked in by the Swans. And that's a good kick. Almost took the mark, and
One
he's
on the head
back
there.
in.
John O'Carter's let it go, though. They're letting him play, and it is rough. And that's
definitely.
an across
That
the
is
body snap. Hasn't quite carried at all. So the Eagles' defence, that was something that was awfully stoic all day yesterday. They're real stalwarts down there. They conceded a couple early against the Swans, but really shut it down throughout the second half. So are they confident, Moritz, that they can repeat forward 50 entries?
I think they weren't too unhappy with what they did yesterday. I think, as you said, the stalwarts down back, they have worked hard. It's more of a thing in the middle that they can move it.
Got to generate a bit more offense, don't they?
Exactly. If it comes in all day, you're going to be beaten a few times. If they can get more midfield domination, I think the defence will not have any problems. But that is really the tough ask, to beat a good Swans midfield.
And it's again the Eagles with possession here. Grandstand side in the forestry over there on the forward flank of the Swans, and that's not the finest kick out of defence there. Is it going to result in a turnover? It is a hot footy over there. Bit of a scrap. The pitch was a bit dewy and wet this morning, but it's dried up now, so we should see some good clean footy.
It's been like that all week.
Yeah. Both sides just shaking off the nerves here, and hopefully we can see some clean possession soon. But at the moment, it's pressure, and you're pretty hard pressed to find the footy in that context.
The Eagles, before the game, really said they wanted to come out and attack this game, get a few on the board, maybe shock the Swans early. And I think, even though they haven't troubled the scoreboard yet,
they certainly
I
haven't
think
been
they
jumped.
have
haven't been jumped, which is important. They're in the game. We're ticking over just on 10 minutes gone of the first term here. And it's anyone's game, only 1 point in it. So it's been a better start from the Eagles compared to yesterday. And might just have the Swans sweating a little bit, but it is in their forward 50, so maybe they can convert an opportunity here.
And if the Eagles can't get it moving a little bit outside 50,
at some point,
back in the
one's
middle,
going to go through.
It's been relentless by the Swans in attack. They've been down there for like 5 minutes now.
You've got to give credit to the Swans' defensive scheme. I don't know if you can catch it on the broadcast, but the right of screen, they have set up a defensive zone that thus far has been pretty much impenetrable. So it's locked in now, and unless the Eagles find a way to generate a bit more link play, I don't know if it's going to be coming out anytime soon.
They have been defending well, though. Again, a good
Here they go with another attempt. They get it out of the 50, but it's coming right back again. And we'll have a ball up on the far side forward pocket, favouring the Swans.
The contest on ball, I think the Eagles have got the candy there, but that kick outside, that just hasn't stuck yet. don't know whether it's a problem with not leading enough or it's the quality of the kicks, but they have to work on that.
Yeah, and I think it's a product of the pressure they're underneath as well.
Definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
they've taken a couple of good marks, and that's resulted in better quality kicks. But when
This
they're
is a
kicking it
free
in the
kick.
field of play here, they're struggling. So they might be able to make something happen here. They've
Yeah.
got clear possession.
This will go down the line.
Down
and
the line.
Again.
Down a Swan's throat.
Yeah.
But they haven't quite
Good
collected it.
tackle.
And penalised for holding the footy.
That
Free
is
kick.
harsh.
That is harsh. In
That
fact,
is
I
harsh.
thought it was the Swan that had the footy. So big Jono there with a big decision, and it's back inside 50 for the Swans. Susie
Yeah.
Carr getting plenty
I
of
think-
attention
I
there
think
from the
that was-
defender.
That was warranted.
Yep. So
Nothing to argue there.
Susie Carr from the GB Swans.
Has she got the distance?
She's some footballer here. I tell you what, you'd be hard pressed to say no. She's certainly got the accuracy. This may be just beyond her. I see her putting this one to the top of the square.
Yeah, I think so too. She's looking.
Plays on, wheels
Yeah.
around, top of the squares
Short.
where she goes.
Oh,
Well
should
read
have
by the
taken the mark,
defender.
though.
And
And
it
that
falls-
is the goal
That's a sausage roll.
that we've
so
been talking about.
eventually,
It came in.
that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. And Kaylee Marie Ulmer with the first one on the board for the Swans. Maurice, you're exactly right. They defended really, really well. They intercepted that entry, but one just fell in the lap of Kaylee there, and she was good enough to convert. So it's 1-7 for the Swans, and they lead the Eagles. This clearance critical for Germany, isn't
exactly. They have to, if they can get the answer here out of the middle and get forward, I think there's no harm done yet. But they need to get this forward. They need to get some good possessions, some meaningful possessions to get
They've
forward.
got someone sitting off the contest there. Number 31 for the Eagles. She's sitting way back off the contest. So is she going to sweep around and try and collect this footy?
Oh,
It's
and
not
it is
headed
a
in
good
her
tap
direction.
for the Swans.
That's terrific tap work, and this is in the hands of Jane Meadows again. She sends it forward. She's seen plenty of the ball early. The Eagles have got to be careful here not to concede. They want to get numbers back.
Yeah.
They managed to force a ball up. They wouldn't be too worried going behind, though, the Eagles, because as we know, there's 80-minute games here. There's lots of footy to be played.
There's plenty of time.
Just important not to panic, but they are going to
Exactly.
have to generate a bit more offense. And they've found a free kick here, Big Jono. And it's the way of the German Eagles. So they'll have yet another attempt to bring it out of defence. They get a bit more creative. They're going boundary side every time, and I know that's the safer thing to do.
I do think that was the right decision there, going for a little bit of a switch, because there's a lot of space out here, but the kick didn't stick, and it's going to be a ball up again.
They're going to have to do something at some point to try and open the game up. You're right, perhaps the first term you just want to steady and make sure they go into quarter time in the hunt, which they well and truly are, although they're under pressure here again. Right at the foot of the goal for the Swans. It's in Jay Meadows' hands. She runs
what
it
a
around
snap.
the corner.
That is a good snap.
And that's
that
gone
hurts.
straight through the middle. That
That
does
hurts.
hurt. You cannot let Jane Leslie Meadows get front and centre. She kicked 3 in this matchup yesterday. She's got 2 already here in the first term. They're going to have to do something about that matchup.
And they were quite happy with how they handled her yesterday.
She's a heck of a player.
She's a heck of a player. She didn't get on too many yesterday, but it's not looking good not looking good right now.
No, but they're going to need to. It starts from the centre. I think the defence has been good. We know the defence can handle it, but repeat entries for any team, you're going to be hard pressed to stop every attack. But again,
Certainly-
it's the Swans forward out of the
Yeah.
middle. This is what's killing them.
You certainly can't fault the effort by the Eagles.
No, the effort in endeavour is terrific, and we know
But
that's
in
going to hang
possession-
around all day. One thing we talk about with the Eagles across both the men's and women's side is the unity between the squad. It really is
Yeah,
one country. It's symbiotic relationship there. It's 2 halves make a whole. What's that relationship like between the men and the women? Because you both support each other so immensely, and I think it's quite intimidating for the other sides. You're really setting the benchmark in the team spirit category.
It's great. I mean, it's been like that. I mean, as we hear in the background, the German men's team going
full
buck wild.
volume.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm a bit sad I'm missing out on that, but I'll be in there.
Putting in a shift
shortly,
with us for the first half here on the break. I'm sure they'll be in full voice all game.
The unity's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Look at that. They're standing up. They're German Eagles down by 2 goals, and the
German
men
Eagles,
that-
they're
there for them.
certainly the AFL Europe Ultras in terms of the fan base. They do get around it, and that'll help spur on the Eagles as they try and find their way forward here against the Swans. And they've gone for the switch out to the fat side of the ground, but I don't think it's
on the
going to pay off
outside.
for them, unfortunately.
Swans
Jane
just
Meadows
strike the ball.
again, wrapped up straight away, but can get a handball out.
And
This is Franklin here,
Clear in
and that
front.
has snuck through for a goal. Kate Franklin with a lovely finish. That's the third for the Swans, and with 5 minutes remaining in this first term, it's 3 goals, 1-19 for the Swans, and the Eagles are yet to register a score.
And that one was just too easy. We talked about good defence. That was not good defence.
It's just the last 5 minutes here. The Eagles have they've lapsed a little bit, which is a little bit of an inverse of how the first half went yesterday here in the first term. But again, it starts from the middle, and that's where they're going to need to win it. But it is a seriously strong midfield for the Swans, and they are performing. Umpire Jono's seen something here.
What has
We've
he
got the
seen,
two Jonos here, B1 and B2 umpiring, and it's a
666?
free kick. I think it was a 666 violation. And the Swans ruckman.
That hurts. That really hurts because they've already been getting the clearances out of the middle.
Exactly. The momentum has shifted here, and Jane Leslie Meadows gets another opportunity.
She's just electric on the football.
Oh,
But good
great bit of goalkeeping on the line, though, from the Eagles.
Tapped it through. Now it's still in play.
Somehow Jane Meadows
Front
has
of goal.
gotten back there front and centre again.
Oh, good tackle. That was a good tackle.
Oh, it's been
To
paid
force-
high.
Oh.
Oh, Maurice.
I will not say if I.
Dearie
Jose
me.
Mourinho, if I speak, I'm in big trouble. That was a good tackle, good pressure.
Jono,
Unfortunate.
yeah, we didn't quite have the best angle of that. Looks like Jono certainly thinks the GB Swan there, that's Tara Parry Barrett, was clipped, and she's got an opportunity to kick a fourth. She goes back,
Won't
puts
miss
that
that.
one through,
Does
no
not miss it.
issues. So that's 4 goals, 1-25 for the GB Swans, leading the Eagles, who are yet to score. I tell you what, this is starting to get a little bit ugly for the Eagles. They're going to need to find an answer soon.
Which is sad. They had such a good start.
They
It's
really
coming apart a
steadied,
little
they
bit.
did, but we were both talking about it. The Swans are relentless, and they're not going to give up. And they're also a side that's used to, a lot of them play in the UK across the London leagues as well.
That is true.
They're
That is
very
true.
used to 4-quarter footy, 80-minute games. So the Eagles are going to need to find something because this pressure's not going to stop. And it's Emma Brooks bursting out of the centre. She is
she
a
tackled, she
clearance
got the kick away.
machine.
Love to see some stats there.
I know. Maybe
She's
next year
racking up the numbers
yeah,
there.
maybe for the next Euro Cup we can get some statisticians down.
Would be nice. Would be nice.
Give us some live updates. It's
As
in the
I'm a
hands
player
of Clara,
myself.
though, who is Clara's having a heck of a quarter herself in
Oh.
that Eagles midfield. There's a bit of a hold of the
contest.
jersey there, but they're
This is what
letting
they
it
need,
play.
though. This is what they need, though.
This is better from the Eagles, and they've forced a stoppage on the far side of the ground, the outer wing, just about dead centre.
As we're coming upon quarter time.
90 seconds remaining in the first
Can they
term
get something
here.
here? But again, clearance for the Swans. And
It's the,
they've got some
midfield.
speed.
The midfield is at the moment all over
And
the
a good
Eagles.
mark as well.
It's killing them.
Jesus.
The Swans, they're taking
Well
their time
worked.
here. They're working this through methodically because the Eagles' defence has been difficult to break down. Credit to them. And
That is out on
that's not
full,
the
though.
entry they're after. That's out on the full. So the Eagles have a chance to build from the back, but I think they just go the slow play here.
I don't think they have time to
60 seconds on the clock.
go
I
length
would
of
go.
field.
I would go the slow play. Soak it up. Head into quarter time, 4 goals down,
Don't
and
concede
just
another.
try and come together as a unit. Take a deep breath. No need to panic. Plenty of footy left.
Good kick outside.
Yeah,
Clears the
that's
50
boundaries,
and,
your
yeah.
friend. Intelligent.
One of the team
Intelligent
rules
tap.
for
Yep.
the German Eagles. And beautifully done there.
You have a ball in. 30 seconds to go here. First term of this women's second semi-final. Playing off for a position in the grand final tomorrow afternoon. Taking on the Irish Banshees, who we should say just snapped a European Aussie Rules record this morning, winning 300-0.
Unbelievable. Just
against
relentless.
the Croatian Queens.
They have not conceded a point in this tournament.
And nor did they concede a point in 2016. So that is more 2019, excuse me. So that's more or less the first port of call for whoever gets them in the grand final.
Get a point first.
Yeah, good luck.
Maybe you can get them that way. Maybe if you can get the Eagles in that game against the Banshees, had an opportunity early to go in a lead. Maybe if you get there, maybe you can.
Certainly the Eagles have been the closest to scoring. I do recall that. But
yeah.
Quarter time here, and it's 4 goals to 26 for the GB Swans, leading the German Eagles 0-0-0. 0-0 yet to score. That's something they'll look to change early in the second term. Hotly contested affair, and around the ground it's been split more or less 50-50 in some ways. It's just all the territories been in favour of the Swans, and they've managed to break down that.
The midfield battle has been won by the Swans soundly.
That's where the difference is, and really the Eagles just need to get a little bit of pressure on the defence. Anyway, we'll take a brief break here on the comms, but we'll be back for the second term. Myself, Joe Arthur and Moritz enjoying the call here, and we'll be back in a couple of moments' time.
Who can we get to play the wing? Kat, can you play wing again? Come on.
They're going to be knackered. That second half, they're going to have nothing left, and you are going to absolutely pile on the goal.
You bring the defenders back. Don't just go like, I've done my job. The smart running is unnecessary running is you turning around and then
It's really hard to call the names of the players if you know them by the first name.
You can call them by the first name, and welcome back to everyone listening to the broadcast here.
And it is up 4 for the Swans already.
Straight away, and for the first time this entire tournament, there is a slight breath of wind which has come across going to the left of screen. So that is going to favour the Swans, and
it is
straight
holding
away,
the ball.
an opportunity. This is
30
number
out from
18,
goal.
Ali Geddes.
Again, question, does she have the distance? Does she go for
Oh,
goal here?
this would take some kick. She is the Edinburgh blood, the Scottish girl. She's quite a talent. This would take some kick, though. Comes around, no,
it's
not
not
quite
gonna
the
have the
journey, and
distance.
heads in towards the pocket.
As
It's paid the mark,
Uncle
Jono.
Bioff is
And that's
beaten in the contest.
That's Jane Meadows yet again. And this is an opportunity for her to kick her third goal of the day very early into the match. And I tell you what, at some point, the lead's going to become insurmountable. I don't think it's yet, but the Eagles have really got to start winning some clearances soon.
The fact that it came barely a minute.
Yep, just ticked
after
over a
the
minute
bounce.
here in the second term. So that's 5 goals to 32 for the GB Swans.
It's not the start the Eagles were after.
Leading the Eagles, still yet to get on the board, and if they are going to get back into this game, they're going to need to do so soon. But that Swans midfield is just tearing it to shreds at the moment.
In the team talk, they have been told to attack the footy more, and it's what we
You were in the
talking
huddle
about.
there for the Eagles. What was the message?
They got us stop defending and start attacking. That was the message.
Playing a little
In
bit
the
too
middle,
conservatively.
They know where the ball goes with the tap, and they need to attack that ball. They need to attack the players. Don't wait with the tackles. Give more pressure. As we said, Coach said, if it's coming in all the time, we can't win this game. So they have to be more brave with the football. I think that was the message.
I think they're spot on as well. They've just got to take a few more risks and play a little more attackingly. As Susie
Good
Carr on
handball
the
down the
grandstand
wing.
side goes down the line
Tough
to a one-on-one contest.
Unlucky bounce, and it goes inside 50 again.
But I think
But the
that's going to
captain
be
takes the
swatted
mark.
up by the skipper. Swallowed that mark up. That's a great set of hands from the skipper.
As it goes
Boundary
down
side
to the
here. The
rear.
numbers
they're
are
good.
with the Eagles. That's a great grab.
Can they generate some movement here now? But it needs to be quick. You can't wait for the good Swans defence to set up here. As Paula goes down the wing contest, as I said, it's no clear mark here, and I think it's going to be a ball up.
No, I think Jono's going to say, I'll have that. They've split the difference there. Grandstand side wing.
They needed to go quicker there.
Just forward of centre, but the Eagles, again, they've sort of started the term slightly stronger. Bar conceding an early goal.
And it is a hot
They've
footy.
steadied a little bit. Clara's
Right in front of us and
hanging in there. But yeah, this is a tough one to follow. That ball is hot at the moment. Tough one to follow. Tough ball to get your hands on as well. And that is a product of the pressure of both sides. They are hungry at the moment.
As again, ball up on the wing. Good tap by Laura, and that is a good tackle. That's exactly what they need. Gets the ball clear, though, and it goes
Clara sends it
forward
down the
again.
line, and that's out of bounds. Susie Carr there, happy to let
That
it
is
go out.
a
And
ball
that's
up.
another stoppage. Another ball up on the far side wing. The grandstand side wing, excuse me.
They had 3 ball ups in the exact same spot there.
Who's going to break, though? Is it going to be the Swans midfield again?
With
it
the
looks like it.
clearance,
A good
and they
use of
just-
hands. Oh, a bit of
sidestep.
candy as well. Inside
They're skipping with
50.
a good
Brought to
spot to get
ground
it
by
to
the
ground.
Eagles.
And it's clear to the other side. But again, the Swans just always seem to have a player free that can reload the attack as it goes inside 52.
Massive boot there as well. That's Hannah Layton.
To Simmons.
Spanked that towards Jane Meadows.
Meadows, sorry, yeah. And
that's gone through
that
the
is
legs,
touched.
but I think that was
is
contact,
touched.
absolutely. And the goal umpire is onto it. A big shout out to our goal umpires, all volunteers, as are the boundary umpires, the commentators,
If we're doing shout
the
outs,
medics, the physios.
if you'll have me, I'll just want to shout out the fans back in Germany. Amazing effort from you to support us from all the way back there.
Tuning
Couldn't
in,
do it without you.
helped fundraise for the both sides
Exactly.
to get out here as well.
We're really, really thankful. As she goes to talk
Barrel! That's the
down the
first
wing.
barrel I've seen. No, you're exactly right though, Maurice. It takes a lot for all this to happen. The volunteers, the clubs as well, and the teams and the players, and it's
Exactly.
been a great tournament so far. It's been a great day of footy so far in these semis, and there's a lot more to come.
And I think the Eagles have come out better out of the half.
A little bit. They conceded that goal 60 seconds in, but have steadied slightly in that the play's been a little bit more centre of the ground here on this grandstand side wing.
It's got to be.
But they've got to do
for
something.
the whole of the quarter, though.
Mhm.
They did the same at the start of the first quarter and then dropped off a little bit. So if they can keep it up, I think they've got a chance. But as Jane
Good
Meadows,
little bit of goalkeeping, though.
yeah,
On the goal line there.
again, she did it before as well. So try to see the number or the face. Should have got the binoculars.
I know, the
But maybe
binocs
next
here.
year,
The commentary
with the
stand.
statisticians,
The
we can
view's
get
not
them.
quite that bad, but
That's a
that
great
far side trying to get the binocs out would not hurt, that's for sure. Wouldn't go astray. As John O'Carter picks up a high free kick. That's against the GB Swans. That was just young Lucy Massey getting a little overzealous.
And that is
the
the
Eagles
kick that
bringing
needs
out
to
a
come off. And
that's
that is
better.
what they've done better this quarter.
But do they go down the line here, or do they look slightly more inboard and try and get
She looks
aggressive? They've
inboard, she
gone
looks
inboard, and I
it's
like
a
it.
long and high-flying kick, and that needed to be marked there.
I think it's the right call there. It was
Yeah.
the right move. Just too much air under that kick.
Exactly.
Little bit.
And still it almost came off. So
Nearly came off, yeah. So that's the kind of aggression that they have to do to stop it coming straight back.
There's a
Unfortunately, on that
free kick.
occasion, a free kick given away. The Swans go inside 50
the kick
again.
is a ugly one inside 50, but it doesn't matter because off the ground, the Swans have been better all game as they have done it again. Good
They
goalkeeping,
continue to
good
repel. They
goalkeeping,
continue to
yeah.
repel. It's over on that.
But
we
it
call
is-
that the black hole pocket on the
Yeah.
far side of the ground.
But again, that was the point the coach made in the team huddle at quarter time. If you're only repelling, you're not winning the game.
Mhm.
You have to attack.
Have to take
That's
it on.
what they did with the kick in the middle there, and they have to do it here again.
I think you just take it on. Take the game
Take-
on. Bit of
take
run
the
and
game on.
carry. The worst thing that can happen is you lose. So why
Yeah.
not take a risk and
Exactly.
maybe you win?
Exactly. It's not time to panic though. It's still plenty of
No,
time
there's
left
a
on the
heap.
clock.
There's a heap of footy left. There's 8 minutes gone here in the second term, so there's a good 50 minutes remaining here, and it is only a 34-point margin. So it's a 6-goal margin at the moment, and that's gettable if the Eagles do find a bit of momentum. But it's just about stopping that Swans midfield because they're going to run and run all day.
That is
This
now
is better.
good play. Great
Can someone
handball
get
to
on the
find
end of
the
this?
girl on the outside. Again, the kick down the wing. Couldn't find a clear,
Couldn't find a
uncontested mark.
target, but they keep pushing here, the Eagles. They're doing everything they can to win
It's
this
good
footy.
pressure, but they can't be sucked in too much.
Great 1%er there with the
Yeah.
smother. Can't quite funnel it out to find anyone. And we'll have another ball up here. John O'Carter on the scene.
That was better ball movement by the Eagles.
Good intent. Great intent.
They need to stop being sucked into the ball too much though. They need to prevent that play on the outside for the Swans and need to get some outside players for themselves. I think
They're hunting in
there.
packs at the
Yeah.
moment.
Which is not too bad because they need to put up the pressure.
It's fine for winning the footy. It's
Yeah.
just where do you go afterwards, you know? And the Croatian Knights in the previous game found
That's
themselves
exactly what we're
victims of
talking
that
about right
too.
here, as the ball is cleared from the ball up, but
Emma
again
Brooks on
into
the
a
scene there.
contest.
Great set of
And that is a
hands.
free
But
kick
we've
for the
found
Eagles.
a free kick.
And
Has
this
she been
one,
pinged there? John O'Carter barely misses a trick, that lad. Mustn't have been a legal disposal. And a great opportunity here. Dead centre
Yeah.
of the ground for the Eagles. I think they need the leads to come out the fat side here.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's exactly where they've gone. Much, much better use.
Right in corridor now, number one.
Coming off the
on
bench, yeah, break in.
Katarina Meisner, but she has to
Katarina
present
break
there.
inside.
She has to present there.
But they've
As it
gone to
goes
the fat
outside.
side here. It's a one-on-one contest.
Ball drop favours the Eagles and it goes forward.
Judith Smits had a great game yesterday, the number
That's a
10
good
for the
tackle.
Eagles, and she's back on the scene.
Really hard football, and it's another free kick. Don't know what for.
This time against the Eagles. I think Jono's pinged them for holding on there without the footy. Bit up and down there, but play continues nonetheless. And it's an aggressive kick from the Swans.
Inside the corridor.
Yeah, a little bit too much body work there. Can't go the hands in the back.
Again, but the fat side is not
Switch to the other side.
27.
Clara's on.
Yeah, Clara's on.
To your left. Get the voice up, Clara, and you can switch it. They
Clara
go
just
down the
didn't
ground.
use the space there. She had plenty to work with, but she just stood next to a Swans and Eagles
And
player.
you've got to look laterally, don't
Yeah,
you?
yeah.
There's the person on ball. But again, better play. Winning some of their own footy. Better out
And
of the
a
ruck.
good
That
tap.
comes down to Schmidt. She breaks one tackle. Can't break the second, and it spills out to the Swans, and they're away here. There's plenty of space if they can find someone on the end of this kick. Oh, it's out the back.
Incredibly
this is dangerous here. Ali
to lock
Geddes
it
is
down
on
here.
it straight away.
And a good
that's
tackle.
Lucy
A
Massey
great
picking
tackle,
it
and
up.
then he's holding the ball.
She's
And it
been
is
sat right
disturbing.
down, and she is ginger after that. Lucy Massey was on the scene fast, but was wrapped up. That was
Incredible
a ripping
chase
tackle.
down.
And she's straight back up. Straight back
Really-
up. Good to see she's all
really
right.
good effort.
Ate some turf there,
Yeah.
Maurice.
And it's a hard turf to eat, I've got to tell you.
Yeah, the ground is the ZFG here in Zagreb. It's a terrific ground. It is firming up just a little bit underfoot, though.
Yeah. Got to say, had my share of eating the turf yesterday as well, so can't recommend it.
On the other end of, some of those Warriors tackles, as Ali Geddes wins the ball for the Swans. It's intercepted,
And
however, and the Eagles come out the fat side of the ground.
Tackle, kicks it forward. Again, the Swans, though, with the numbers. That's a hold. And it's not. It is paid in the end. And it's for the Eagles.
Judith Smith's
Judith
here.
Smith's,
yeah.
yeah.
Now I'm a big fan of Judith's work. She had a
Yeah.
terrific game yesterday, and she's going the right option here, looking inboard. And that kick, unorthodox, but it's going to work, and the Eagles go forward.
But
however, the
just
Swans, and
finding-
they've got a defensive zone set up. They're really well drilled this side.
Yeah.
And that's a defensive zone that's worked a treat.
Kick
And they
towards
head in the
wing.
direction of Kate Franklin. She brings it to ground. Wins her
And
own ball.
again,
Hand
comes
off
free.
to
It's-
Susie Carr. Gives one more to Emma Brooks. The two South East London Giants girls working together there. Brooksy
ball
sends
bounce
it inside
favours
50.
the skipper. Outside to
Well mopped up boundaries.
Uncle to be off.
Your friend here if you're the Eagles. That's not a bad result because the Swans were out there. So unlucky bounce for the Swans, but a great bit of work there from the Eagles skipper.
We'll see what the Eagles are made of here. This is where they faltered in the first quarter. If they can get it clear here.
It's only been the one goal this term. Jane Meadows, though.
Meadows.
She is causing problems. And
Oh.
a great bit of goalkeeping again.
Really well done. but
Not
it's
for the first time
through.
today.
4 are behind.
But
the
it's
kick
fallen into the
by-
hands there of Zoe John, and just misses to the near side. Tough one to convert
Yeah.
there, deep in the pocket.
I think she went for the check side.
Tough one to pull off. Not
Yeah.
saying it can't be done, though, when it is 5 goals, 5-35 for the GB Swans, leading the German Eagles. Eagles not on the board yet, but only 1 goal conceded this term.
But the turnover from the kick out.
Kate Franklin again. She's
And
having
it
some sort of term, and
will
she
go
goes
to the
long
goal
and
square.
deep towards Jane Meadows.
Can't
Brings
hang on
it to
Meadows.
ground.
And it is a
And it's
free,
a free
kick, for high.
There was a fair bit of contact on Jane Meadows there, but I reckon you got to let him play.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
I think so as well.
Little
This is
bit
not my
harsh.
boy speaking. Definitely not.
Got to stay hydrated here. It's a hot day in Zagreb.
It is. It is.
Jane Meadows
She
with a
couldn't
chance
miss
to
this
kick.
one, could she?
Yeah,
She's-
you'd back
she's
her
gonna
from
get on
here.
that.
Lovely kick. I believe
Was
this
this
would
her
be
fourth?
this would be a 4th of the afternoon. So she's on track for a bit of a bag here.
But she has missed.
That one. Commentator's curse. Fair bit of that going around today.
I should do that more often.
The players like making fools out of us. And on that occasion, we're left wanting. 5 goals, 6:36, plays 0-0-0. It's the GB Swans leading the German Eagles.
As Ann-Kathrin Bioff plays on from the kick in.
Underneath
to
the ball
contest
here. Ball
on
spills out to the Eagles.
back
Gets
pocket.
rid of it straight away. Susie Carr on the scene, trying to mop it up for the Swans.
Good tackle.
Can't take clean possession here. It's still
Shut
playing on. Who's going to funnel it out? It is the Swan, but it's a swarm of Eagles
Yeah.
there. I think
Which
it's
then
Kate
opens
Franklin
up the
emerges yet
Swans
again.
player
She's having a
from the outside,
blinder.
though. And
Oh, good little spoil there. Ball's still alive. Jane Meadows front and centre, but the Eagles are desperate here. This is great defence. Ali Geddes on the ball. Who's going to win? Is it going to be the boundary line? It looks that way, and we'll have a throw in the black hole.
it is good defensive work by the Eagles. It is good defensive work by the Eagles. You got to say, they have done better this quarter, only conceding 1 goal so far in this quarter, and it was right from the start. Since the bounce, since the first attack, first clearance from the middle, the Eagles have not conceded
Yeah, have they
a
not
goal.
conceded in that that opening
Yeah.
minute? This would be split. But
No.
desperate tackle attempt, and that puts off the kick, and it's
Yeah.
yet another behind for
As
the
it was
Swans.
Fear in the commentators' curse
I know,
again.
we nearly put the moz on them there, didn't we, Maurice? But fortunately for the Eagles, desperate act, last-ditch pressure there, puts off the Swans' attempt at goal.
On the other hand, the Swans missing opportunities here. They could be up
They could be up big here. Yeah.
they
5
could have
goals,
closed
7.
out
Bit
the
of
game.
inaccuracy.
It's on the Eagles now, too.
But as we said, it's not going to matter if
Take
the
an
Eagles
opportunity.
can't get on the board.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
going to have to find a way to get forward. And you can see here,
Incredibly
I'm sure
tough
on
to go for
the stream
defense.
you can see it, but just the defensive zone the Eagles have set up. They've got a number of loose players just
Swans.
guarding areas for the Swans, excuse me, and it's a hard one to break down.
Yeah. And it hasn't broken down.
No, the only
this
time
game.
it was broken down was when they faced the Irish Banshees in their first game of the tournament, and the way the Banshees got through was run and carry with their trademark handball, something that hasn't been a strength of the Eagles so far. They favour kick mark a bit more.
And if you come over the centre circle, that kick, you're not going to mark the ball.
Had a mark been taken there, you just look up and it's a swarm of Swans, so there's nowhere to go. Far side of the ground, ball up, the Eagles desperately trying to generate a little bit of offense, but it's all Swans at the moment. Again, the latter half of the quarter is being played very much so in the Swans forward 50, and again we have a ball up far side. That's the black hole pocket. Nothing good happens out there.
But you got to say, the Eagles, they don't have much experience playing 18-a-side. It's hard to change
New
the
to the
style
game.
of play during a game.
Especially considering the experience of the Swans with this format. So you've got to give them credit for the effort, but you've got to give credit to the Swans. They're a formidable opponent here as we get a lovely mark on the line from Emma Louise Baker. She'll go back and have a shot.
And I think
you've got to give credit to the Swans because they've made it tough for the Eagles. They're working really, really hard, and you have to think perhaps if anyone's going to get on the board against the Banshees in a grand final and break their record of nothing but donuts, maybe it is this Swans side as Baker converts. That's her first of the afternoon, and it's a 43-point lead for the Swans.
And I think that one, as we are, I think 2.5 minutes, approaching half time.
The final 2.5 minutes of the half here. That's a
think
tough
that
one to give away.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Could be the straw that breaks the camel's back a little bit. But you won't have your heads down for the Eagles because, as we were saying with the Knights, who were on the end of a serious drubbing this morning, third place playoff tomorrow morning, and that's for a medal. So there's a lot to play for both the Eagles and the Knights if they are the team that clashes tomorrow morning in the third place playoff. As for the Swans, they won't be satisfied with just a 43-point margin. They're going to keep on coming. And that was Susie Carr straight out of the centre, sending it back forward. But the Eagles, as they've done so, they do repel.
Yeah, and that sort of chaos ball just on the ground, loose ball, ground ball get, I think that is better than kicking it forward to a one-on-one contest, which they did just after I said that, because it breaks that zone. Couldn't just do it enough there. And I think...
Ball up on the far side.
I think the Eagles right here, if they can get onto something before halftime,
just a cheeky goal, just to get the heads up, change the momentum a little bit heading into the half.
Would go a long way to keep the spirits up, because if they're going to the third place final tomorrow, I think they need something to hold on there.
Yeah, a little bit. You want a little bit of momentum going into it, that's for sure.
You want something to look back on tonight, say, we did this well, and I think the effort has been really good and the defence has been really good.
Well, here's an opportunity to go into the forward 50. As they've earned themselves a free kick. Is the clock going to beat them?
I don't think so. If
it's
they can
ticking
take
down
a mark
to 15
here,
seconds.
Oh,
I think they might run out of time here.
Tapped it down, but it's still in play. As kick goes forward.
It's alive for the Eagles. Siren's going to sound any second here.
Intercept mark there.
Oh, spilt it.
That would have been great.
And the Swans able to compose themselves and clear it up the ground.
That was the opportunity. But it might come back again. No, it's locked up, and that's high.
Under 20 seconds remaining now. That's a throw
Eagles
against the Swans.
As we
tick under 10 seconds remaining. They need to go.
Has to be a big kick.
They need to be clean from here.
Guys, don't cheat me. It's
Not sure she's aware of the clock.
Kick on her. Has to go deep.
Beaten by the clock. And
don't think that would have been a mark
Swan
anyway.
zone's been incredibly difficult to penetrate. Half time, it's a 43-point margin in favour of the GB Swans. They've been terrific, and they're up and about 6-7-43 up against the German Eagles, 0-0-0, yet to get on the board. And that's halftime in this contest. Obviously, the playoff for a position in tomorrow's grand final against the Irish Banshees. Eagles, they've had their moments, they've fought hard, but it's been all about the Swans and
German
that
Eagles
midfield.
fans also have not given up yet.
No, they're in
Spirits
full
are high.
voice. But that Swans midfield's just been incredible, and the forwards, to their credit, have been able to convert the clear-cut opportunities, and that's enough to give them a big lead.
Again, I think now it is just about keeping your heads up, keeping the spirits up,
Staying
and
positive and getting some momentum going to
celebrating the small wins.
Yeah, get
because
some
there have been
momentum going
small
into
wins
tomorrow. Absolutely
and
right.
Get the momentum.
We'll leave you there.
Was
Those
fun.
enjoying
Thank
the
you.
broadcast, thank you very much to Maritza, the
Thanks for
German
having
Eagles,
me.
for joining us. We'll have Teresa from the squad joining us in the second half. And I think I myself might be getting a relief team in to have John Holworth back on the call. We know he'll be excited about calling the second half of this contest. But thanks to those enjoying the stream. We've gotten a lot of great feedback.
Thank you
so
very
we're
much.
glad you're enjoying it at home, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
See ya.
Hello and welcome back to the live stream of the 2022 European Championships. We're down here in Zagreb at the ZFG, still here for the second half of this GB Swans vs German Eagles matchup, and I'm joined by Teresa of the Eagles. Teresa, what was the message at half-time after a pretty tough first half?
That we should focus on like the most essential things like the short kicks, for example, because sometimes we have a bit of a trouble to link up to the forward line, and like with the taps you see now, like one of the messages was as well to like position properly around the ruck, so that we're like we're getting most of the rucks, but like for some reason we're losing the ball, which is a bit of a pity, but let's hope that in the second half that's going to work out a little bit better for us.
Moritz and I were talking about the Swans midfield. Whether they're winning or losing the taps, they're just reading them a lot better at the moment, and they've been dominating the clearances early. So how does that change?
So how does that change? I mean, like, you mean with the new structure of the taps, or like the?
What adjustments were spoken about at halftime to try and make it so that the Swans are winning less clearances?
So I mean, we were hoping to if we position a player on like 3 o'clock for our ruck, that would be a little bit better. But you see here, for example, like Marie is getting pushed outside all the entire time. So yeah, maybe we're a little bit luckier, like getting, tapping it to the back door and work it that way.
It's certainly a difficult problem to resolve there, as we see Clara, number 27 for the Eagles, just getting caught without being able to put it onto her left foot in time. And it's the GB Swans that foray forward, straight down the line, right in front of the commentary box here. We'll have a ball up. John O'Carter on the scene. Just forward to centre, slightly favouring the Eagles. Got a tip out the back here. Eagles are first to the ball, but I think the boundary might beat everyone, as it does. We'll have a ball up here, right in front of the grandstand side, just on the forward flank, favouring the Germans here. Yeah, we were saying early in the first half, early in the first quarter, and for periods in the second term, the Eagles, you really steadied and you stopped the scoring of the Swans, but you just haven't quite been able to get any forward momentum and flow into repeat entries. And with so much duress for your defenders constantly facing a barrage of entries, eventually something's going to get through. So what can the girls do to try and get a meaningful forward 50 entry and give the forwards an opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, like
a GB Swan not standing the mark and letting the Eagles fly into the forward line might help.
Yeah, it would definitely help. Like I from the sideline, sometimes it was very unlucky, I thought, how the ball bounced as well. I mean, like, I think we can work on the kicking technique, for example, so that it like spins in the right direction. So like when we move forward, that the ball is also moving forward with us as soon as it touches the ground. But I think what we've been missing so far is like it's in the midfield. It's like not struggling, but like it's very tiring work at the moment. So like I think we're losing a bit of legs at the moment to actually make the runs we see here. Like Claudia, for example, the 32, really making an effort, but just
making a really good lead, presenting hard, but just missed on the kick. So I suppose tidying up the skills, big part of it. And there's not a breath of wind. It's a dry day. Yes, it's a matter of just tidying up those skills. We were saying the only team that's been able to break down this GB Swans defensive structure as the Eagles go inside 50 here, but again it's repelled. It might be coming back because that's out on the full. With the Banshees, they really broke it down with run and carry and handball, whereas the Eagles tend to favour kick mark, which isn't as conducive to getting forward, especially if the kicks aren't hitting the target. So it's something that's going to have to change. With that being said, we're scoreless here in the second half, and it is the Eagles that have done the bulk of the attacking as they go inside forward 50 again.
Yeah. So I think we had like quite a motivational speech like in the halftime. So I reckon
plenty of team spirit there.
Yeah, the spirit is up again, and I really hope that this is going to materialize into like a couple of goals as well, because it would be a pity if we, don't score that.
Yeah, but the potential of going into a third place playoff against Croatia tomorrow, having gone scoreless, will hurt. That being said, I doubt this is going to be a 300-point drubbing that the Queens were on the end of today. I think they get a chance to play for third, but they certainly drew the short straw. As
very good tackle.
Good run and carry there from Lucy Massey. Ran her full measure and sends it forward for the Swans. And it's Ali Geddes picking it up and going through the middle of the ground. Ignores the option for the handball, instead opts for a kick. Unfortunately, it looks like it's favouring the Eagles, and it does, and they're able to get that on the boot, and they'll try and mop that out of defence. Geddes probably should have given the handball off there to Iona Williams, who was in plenty of space.
Yeah. And now the mark has been caught by Ioana Kapazaki, who's the captain for this
She's
tournament.
been good, the skipper. Done a bit of goalkeeping to prevent a few opportunities for the Swans.
Yeah.
Maurice was saying she has been everywhere defensively, but asked to do a lot of work.
Yeah, she really puts her body on the line, and like one of her goals was to punch out as many goals or like balls as possible. And especially on the first day when we were playing the Croatian and the French team, she was really like, following through with her goal that she had, and it's good because like especially when we were up against the Irish in comparison, like they were much better in positioning themselves for the mark. So like coming up behind, punching away the ball gave us a bit of a better opportunity. The Irish were they've won the game for a good reason, but we see here that like sometimes the small efforts and like the smart efforts really make a difference on the pitch.
And we've got a far side ball up just forward of centre square, favouring the GB Swans. It's been a hotly contested first 7 minutes of this third term. Neither side able to break the deadlock. So from a Swans perspective, they'll want to get back on their bike and keep running up the score so they can go into a potential grand final with the Banshees tomorrow full of confidence. Great handball from Massey. The kick smothered though. The 1% is you can't question the endeavour of the Eagles here, but the pressure from the Swans is really, really good as well, and they send it forward. Can someone get on the end of this?
And like in comparison, I think the Swans are a little bit more confident when they have the ball, when they carry the ball. What you were saying before, like
that finish there, plenty of confidence in that. You're exactly right, Teresa. That's Kaylee Marie Elmer. That's her second goal. Just ran around, cool, calm, collected, and that was straight through the middle.
And I think this is something that we can like have a takeaway from this game as well, right? That we, sometimes we have a lot of like very young players who have like only played like 2 or 3 games in the German league, right? So like they're, they have to get a little bit more steady, a little bit more confident that they as soon as they get the ball, that they put up their head and scan for an option. And I think this is something that we're missing at the moment a little bit as well, unfortunately. But I reckon that like by next year or like during the next Euro Cup, we definitely we're much more able to use that potential that we have here in the team. And it's still great to watch, but you can see that like the Swans, like when they have the ball, they're trying to break through the pack, for example. They're sort of like
fend off, starting around, ducking and weaving. They're taking the game on.
Exactly. And this is something that we can definitely work on.
Yeah, it's a matter of experience, but the growth of the game in Germany has been terrific. I mean, the lads had a really strong finish, runners-up at Euro Cup earlier in the year in Edinburgh, and it would be amazing if the girls here could come away with a medal of some kind, and if that's bronze coming up third, that would be immense, and it just shows where the German Aussie rules train is headed. As for the Swans, they are hungry, and it's the talent. They're right, that they're a little bit more experienced on this team. particularly in the sense of playing 18-a-side footy. I mean, the London leagues, most of the ones around the UK, it's on full-size pitches, just like the ZFG here in Zagreb, and it's 18-a-side. So the 4 full quarters of 20 minutes. So they're very much used to this.
Yeah.
Could be conducive to a more competitive game against the Banshees tomorrow, potentially.
Potentially.
We'll have to wait and see. The one on the docket, though, if it is Swans Croatia for 3rd place, that's one to watch because there was only 2 points in that the first time. The Queens took it all the way against you.
Was it? Oh, yeah, I have to admit, I haven't really followed much of the other games because I have been trying to focus on my girls here. But yeah, I mean, what you just mentioned, the experience from the Swans playing 18-a-side, that's definitely, because we don't, in the German league, especially for the women's, we just play 9-a-side, and the strength that we have then in the Euro Cup, in comparison to, for example, also with the men, our men, they were doing a terrific job, but you can see that they're not playing 18-a-side on a regular basis, and it's sometimes it gets a little bit I don't want to say messy, but when you're not used to having sort of a second row of defenders behind you, for example, yeah, but it's hard to what's the word, to simulate.
It's hard to practice, and it's a complicated transition to make, and that's why Croatia are so fortunate now that they've got a facility like this where they can train at.
Absolutely.
But the growth around the world, around Europe, is immense. It's really good to see, and I think the tournament so far is running incredibly smoothly, and there's been some good competitive footy. Maybe less so today. All the matches so far have been reasonably comfortable victories for the sides in control, which should bode well for competitive 3rd place playoffs and grand finals tomorrow. But yeah, we've seen plenty of good close footy here as Ali Geddes gets a little overzealous and infringes upon her defender, and that's a free kick for the Eagles, an opportunity to bring it out of defence for them.
Yeah, but what is your prediction for the upcoming game then?
This one this afternoon. Everyone's talking about it. Yeah. Do not go anywhere. Those tuning into the broadcast will have commentary coming your way for that, but that is the French Cocks against the GB Bulldogs. The Bulldogs, of course, are 2-time reigning Euro Championships premiers, but they got done by the Cocks on day one and were a bit up and down, a lot better yesterday, but that's anyone's bet. A lot of people are saying they expect the French to come out really, really strong, as they did on day one. However, the French don't play a heap of 18s, don't play a heap of, the full game. So the GB Bulldogs, however, they're very used to 4 20-minute quarters of 18-a-side footy, so perhaps across 4 quarters they might be slightly more favoured. I think my pick would be the Bulldogs, purely because it's 18s and 4 quarters. That'll suit them better, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if the French Cocks have a bit of an upset. And I know speaking to the lads last night, they want a rematch with the Warriors. They weren't happy with how that game went yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's hard to predict because people are getting tired. They're not really stretching properly after the games.
It's a lot of footy, and I've seen people, not that I've been out on the town at night, but I've seen some players out on the town at night, and it's certainly not the best recovery conducive to
and they were probably
4 days
of
juice. 4 days of full-on footy.
Yeah.
All that said, we're here enjoying a really tight quarter. It still is. No one's managed to kick a goal yet in this third term. So the Eagles, like you did yesterday, you've dried up the scoring, and it remains a 49-point margin, and we're over halfway through the third term.
Yeah. Was there even a behind kicked? I don't think there was anything kicked. Was it
49 at quarter time?
I'm not entirely
sure. No,
sure.
there's been one goal.
Okay.
We've made a mistake here. Kaylee put that one through. So it's been 1 straight for the Swans, and the Eagles remain scoreless, but it's certainly been a tighter affair here, and it's been a little bit more up and down. Though the last 5 minutes have been all Swans. And again, the forward line, they found a little bit of space here. It's Tara Parry Barrett. She's already got a goal on the board. She's not going to get another one right now, but it's still alive there. And it's back into the hot spot. Who's going to get on this footy first? It's going to be a GB Swan. Darts around. The Eagles are there to help out, but that falls in the lap. And that is Tara Parry Barrett on this occasion putting it through. That's her second of the day. She's having a really good game, following on from what's been a really good tournament so far. So that is a second for the term for the GB Swans, and it extends the margin out to 55 points. It's just relentless pressure, repeat entries, and this Swans side, they're good enough to make it count when they get a clear-cut opportunity. So that one, couldn't help anything about that.
No, exactly. Like you have to admit, like also like their kicking technique is like very precise as well. Like there weren't that many behinds, for example, so many balls kicked out.
It's been accurate, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So you have to give that to them as well.
Yeah, you give a good side credit, and we're certainly seeing one at the peak of its powers. I think they've improved every game they've played too, the Swans, and they're priming themselves for a grand final berth that they're going to be really, really hungry for. Nonetheless, the Eagles continue to fight, and as we tick towards 5 minutes remaining in this third term, they're going to try and push forward as much as they can to see if they can't get a score on the board.
Not that we're out of power again.
Yeah, we haven't had any electrical issues like we had on day one.
Knock on
but
wood,
we did have
jinx
a dog there trying to attack our power lines. all part of the atmosphere.
Exactly.
Down here at the ZFG, it's another lovely day, mid-20s, hardly a cloud in the sky, and it's deep in that forestry-ridden half-forward flank that the commentary box here, we can't see a whole heap of it.
No. There we go. There's the ball up, and Paula Vogel is tapping again. She's like our main ruck for this tournament. Like also very quite young player, but she's really left her mark for the Heidelberg Knights, for example. That's her local club. She's also studying right now in Leipzig, but they don't really have like a proper women's team. But she really has like a very good physicality when she goes into the marks. And we have a bit of an advantage with her because she's left-handed, and like some people,
yeah.
like I would be constantly confused, like if I was up against her. So yes, it's like throughout the games, like she had like fantastic taps. But as I said before, like sometimes the Swans were in the right position getting the ball, and like they got it out of there right away, but. Now the ball's at the boundary again. Like
it was a free kick for the Eagles, and they've just put that one wide. So it is going to be the Swans back into attack here as they head inside 50. The Eagles still in full voice behind us. I'm not sure if that's picking up on the broadcast, but the Ultras, we were calling them, they are serious fans over there, and they've been in just a chorus of sounds and chants. Which is really, really great to see, and a testament to the German squad, both squads, is just how much unity there is between the two sides. It is just one supporting another. The Eagles men's, obviously, they were knocked out of the tournament yesterday, but they were here front and centre with the girls, ready to support, and they have not piped down for one moment.
No, they're amazing. They've been out to get some drums as well, and they were trying really to be as loud as possible.
It's like they've got some bin lids as well there,
yeah, they're really enjoying themselves. And I mean, like they can use their voices now for cheering, and they've been incredible as well. Like they give fantastic input. Like we've been asking them to observe as well, because like if you're just a coaching team of 2-3 people, sometimes you can't really observe all of your 18 players, and they've been fantastic to give good recommendations to the girls when we needed that. So it's not just the emotional support, but like also sort of like the game support that we get from them.
Absolutely.
So I'm really grateful.
It's something to behold, and it just builds to the atmosphere, and it's something that we love seeing, and it's very European of them as the German Eagles train comes marching on behind us.
There we go.
I'm hoping that's picking up. They're circling the commentary box, and it's that kind of atmosphere that helps carry the girls onward here. They're down, but they're not out.
For the listeners that don't speak German, they're just saying that the train don't have
the train
brakes.
does not stop. We are being circled by them, and that deserves a round of applause there, because that was something to behold from the Eagles. The Eagles fans, great to see.
Yeah, they're certainly enjoying themselves, and I've seen 1 or 2 people who have had like maybe 1 or 2 cold beverages.
I think the beverages are flowing, and while all that's happening, the game continues to go on, and the Eagles continue to defend stoically, but the Swans' attack is absolutely relentless.
Yes.
They are hungry, and I think the Swans a lot of people will have written this one off as a Banshees victory this tournament, you know, and you can understand why they won by 300 points. They haven't conceded a point yet. But the Swans, talking to that squad, I know a few of the girls there, and they are saying, look, we're not going to go down without a fight. We know we're the second best team here. We know we can get to that grand final, and stranger things have happened. You know, underdogs can force an upset on the big stage. If they get something on the board early, those Banshees will be sweating, and the Swans are peaking at the right time. They've looked fantastic today, so they will be hungry for that matchup tomorrow, and yeah, I look forward to seeing it unfold.
That would be great. I mean, like the Banshees haven't had any goals and points.
No,
right?
they're managed to keeping it scoreless. The
Banshees.
The Banshees, no, they haven't conceded yet.
Exactly.
No, they actually haven't conceded in, at the moment, potentially 2 tournaments. This will be consecutive tournaments without conceding a point at the moment. And today they did break the record for the biggest margin of victory in a European Aussie rules match.
Wow.
It was previously 239. Man. They belted that and got 300. So kudos to the Banshees. They're already back at the hostel now, prepping for tomorrow. So taking it very, very seriously. But the Swans continue to fight here, and that was Susie Carr getting the ball out the back. And Ali Geddes breaking through a couple, sending it inside forward 50.
Yeah. What I'm missing a little bit from this game, equally from the Swans as from the Eagles, it's like we're sticking a lot to like the skinny side. Like we're not really opening up the field much. Like not using the fat side.
It was something we said in the first half is as the 3/4 time siren goes, a lot of play has been on either wings or directly through the middle, but people aren't quite using the full width of the pitch. Not a lot of switches. I don't know if that's a tactical thing because we've seen the Swans do that, but it's something that we have picked up throughout this game. But I guess down the line's been working for the Swans, but the scoring tightened up a little bit that term. So perhaps in the 4th quarter they take a few more risks. Equally with the Eagles, maybe the way to get on the board is just to take the game on a little bit. So that's 3/4 time. It's 8-8, 56 for the GB Swans, and they lead the German Eagles, who remain scoreless. We're going to take a brief break on the commentary here, but we'll be back with you for the 4th term. See you on the other side of this break.
Welcome back to the ZFG. Here for the last quarter. The German Eagles and the Great Britain Swans. The score is 56-0. As Johnny Enright, our umpire from Ireland, gets us underway. And we're going to start the quarter with a starting position back in the goal square from Jonathan, our umpire from Australia. And Germany going to take the ball away. She's complaining about the ball's flat. There's a rattle in it. That's okay. Floats perfectly for a torpedo to the far wing. My God. Channeled her inner Benny Graham over there in the Super Bowl, former Australian. Longest kick in the history of the game. Bees to a honey putt on the far side. The Great Britain Swans now take it away. Lay up.
Wonderful. No, we see at the moment that the wind is picking up a little bit, so maybe that's going to impact the kicking as well. We are in the defensive side from the Eagles against the Swans are trying to get the ball out of the wing again. There we go. They're very quick hands and
she's thrown it up. We've got a free kick to the German Eagles.
Didn't even see that one, I have to admit.
And everyone's that confused. Even the Germans forgot which way they were kicking.
Yeah, so we see Kati kicking here for the Eagles as well. She's a soccer player by trade, so to say. So her kicks are usually quite precise. We see unlucky. It got
intercept
caught
mark by Sophie Bennett.
Yes.
And this is a very slow ball movement. We need to get this ball moving, create some space. Going to kick along down the line to a pack.
But I have to admit, from what we've seen so far, the setup seems a little bit more structured, right? Maybe the girls had a bit of a rest now during the break and were able to catch a breath as well and to focus on their kicking and taking the times for their mark. The ball now is out of boundary. Unfortunately, wasn't on the full.
Robin Hood's got the ball back from the Forest on that far side, and Johnny Enright, our umpire from Ireland, will bring the ball in 15. Says, let me have it, and we'll throw the ball up here.
Yes, we see, as I was saying before, we see Paula Vogel here again on the rock. It seems a little bit more spread out because the rocks before it seemed almost a little bit too crowded, we weren't quite able to get the ball.
Bees to a honey pot.
Yeah.
The ball's gone out of bounds on the far side. Robin Hood goes, here is your football. Johnny Enright from Ireland will throw the ball up again. We have another stoppage. Eagles are pressing here. Just need to spread out. However, if the Swans get this breakaway, there is no one within 40 metres of the stoppage on the offensive side for them.
Yeah. And quite contested here, but the Swans seem to be able to get it out of the pitch, and another
miscellaneous free kick from Johnny Enright. He has made that his specialty this tournament, the miscellaneous free kicks. And he's plucked another one out.
We see Judith here going in for her special skills that we have. The Eagles up front, and we see Marion playing to Clara. And is it out of bounds?
Yes, it'll go out of bounds. Johnny Enright.
There we go.
Our umpire from Ireland.
Let's hope that the Eagles are able to actually sort of use that advantage, use the short distance now that we have to the goal to actually bring some points on the scoreboard for us.
Wow.
And we see Paula going up again,
I know the vision's on the game here, Leah, but to my left in the German grandstand, we have a devil. They are singing, chanting. They think the game is done. They got the ears. They got the pitchfork out. There is the big flag. There's drums banging. They are up and about. Beers are flowing.
They're I mean, the definition of supporters. We were talking with Joe about this before as well, and they were circling around us with their chants as well. So it was lovely.
Who's this injured player coming to the bench, Leah?
So that was Laura, Paula, who's the rock woman, and we see
rock woman. Can the rock take in the water? We've had this magic water hanging around ZFG today, and she's got the water out. She's on the ground.
Yeah.
Hand on her head. She looks absolutely knackered. I recommend getting water on her. That has been the healing dose today.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the sun today. I mean, people are getting heated up. You look like a triathlon runner as well with the sunscreen and the glasses. So I mean, you've got the proper setup. But when you're on the pitch for 40 minutes, for
80 minutes.
4 quarters for 80 minutes.
4 20-minute quarters, yes.
Can't even do like basic math at the moment. Like if you're out in the sun the whole entire time, like your head is just burning.
I myself was out there this morning for the massacre of the 300-0 from the Ireland women, and I will front up in the next game, officiating for the men's game. But we have duty call in the last quarter here is Johnny Enright, our umpire from Ireland, throws the ball up. Ball comes to ground, no clear handout. Beats to a honey pot. This is going to go out of bounds again.
Yeah.
Or to a stoppage.
But
Johnny.
The Eagles they seem to be able to keep it at least like in the pocket, which is great. Like we're not losing the ball back into the midfields. So let's hope that we'll be a little bit more precise now with the taps and maybe link up with 1 or 2 kicks so that we're in a good position for a goal kick.
Yeah, so while we're moving the ball out from the Swans area, but we do need to score. We want some scoring here. That's the name of the game.
Yes.
You're going to need to spread out, I think, a little bit. Get the ball moving forward.
Yeah, that was also one of the messages that the skipper told us, that we really wanted to, like, because the scoreboard does not quite represent like the game at the moment. Like the Swans, they're doing fantastic work. Like they're linking up very well.
High tackle there.
Yeah.
She's going to go. This is a good opportunity here for the German Eagles to get their first score on the board.
Yeah.
Got to get the ball moving. That'll tear the house down. The grandstand to my left here. I reckon the Devil might even make himself come back here, get on the ground.
Unlucky. So that wasn't quite a mark yet. We're still fumble.
Going to get a score here. It's going to go through. In the goal square, off the ground. Keep go.
Yes! Awesome.
They're coming.
Fantastic.
They're on the ground. Get out there. Yes, they up and about.
Man.
Beers are flowing. The devil. The devil is out. It's Satan himself.
Oh my
Boys, get in front of the camera. Mum, get the camera. We have got one here. It's a Kodak moment at ZFG. It is a goal to the German Eagles.
Have you? It was a little bit
point.
compact. It was a point. Oh
the
no.
greatest point in the life of the game.
Yeah. Have you seen? It was a little bit contested. I wasn't quite sure which number it actually
I know.
was.
I think it's definitely those goalpost pads down there. They are the biggest things we have seen. That's pushing the back to the Swans. Paid by Jonathan. Great free kick to the Swans. But yes, the goalpost pads might have just clipped them. The Arc from Melbourne maybe came over the top and said,
wait,
you're kicking the other way, love.
Yeah. I mean, the number 7, like, I'm more than happy if she's going to kick in that direction.
It can be confusing, you know. There's 2 ways in which you can kick the ball, so I can understand why she got it confused. It's a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, eh? I mean,
Johnny.
But in all honesty, every good player got confused in their lifetime, so it's like, it's part of the game. But I mean, she realized her mistake before she even made a mistake. So
never
all
make
good,
it again.
all good.
German sending the ball here, unmanned.
I was talking with Joe about this previously. That like during the game, and like most of the games I saw from the women, that we weren't quite able. Eagles as like Swans as well. We weren't able to really get it out of the thin side, and like we've seen 2-3 times already with Judith bringing it into the fat side to
like
kind of open up the
Swans.
space. But yeah, the Swans they picked up the ball, carried a little bit forward, but we see good numbers around the ball for us. Let's see if we can like lock it in and get it up to our goal again. That would be fantastic.
Well, it's at least 100 metres from the German goal here, which is a lot of yardage.
It is, but like, I mean...
100 metres, that's about 333 feet. And Johnny Enright, our umpire from Ireland, pays a free kick to the Swans, and they're going to kick it to a massive swarm of players up forward.
There we go.
We've got some interesting blocking going here off the ball, about 80 metres. Number 1 for Germany is working Leona Williams off the ball, more caressing, like a bit of... like some sheep out in the bush.
I mean, right now we see like a very well structured forward kicking and marking here from the Swans as well. Like they really have their head together. And let's see. Yes, unlucky. Sometimes we have a bit of a.
Can we get the camera on these two here on the wing? This is taking your footy seriously to another level. Number 4, Leona Williams, being manned heavily by the number 1 from the German team,
which is Katharina Meissner. Yeah. So for Katharina as well as
Satan makes his way in front of us. He's now got purple ears on.
Okay. Yeah, Katharina, as for many other people, like it's the first time playing in like an 18-a-side tournament, so it's like we really thought about like how we gonna like if we're gonna do the zone defending or if we're gonna stay on the player, and like it really depends. Like the four is very active, jumping around here.
You might see in the bottom of your screen here on the corner of the square, 60 metres from the ball, Katarina. This is a hard tag. This is Cameron Ling from the Geelong Cats back in Melbourne in his heyday. Not giving an inch here as Jonathan has found a miscellaneous free kick in the pocket. Shot on goal here for the Schwannies.
Yeah, so that I reckon that could be her distance. Like that could be like a safe goal for the Swans. But I mean, I personally don't hope for it. But
goal,
well done. Very good execution on the kick there. The girls are getting around the goal kicker.
Go.
Like fantastic. That's what you want to see within the team as well.
And we see lots of Germans on the far side there with Robin Hood and the Forest supporting their team.
Yeah. We also have like a couple of like were you just talking about the supporters there from the just to the
forward flank of the Swans, left of screen.
So they're actually
we've got a late interchange here for Germany. Got to be careful with the starting positions. This is going to be a free kick to the Swans. They've gone on early. Guaranteed here. Johnny Enright from Ireland.
There we go. So Paula Vogel, our previous ruck, seems to be fine again. Like she's going in for the position. Let's hope it's also going to be her tap. She's a bit late to the ball. Unfortunately, the Swan was able to like get the hands on there first. But we see Clara Hertel breaking through, getting a good kick out of the
Some of the best bleached blonde hair I've ever seen there.
Oh, it's fantastic! It's fantastic hair, eh?
It's amazing hair there. Coming back through the guts here. This is aggressive play. Takes them on. Short little kick to the headband. Great overhead mark. Plays on. Working the ball through the middle. This has got 6 points written all over it here for the Swans. No one at the feet. Here she comes again and gets her own ball. This is amazing play. Fend off, dodge, hands over, goal. Kick the goal. Top of the goal square. It's going to bounce through.
A little bit too short. That's just going to be
somehow misses the goalpost padding and goes through from behind.
Yeah.
Probably the second best point behind the German Weagles at the other end.
Yeah. But the number two, like the woman with the headband was doing fantastic swirl around the players. Like you selling the candy here and there as well. I think the kids would be happy to have her around. We have Annie Rode kicking out here from full back, not quite hitting the target with Katharina Meisner, and the ball's coming straight back.
A draw.
And that is a goal.
Well, I call that a 7-point play. Deliberately missed to the right-hand side for a point. Score off the kick out. Make it 7 points instead of 6. Smart. You can see what the Swans wanted to do there. Executed beautifully. We now have 7.5 minutes left in the last quarter. 10 goals, 9, 69 to 0-1. 1. And we're going to play down in the goal square here.
Yeah.
I recommend, yes, the water is being applied. I can confirm H2O on that injury and up and about.
I heard it's also fantastic to heal cancer as well. You know,
oh, well, let's hope.
Apply this.
Let's hope water is being applied, everybody.
Yeah.
If you're at home, get some water into you. It's working wonders here at the ZFG, the Zagreb football ground, men's and women's football.
There we go.
Hard tackle, that'll be a ball up. She just sort of hit her head on the ground there accidentally.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's okay.
Was a bit unlucky, looked a bit hard. Like give her a second or two. I'm pretty sure she can take it.
It's a good thing that ground's not too hard out there. We did find a few trampolines yesterday as well, getting up quickly.
So that was just Ann-Kathrin Bierhoff. Also quite new, only had like a couple of games under her belt, but she has done fantastic work in the back line already yesterday when we were playing the Swans and the Banshees. We see that Clara Hertel is back again. She got the mark. She's also played soccer among other sports. Her kick is very good. Like I think she could actually like travel, like kick a little bit further, but unfortunately got into the hands of a Swan. They were a little bit better to positioning themselves in general.
Kick it to the headband. I say the Swans, good mark here.
Well done.
Just trying to get a number on the headband. Number 21 for the Swans. That is Kate Franklin. Kick it to Kate. She's hot at the moment. Got her hand in the air. It's going in her direction here. She's in the pack. Almost gets the hands. No follow-up work from Kate. She's a one-hit wonder.
Yeah. Oh, that was an unlucky bounce for our players. But we see here Bente from Kiel trying her best, really getting a foot to the ball, which is great. We just lost the ball here again. The Swans are a little bit more active around the ball.
Can you please talk me through number 29's knee brace out there? That's quite an incredible brace.
Yeah, so this is Alice. She'd done her ACL 1.5 or 2 years ago. And she had like other injuries as well, and that brace is just like trying to keep the knee together. I mean, yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you've done your ACL before, like, you know, you don't always have like the full trust in your body, and like sometimes you need this as a mental support.
Oh, well,
as
it's
well.
fantastic. We've got a great ground here. It's a grab, nice and even, beautiful surface to look after that knee.
Exactly. Like there are no big holes in there. Even that pocket is like it's like a good grass pitch. So if you get tackled there, like you probably wouldn't even feel anything. Whereas like here up front, it would be a bit rough. I reckon there would be a few scraps.
Beautiful. There's Jonathan, our umpire from Australia, now living in London, working with AFL Europe. Get us underway. Ruckman got their hands in the air.
And
tap out one by the German.
Yes.
Down to ground to nobody. That's okay.
What's the name of the Swans Rock?
The Swans Rock eludes me. I believe that's Kate Franklin, woman with the headband. She's not going to go up on this occasion though.
Let's see, like if we can.
Coming in from the back, there's Freya Hibbard. She's going to nominate the ruck. Yes, right hand and left hand. She really wants this and gets beaten in the ruck contest.
And okay. I thought the ball already went over the boundary, but no, it doesn't seem like it.
You're going to bring it in a bit here. We don't want to go out again. Robin Hood's getting a bit close to the play out there in the forest. We call this the black pocket. Weird things have happened out here today. So another restart here from Jonathan. And numbers at the back. Germans aren't on shoulder. Top of the goal square. This could be a mark. 6 points looming at the crumb. Sells the dummy. Breaks the tackle. Left, right. Dodge, duck, weave. And off the ground. Goal ski!
Well done. I have to admit that was a very good play there right away. Like I think it would have costed her too much time to pick it up, and it was a leap of faith because like these balls off the ground, trying to kick into the goals could be very dangerous, but it definitely paid off here for the Swans.
Yeah, Jane Meadows there at the left foot off the ground. Bending it like Beckham. Straight through the sausages, and we're going to bring it back to Johnny Enright, our umpire from Ireland, to get us restarted. We have 3 minutes left in the game here, 76-1. I believe if we get another score here from the Germans, we could have a grand invasion. They are getting even more rowdy. They are banging. They're growing in numbers somehow.
Yeah, we're just multiplying. I mean,
the German crew, hopefully they can get the clearance here. I really want to see this.
Okay, the Swans are getting it out again, moving it up into like the forward 50. Joanna Kawasaki.
Great tackle there from Emma Baker, number 9. She's going to win the ball here. Her free kick. She's ran away from it, didn't even want it, giving it to Tara Barrett. Looks like she's got a good leg on her here. She seems pretty confident, taking her time.
She's got the wind in her back as well. Like the ball might carry a little bit longer than.
I suppose
usual.
Jane Meadows looming in the goal square. She's 1-on-1.
A bit of a torpedo there, and
here he is.
Smothered. So at least like
here's Jane on her hands and knees, crawling, arms raised. Oh! This is not volleyball. You cannot do that. Jane's got the ball. Shot on goal. AFL Europe, for those listening at home. For the Germans playing at home as well. Use a clenched fist to punch it off a stationary hand. You will not be penalised.
It's a tough angle. Do you think the 54
absolutely
can do it?
Commentator's curse, I reckon. Yep. Robin Hood says, I want it in the forest. Number 23, that is not Shane Warne. From the German side, go and get the ball out of the forest, bring it back.
There we go. Going in for another ball up. We see the Rucks. Let's see who gets the hands on first, and that was the German Eagle. Bit of scramble. Come on, get it out.
Holding or tripping, kicking in danger. Miscellaneous free kick.
For us, there we go. Okay.
I just don't see it now. Oh, look at the Congo line. Look at the Congo line here behind the ball. Look at them go. The Germans, they up and about. What is in the water out here? It's doing crazy things to crazy people today. Injuries, but also sending them a bit loopy.
I think it's the hops in the water that makes a difference.
Yeah, fantastic. We're loving it here at ZFG. The Germans taking it away. This is motivating them. We've got 50 seconds. Free kick downfield. This is going to help.
Yeah.
That's got to be 50 metres. She's handballed it to the umpire. Jonathan, our umpire from Australia, not penalised her.
There we go. So we saw that Clara Heddle was just taken down after she kicked the ball already. So that's
Germans have got to go here. They've got to move.
There we
We've got 30 seconds. Leah, take us away. You got 30 seconds to own this for the German side.
Come on. I mean, I'm personally just praying to all gods there. There is. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay, no, that
the knee
Swans
brace
up front again. So we see a lot more Swans around the ball than Eagles, I reckon. But we said before that we should like stretch it out and not be in each other's way and like fall victim to like friendly fire. But let's see, we've got another
3 seconds here. This will see us through to the end.
Oh, man.
This is going to be it. The Swans are going to become winners. They're going to go through to the grand final.
Well done.
They're going to play the Irish team, who won 300-0. Formidable opponents tomorrow. We are done here at ZFG.
Germans still celebrating, and I think they're going to run onto the pitch real soon to support the girls.
They're
as
happy.
Well. But the Swans have done fantastic work. Like they were able to link it up very well, as I said before, and just yeah,
Well,
really excited to watch the game tomorrow. Swans up against the Banshees.
Well,
Let's hope that they're going to kick some goals against the Irish, you know.
Yes, well, we're going to have a little break here. 9 minutes time, we're going to have the French Cocks versus the Great Britain team. Look forward to that. It's going to be a close game. They're going to play Ireland, the winner of that game, in the men's final tomorrow. Ireland in the men's and the women's final tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we're looking for the both double, Ireland v GB in men's and women's tomorrow. Wait and see. Until then, give you 8 minutes, grab a cup of tea, some high scones, and we'll see you soon.
Fantastic. Thank you.
ouais, pareil.
C'est un petit peu serré, mais ça passe.
Alors, regarde, parce qu'il est un peu grand pour moi.
Eh mais regarde, pour moi, il est trop grand. Regarde, ça n'a pas même les cuisses.
Oui, non, mais là aussi.
Ah oui, je sais. Ah, mais je sais, mais même pour moi, il est grand là. T'as pas une ceinture? Moi aussi, j'ai un short. Premier contact, il est bon, les gars. Premier impact.
Les mollets, il faut bien les deux en vrai.
Et tous ensemble, allez!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Allez, bleu! Allez! On reste là, du coup? On reste là?
Hello, AFL Europe live stream watchers and listeners, and welcome back to the final match of the day, the most anticipated one for sure. We've had a few big, comfortable victories in these semi-finals today, but this one we're pretty certain is going to be one worth watching, because picking a winner is going to be difficult. We've got the French Cocks, the second-seeded French Cocks against the third-seeded GB Bulldogs. These two met on Wednesday, day one of the tournament. It was the French Cocks causing a bit of an upset. I'm joined by Jono Carter. Jono, do you think the Bulldogs will bounce back over 4 quarters?
I think the Bulldogs, it had hurt them a little bit from Wednesday. That it was a close game Wednesday. Both teams are in it, and I think we're in for an absolute cracker. And I reckon the GB boys, they'll be up for it. But the French boys, they know they can beat them. So we're in for a treat, I reckon.
We were among the French boys last night, weren't we? And they were not intimidated. I think Coach Jason just trying to make sure their heads are focused on this game, and neither side. I spoke to Sharpie and Andy from the Bulldogs pre-game, and both sides have just got to make sure they're fully focused on this encounter and not too worried about tomorrow's grand final against the Warriors, whoever it is that ends up playing them.
Yeah, it's going to be a cracker, whoever gets through to play the Warriors. We saw the Warriors earlier today.
Looked good.
They were just a little bit too good for Croatia, but this promises to be a closer affair, I think.
Got umpires Ian Kafka and Jono Holworth, who you just heard rounding out the call of the previous semi-final, second semi-final for the women's. That one, the GB Swans, with a big victory over the German Eagles. The Eagles did get on the board, though, in the end there, which was good, and you can still hear their chorus of fans going on in the background there. They're excited for their third place playoff against the Croatian Queens tomorrow morning, and it's the GB Swans to take on the Irish Banshees in the afternoon in that grand final. That should be a cracker, but all eyes are on this clash here, and we're just a couple of moments from getting underway. Jono, I don't know about you, but I'm excited.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really close. I think we're just waiting for a goal umpire to get in position at the moment, but we're about to get underway.
Jono might go with the bounce as well. He's not mucking around here.
Go the bounce.
Oh, and it's a beauty to start this game, and we're away.
Straight into the middle of the ZFG, that.
Yeah, the ZFG. It's Andy Cochran.
He's left
blazing
it behind.
away. Yeah, got it.
Well, he's in trouble now.
Forgot to collect the footy there.
He's going and going. And
the French Cock's sending it forward for the first time.
It's a good second effort by Andy to clean up the little mess of the bounce, but yeah, unfortunately the French have...
That's our mate Thomas down there, getting plenty of attention, and he's hurt himself early. That would be a huge blow to the Cocks if he doesn't get back up.
He's holding his head. I think it might have been the marking contest. That could have been the little ear massage.
It's a hot footy in there. I can't quite see who's came out with it, but the Cocks are quite happy with the result.
They kicked the first one.
It looks like someone's swiped one quickly out of the contest, and it's gone between the big sticks. So that is a sausage roll for the French Cocks, and Jono, they're away.
That's unreal. I thought it looked like GB were away. Andy Cochran had it. He was down the wing, and just, yeah, the bounce went behind him. And
we've got a blood rule for Thomas, by the way.
And his second effort was there and tidied up and laid a tackle, but it was all a little bit too late, and France took it away. And
they started fast on Wednesday, and they've started fast again. Now, it's a long game, but that is exactly what the Cocks were after. Now, we know here, injured player blood rule, you can have the new player come straight on, Jono, but there was a bit of controversy yesterday about 19 on the field in that Cox-Warriors matchup, and the Warriors were the beneficiaries.
Nothing gets past the eagle eyes of Joe Arthur that for a short period of time the Warriors had 19 on. It was nothing on purpose. It was just a mistake.
Completely accidental.
Yeah, but yeah, we've seen here that it's in the rules that the new player can go onto the ground whilst we wait for Thomas to come off.
Yeah, do we think Thomas is
hope Thomas is okay?
Yeah, we're obviously thinking of him, and hopefully it's just a matter of stopping the bleeding, strapping it up, and he's back out there. But he's walking off pretty gingerly, you have to say.
There's
and if it's a head knock, obviously the first thing is concussion, which would be such a shame because anything today will rule him out for tomorrow.
Yeah, as he gets closer, it looks like it's a blood nose of some sort. So he's got the head down because of the blood nose.
Yep.
But yeah, we hope he's okay. No, he's come
round
off
of applause. Yep. No, he's a hard unit, so if there is a chance he can return, he will be out there, rest assured. Straight out of the centre go the Paris Cocks with two big fists.
Shades of Clark Keating in that. Great tackle, Miles Hudson.
Yeah, but that's been wrapped up.
Miles Hudson, he's probably my pick of the GB boys at the moment. I reckon he's the dark horse out there. I think he's the vice captain and the Wimbledon Hawks captain, and very good footballer across half-back for the Bulldogs.
Confident he can cause some problems for
I think he'll stop
for the French.
Sharpie
around the corner. How's it going to bounce? Ooh, just the wrong hand. The right-hand side of that post.
Yeah, the Watch AFL post didn't quite get a work out there.
No, they've been quiet today, actually, the Watch AFL posts.
Watch AFL post did a lot of work yesterday.
A lot of work. Busy. But, yeah, Sharpie, the Bulldogs skipper, across the body, not far away, but an unlucky bounce. He's got the ball again, though.
The devil.
And they're heading back in. And this is number 8 there, I should say.
Jacob Robinson was chasing it down, and Jacob, he's got wheels, that boy.
He's been coined Rory. He's Adam Kelly, actually, in the number 8. Although it says on my team list, and I think it's wrong, because it does look like
Does look like Jacob.
It
on
looks
the
like
far
Jacob
side.
Robinson, so I think we're going to stick with that. Some confusion on the team sheets, apologies. But regardless, he was coined by umpire John O'Holworth as Rory Sloane during the call yesterday. And you know what? Just to make it easier and to avoid any confusion, I think that's how it's going to stay for today.
Jacob would love that, I think. He actually spent a year in Adelaide learning. That's where he sort of learnt the game. And, yeah, he's a Crows man, so he'd be all about that.
Sloaney, probably tell you Sloaney's a really good-looking lad too. And that's a mark in the forward pocket. That's a great take and a heavy landing.
Yeah.
But he's back on his feet.
He's made him earn that one.
Another opportunity for the French Crocs. I tell you what, it's a tough kick, but if this goes through, oh, bad omens.
Yeah, I mean, it is 4 quarters today, Joe, so there is a long time to come back, not like the group
short
stage
form
matches.
40 minutes. That's true.
But
we shan't get carried away. That's across the face, but
oh, that's sloppy.
Johnny on the spot. That is the French skipper Nicolas Bock, and he's going to have a crack here.
Yeah, sloppy defending.
He's going to go around the corner, I think, the right footer. No, he's lining up a drop punt. Oh, a tough kick. Comes around the corner indeed. Whacks it on the left foot. And that's gone through.
Mate, great finish.
Nicolas Bock, the French skipper. That's 2 for the Cox early. And he's wheeled around on the left and put that one straight through the high diddle-diddle. Team manager, excuse me.
Team manager,
good on you
so
for pointing me out. So the rare team manager
he does
player.
it all, Nicolas Bock. He's obviously organises the boys and he's kicking goals. And yeah, big start from the Cox here. It's
2 straight for the Cox, playing 1 behind for the Bulldogs.
I still think the Bulldogs can come back and get some work done here. But
how far behind do they have to go before you lose a little bit of faith?
I mean, as a Freo man, you can come back in a final. I've seen that already this year. But
different Bulldogs though.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a tricky question, Joe. It's
certainly too early to call it at this point, though. But again, team manager and star player Nicolas Bock with an early opportunity, but that's down Sloaney's throat there.
Yeah. Nah.
Kicks it a bit like Rory Sloane as well.
He's kicking inside. A fantastic delivery.
Yeah. Beauty of a kick. In the hands of Jack
Coming at the
Coughlin.
back towards Ollie. Ollie Hoban. Ollie is also got some wheels on him, but just left him a little bit too much to do.
Beaten by the goal line, and that's a second behind for the Bulldogs and the Cox to bring this one out of defence.
I tell you what, Joe, the viewers, they've gone up in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they're skyrocketing for this one. I knew it would. Everyone's tuning in. It's a big game. I think there's a good contingent of the Irish crowd tuning into this just to see who they're going to get and size up the opposition.
Yeah, and fantastic effort.
Massive hit.
I just saw there, it was a Miles Hudson. It was a 2-on-1. He brought it to ground. Great work by Miles.
Playing in front here, Clement Decaux. He is the man to watch, and that's not the delivery, and that's Sloaney again. Dead pocket over there.
Fantastic
the black
defending
hole
there from Pierre Lacharles.
It's a big game for Clement, this one. We were talking about this last night. He probably didn't have his best go of it against the Warriors, but he tore the Bulldogs to shreds earlier on, and we know what he's capable of. So a hot start from him off half-back's critical.
He's clearly a classy player, Clement. I was lucky enough to umpire that game, and I just kept noticing this bloke with a helmet getting the ball over and over again. And yeah, you find out a little bit about him, and you go, yep, okay, you are a good footballer. As we see the French come through the middle at the moment. And the pressure's around the ball, but just tackle's not sticking.
No, it's a good take there across half-back by Steve Welton. Goes out wide, though. It's not a great kick. Fortunately for him, it bounced before the boundary, and I don't think Johnny Holburn, we haven't really been quick on the insufficient attempt here at the tournament. Some would say that's a plus, so we'll have a ball up. Grandstand side.
It is a good rule that the ball up, it brings it back into the corridor.
Yeah,
a little
it does.
Bit.
Yeah.
But the French are doing well around the clearances.
They're looking really, really good, but
As
there's
we
an
see
opportunity
Archie,
here for Archie.
Archie's got the short one, and fantastic kick.
Ooh, great set of hands. No.
Well, you got Lawson that took a great grab there.
Yeah,
Strong
great
hands.
set of hands.
Archie tried to snaffle it and keep going, but you can't play on from a mark, Archie. Not when you haven't marked it yourself.
Oh, speaking of great grabs.
Fantastic grab up there.
I believe this might be Jack Coughlin. Jersey number 24. It is indeed. That was a beauty of a duke.
So it's obvious that the Bulldogs, they've rejigged their team set up a little bit from the first day. That they've definitely got a slightly more mobile forward line, and they've sent the skipper forward as well, Ross Denton. But Denton and Coughlin, they could be something to watch. I reckon, mate.
On the board. So that's 1-2-8 for the Bulldogs, trailing the French Cocks. Excuse me, 2 straight 12. It's a 4-point margin here. And as predicted, this one has started at a bullet a gate. Can't pick them. Both sides getting forward. It's going to be really hard to split these two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I reckon, mate. I'm interested in the midfield battle here. That we'll see the clearances. I think at the start it looks like France could have the upper hand on the clearances.
And again, they send
on
it
the
forward
outside
here.
of the
Can
boot.
someone get a
Julian
boot on
DeGoss
it? They
has
can
put it into the
indeed.
square.
And that is a really good response from France. That
Yeah.
did not take long at all. A minute after conceding.
Straight out of the midfield. The Bulldogs have got to do something about these clearances, don't they, mate?
They're getting smacked at the moment. And you know what? Their female counterparts, the Swans, they basically dominated 4 quarters of the previous matchup against the Eagles purely from centre clearances. That is where they won the game. And at the moment, not sure if they share midfield coach or not, but the Bulldogs have got to get something cooking, and they've got to get it cooking fast.
Dean Thomas and the boys, they're going to have to sort something out there because, yeah, the setup just doesn't look right. And the Cocks have actually just changed their ruckman as we see Thomas Mouliez go in, and he's the other man with a helmet that played really well the other day.
Yeah. Lean, mean, rucking machine, Thomas Millian. And again, they do get the ascendancy out of the middle, and it's knocked forward for the Cocks. And just as this one's underway, and that's out of bounds, we'll have a ball up. Packed stands behind us. Everyone's hanging around to watch this. There's no one going anywhere.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The Germans are in full voice today. They're having a few beers.
When are they not in the full voice, the Germans?
Don't know who they're supporting.
And we got the Bulldogs coming down the line here.
Clement's in the area, but Lawson's there as well.
Competing hard. It's a tough footy to win, and it spills out. That might work.
Archie's done well there.
He's copped one everywhere. Yeah, he copped a big knock, didn't he?
One high, and well done, Archie. Puts his head over the ball all the time, that man.
And he goes quickly, but probably not the right option. And the Cocks have turning this around off half back, and they go down the guts.
Anthony Boubert,
he's a player, Anthony Boubert, and that's too high. A little bit of ill discipline, costing the Cocks some more forays forward. Sharpie, that wasn't so sharp, but I bet this kick will be.
Uncharacteristic, that.
In the right area, yeah.
Fantastic delivery. Sharpie's found his man in the far pocket. This pocket, if you've been watching other games, it's a hard pocket to kick goals from. But I reckon I'd back him in here.
Who is this we got here with the ball? Jono?
Far pocket's a little bit away from us.
It's the black hole pocket. Nothing good happens over there.
And you can't see anyone's
numbers. Can't see his jersey number either. So a miscellaneous Bulldog has missed. You think he's put that to the near side. Yeah, it's a tough pocket to kick from out there. It's not that there's any wind.
He's only just snuck it in. I said the other day, mate, if you're missing the net, you haven't got near kicking a goal.
We had our first one today, actually. 6-pointer over the net. Went through above post height. Have not seen many of those.
Nets to those watching around Europe. We've said it a few times. Consider getting nets. They're
specifically AFL London. We might be a bit biased there, but we're
sick of running out the back and getting the ball.
Nets on the post. It's a good idea, and it did not take much setting up.
Biff's taken a long time then, but he's just got through. He's a bull in there. He's hard to tackle, that man. And he's gone again. Great second effort. Jakey Robertson, he's also cracked in. It's scrappy and congested.
They're all over it at the moment.
And there's Jacob again.
And he's wearing a big tackle here, and
Johnny Hall said, that's mine.
That's mine.
There's someone trying to tell Johnny that he missed a free kick. But Johnny's the pro, guys.
Yeah. It's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, argue all you like. I think the full-time AFL, AFLW umpire is going to be pretty onto it.
Yeah, they get in a better position.
With the greatest of respect to the calibre of footballers we have out here, they don't get many wrong, those umpires of ours.
Good
tackle.
Johnny Harvey to Cal Newman. Fantastic.
Good opportunity
great link
here.
Up from Johnny Harvey.
Who can win this out? A nice 360 out of trouble, but the handball's not really gone anywhere good for the French.
Ian Caffrey's found one. He's found the free, and Sharpie
Wore
put
one,
his head over
yeah,
it.
he wore one high there, didn't he, Sharpie? And
he's a tough character, Michael Sharp. And
got an opportunity to kick the second of the term for the Bulldogs and get it back to I believe, I can't quite see the scoreboard. We got too many fans in the way. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, it is a good problem.
But it would be under a goal if he puts this one through, I can tell you that.
See the coaches ringing the changes as Julian Lefebvre has just come on. And
Sharpie likes it.
Sharpie's got it.
Yep, like that one off the boot. So at the moment, that's 2 goals, 3 to the Bulldogs. They're on 15 and they're 3 points behind the French Cocks, who have kicked 3 straight to start the game.
So he's seen Dean Thomas. I'm not sure if it's the scheduled rotation or he's made a change, but got a new ruckman now. Watson's come off, and who do we have in the middle? Ben Kinnear. So we'll see if he can...
Ben Kinnear wore a massive knock to the chin yesterday, and that was strapped to high.
Johnny Harvey, he's run through it. He's got the hands out just in time. Well done.
There's Kinnear in the mix there. He was strapped up to Kingdom Come last night, and he had to end up at the hospital getting that chin checked out. So it's good to see Kinnear out there.
Marco Pinto, he's won the free kick. He's been a good player for the Cocks.
He's lightning, this guy.
Yeah.
This guy, I had the pleasure of taking the field against him at the Gallia Cup in Paris, and he's a French Cock player in the domestic league, and he burnt me.
He knows what he's doing.
That's
so kicks in the Clermont direction. Archie and Clermont, good battle that.
Really good matchup. That's one to watch the rest of the game, yeah. Archie for the Bulldogs wearing the number 11, and number 11 Clermont for the French Cocks. That's going to be
I wonder if Archie's got
watch.
the defensive forward role potentially on their star.
Wouldn't surprise me, actually. Clermont's worth.
Good move by the
bringing a man
Bulldogs
too.
here, I think. Changing the ruckman. It has changed a bit. Kinnear's got his hand on it. Tap
Sandy
out.
Walkden that sent it in here, and the ball's in up for grabs. Great tackle from Nicholas Bock. He's only a little fella, but he's quite well built, and he will throw his body in the firing line. He's scared of no one, that man.
Yeah, Sharp a strong man too, and he tried to break the tackle, but there's no prior, Ian said, and no one was going anywhere.
That looks like holding the footy to me. Ian agrees. Free kick to the French Cocks. Just got one arm pin there.
Yeah.
Bulldog couldn't quite shake it and get a legal disposal away. So the Cocks coming off half back. With just around 3.5 minutes left here in the first term, and this match is living up to the billing. It's been a stonker so far.
Fantastic effort by Cal Newman out that far side. That still on one out there, and he got the fist in, the taller man, and took it across. And see if the Bulldogs can set up again, and maybe their new formation in the middle, they might be able to get it forward again.
Nicholas Bock couldn't get a boot to it. Ball's in dispute here, and it's swept on by the Bulldogs. Quick hands gets it out. Lovely Shepherd as well, and the Bulldogs are away if they can hit a target. Falls a little bit short. Plenty of work to do still. Oh, but lovely hands, and this is Andy Walkden sending it inside 50. That's a booming kick to a big one-on-one. Boundary's the friend of the Cocks here, and that's where it goes.
So I got distracted a little bit, Joe. There was a little bit going off the ball. It wasn't argy-bargy or anything, but just blokes blocking to try and get a run. That everyone is a bit desperate here to get in the best position, and obviously means a lot to everyone, and the chance to play against the Warriors tomorrow, and the chance to then be European Championships.
And I think truly of the remaining teams, the Warriors in the grand final, the French Cocks here, as we see a lovely mark and a switch of play.
Strong mark from Glenn.
Aggressive
and even better use to find Ludovic Barrett. He's been a good player all tournament. He's looks like one of their older gents and just seems to know how to play the game.
As they continue on forward, but the Cocks, the Warriors, all the Bulldogs, I think any team in that matchup is capable of winning it. I think that this grand final is up for grabs. The Warriors have been strong, but they haven't been impervious. They did suffer a draw against the Bulldogs, who the Cocks did then go on and beat. So that bodes well for a contested grand final tomorrow, no matter who's in it.
And good news for the French Cock supporters. We've just seen Big Thomas. He's walked in front of us, and he looks all right, and there's no more blood. So, I mean, hopefully we see him back out.
Might just be getting a bit of strapping on that face there from the physio, and I think we might see him back out in that French forward line soon. As the French do continue to fight on there. Oh, that's straight in the head there. That is contact to the head, and he is not well.
We've seen a head knock.
I'm not sure which French Cock has gone down there. Completely accidental. It might have been his own player. but he is down on all fours, clutching his face, and he's definitely going to need some attention. That was a huge hit.
Their bodies going everywhere.
Play continues. It's Andy Walkden again. He's looked dangerous.
He is a dangerous player.
He's
Andy
got to
Walkden.
butter up his work here, and he's done well. He's got a boot to it.
I think the pressure from the French defence then that he... oh, no, he hasn't missed
Oh,
it, has he?
was
It's
that
still
an
in
swing?
somehow.
It stayed alive. Numbers with the Cox. They got to get a Shepherd on here. Lovely work there. That was silly as well. That's a downfield free kick.
Very, very
unnecessary.
silly.
Patrick Statham wearing the number 9.
Yeah, he did a lot of good work in that 3-on-1 then, and then just lost his head.
Did not need to do that at all. The man was clear. A second blood rule and a second knock for a French cock, and you can see he is covered in blood, his face there. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah. He looks with it. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. They'll do a concussion test as a precaution, but if it's another blood nose, the same as Thomas has suffered, they'll just clean that up, get some strapping on, and he'll be back out there. But he did wear a big hit.
Could be a blessing in disguise, looking after the legs.
Maybe so. You never know there.
There's kick in the direction.
Clement prancing through the middle. The kick is smothered, though. You got to, and I think it's a Falcon.
Sharp's chasing it again, and
goodness me.
He's
and with all that going on, the quarter-time sirens snuck up on us. There's plenty happening here, Jono. It's hard to keep up.
There is a lot happening. The player that just won the free kick for the high contact off the ball, he didn't actually realise it was half time.
No, and he
said, I've got a player out on the wing. No one's manned up on him because it's quarter time,
I'll
mate.
tell you what, though, it's one worth watching, so stay with us. We're going to go for a short break now, but we've got 3 straight 18 French Cocks, 3-point lead over the Great British Bulldogs. Little inaccurate. They've kicked 2 goals, 3-15. We'll take a quick break. Joe Arthur and John O'Carter will be back with you in a few minutes' time.
Rauslassen, aber nicht trocknen.
Les gars, on les punch, je sais pas. On les punch. Et un de l'autre côté aussi. Parce que tu vois pas. Un de l'autre côté derrière.
Je vais là-bas.
And we're back here for the second term of this intense and tight clash between the French Cocks.
Yeah, fantastic to see what happens here,
and
mate.
the GB Bulldogs.
It was a real battle in the middle before in the clearances, and we've seen the first one.
Had a word in there with Blighty, assistant coach for the GB Bulldogs. He's not worried. Neither is the team. They understand that, you know, it's tight now, but over 4 quarters, that's what this Bulldogs side is built for, and that's what they've been so good at. So still plenty of belief in both camps. Good news for the French Cocks. Thomas, after copping that early whack to the schnoz, is back out there.
Yeah, great to see. He looks fine. He's got a bit of tissue paper stuff from his nose. Speaking of the devil, he's trying to grab that one.
In the thick of it straight away.
Yeah, he's obviously fine.
So it is the first foray forward for the Cocks. Oh, he's took it on about 3 there, and that's holding the footy.
Taken way too long has Logan. I don't try and say his last name because I've butchered it too many times. But, we're on first name basis, Logan and I.
Go way back, all the way back to last night. Maybe a brief interaction. Yeah, but plenty of the French Cocks on the sidelines there. We've got another one getting his nose worked on and another one just walking past us with a heavily strapped torso. So the Bulldogs have been really getting after them in that first term. So hopefully, for the sake of competition, the Cocks can continue to push and put pressure on this game. They do hold a 3-point lead.
Yeah, interesting. There were some really heavy collisions.
Yeah.
I mean, all legal and all great footy, and just it's been a hard-hitting battle so far.
Looking to go the switch, but opts to go straight down the tee. Not sure it's going to work because the Cocks do have the numbers, but it falls in a Bulldog's lap. He's gone the fend off. He'll have to get rid of it, and he does.
Got out just in time.
In a bit of space here, the Bulldogs. That kick's not going to work, though. Oh, great 1%er, that smother. But the Cocks are able to steady and bring it out through the middle of the ground. But it looks like it's going to boomerang straight back to them.
But to the man you don't want to kick
Clement
it
to. having a better day now. He's was thereabouts in the first term, and he's
got something to prove. And yeah, it's a lovely kick forward.
It's a massive kick too. Yeah.
And gets out the back, and the French are good at getting it out the back and then getting numbers there. It has been get it all forward, and he's got away with that one there.
Yeah, Cochrane, I'm not sure he got rid of that legally,
yeah,
but Ian Kafka was happy with how he disposed of it and let it go. I think you're right, mate, though. The Bulldogs maybe try and play a purer, slightly cleaner style of football, whereas the Cocks, they just want territory, and they're quite happy to take it. As you see there
Exhibit A, wasn't it? Just whack it forward.
And it seems to work for them because they clamber around the ball here. We might have a goal. Oh. Good opportunity, but it creates chances. It's just constant chaos ball, and it's hard for the Bulldogs to try and steady.
Fantastic. He swung it back inside, Sharp. He's done well there. But,
handball over to Clement.
Clement, he's
again looking to knock it on. He puts his head over the ball and he's rewarded.
Yeah, the GB bench, they're not happy in front of us, but Johnny Horwath, he's made the correct decision.
Yeah, he has, whacked in the dome there. Clement, he's hard as nails. And he sends it forward, not to anyone's advantage, and that's eaten up by the Bulldogs. Sharpie wants it. He's on
man,
wide.
Miles Hudson. He's very good at intercepting across half back, and
he's told to go quickly by umpire Ian Kafka.
Someone's come from out forward.
I know, right?
But great intercept by Andy Cochrane.
So it's
done well there.
A chaotic start to the term. No one's quite got on the board yet, but there's plenty to love.
Andy Cochrane, he was one of those that they've, as part of their setup, they've shifted him to half back, and geez, it's working really well.
Working well. Jacob Robinson, Rory Sloan here. Not his finest kick. That's a little bit too short.
Jacob would be upset with that one.
But the ball's up in dispute there, and the Bulldogs do break away with it.
Johnny
They send
Harvey
it forward.
did very well there. Busted through the pack, and he's turned it over, but I mean, no one else was wanted to.
Oh, it's a boomerang, this footy at the moment. You don't know where it's going to end up after a kick. It's just, and that is a mongrel that epitomises everything that's going on in this game at the moment.
Miles Hudson, he was in the right place then, and then went the second effort and got one from Thomas, just a little bit high.
Yeah, he was a bit overzealous there, and he went for the footy, but he clipped him on the way down, and that's a free kick. Ian straight onto it. Andy Cochran here, working it out of defence in the Sharpie direction, but overhits it. And the Cox
We can't see what's happening because the GB bench is way in front.
Fighting for possession, and we'll have a throw in. That one's rolled out of bounds.
Yeah,
They're getting after Clement here, and he won't be intimidated. I tell you what.
He's as tough as he comes. And
poke the bear at your own risk, GB. But a ball up here on the grandstand side wing, right in front of the GB bench. Those boys are animated.
What do you reckon, mate? He's getting all the ball. Would you go the? You can just see that he's out the back at the moment.
He's on his own, and it looked like maybe they were doing a defensive tag with Archie, but they've certainly gone away from that now. Yeah.
The ball's in the far pocket.
The far pocket. I haven't got a clear angle on it. That one's been walked out of bounds, and umpire
Johnny Hallworth, he said,
Johnny Hallworth, give it to
me. 15 from the line, as that's the rules, and
we'll get going again. Clement again there, knocking it forward for the French, and it's going to work for them.
Found Jeremy Sardine, who's also been busy.
Good player. Hard one to mark, though. No one brings it down. That's too high. Is that Andy Cochran there? Yeah, he barreled straight in head first, and only a little fella.
He's a bull, that man.
This young French cock.
Goes after the footy very hard, and yeah, I guess that's you roll the dice.
A switch here.
Fantastic.
An aggressive one. Not quite enough on the kick. It was close, though, and that's Andy Walkden cutting it off.
Great work from Andy Walkden.
And he goes inboard, and that one's paid off.
Found Johnny Harvey. Johnny Harvey, he's played in great half so far. He's been very busy.
It's the Clement direction again, and that's going to come to ground. He halves a contest at worst, Clement.
I reckon there's going to be
dangerous kick, though.
There's 14 minutes left of this half, mate, but I think the Bulldogs, they're going to have to say at half time, stop kicking it to Clement.
Yeah, we're going to have to do something about that. He'll need a bit of treatment, but it's always tough when the player getting the most of the ball is not a midfielder, because do you sacrifice a forward for the sake of a tag? It's a dangerous move to make.
We've got a GB player down.
That's Andy Walkden there. We hope he's all right, because he's having a heck of a half a footy. He's been laid out on his bum, and now he's on all fours, and the physio's getting out to him, but he's back on his feet. So you imagine he'll be just fine.
Yeah, he looks all right. I think he just got a bit of a big hit, and just getting back around the ball again.
Coming in now, they're working towards the fat side of the ground. That's Robinson there, Sloaney on his bike. He's first to it, iffy handball though. But he butters up his own work, which you love to see. But again, it's Clement able to get possession and just gain territory for the French.
Great body work there from GB.
That's Adam Reid there, hard as nails.
Yeah, Thomas was almost out on him, just the slightest bump, and very smart football out of Reid.
And here is Andy Walkden, so he's right as rain, and he's going to send it in to the attacking half of the ground for the Bulldogs. He moves straight away, but gosh, it's been cut off again. This term is just back and forth.
Yeah, there's the halfbacks there.
Oh, it's an aggressive kick.
Aggressive kick. As we say that, they've turned it over, and Miles Hudson, he's taking a run. He's got a long
He's
left
had a
foot.
peg. That looks all right.
He's just hooked it to the right.
Yeah, hooked it to the right, and that's through. So a little bit of inaccuracy for the Bulldogs, but that makes it a 2-point ball game here. And they've had more scoring shots, but haven't been able to convert. And the French Cocks holding on to a narrow 2-point lead. They go long out of defence here.
That takes a long time to chew through an apple. Press the mute button.
No, should have known there. You're like a horse with the size of the bite you put down there.
Yeah, apologies to Joe. The rest of you, I muted my apple chewing. But Joe had to listen to it, and he just stared at me and gave me a really dirty look. He was like, "You absolute idiot."
No, he's just trying to bite off half an apple in one. We like to see it. It's a hot day here. You've got to make sure you fuel up. Oh, that's a hot footy from Ian Cathcart. Dove on it. Fair enough, I guess. And that's a free kick by way of the Bulldogs. Archie, great job.
Well,
and he's straight off here.
Tentatively played on, but he's seen the
Oh,
goals,
wouldn't he love to put one through?
I don't think he's quite
Gets
the
an
distance.
unlucky bounce there, and again missing to the right-hand side. So it's a 1-point game. 2 goals, 5.
It's definitely It's warm
2
out
goals
here.
4 apparently. No, 2 goals 5. Yeah, there we go. I'm ahead of the scoreboard, John. That's how onto it we are.
We're just noticed that Sharpie's come off for a rest, and well-deserved rest. but it
He's
is
got to
warm here
manage
today.
himself, Sharpie, because he's had some ankle trouble throughout this tournament. We saw that on day 1. He went down and was really poorly. And yesterday, in a couple of games, he actually didn't have the studs on. He had the trainers on. He was all about that ankle support. Moved him up forward. He's moving a lot better today, which is great to see, but they'll monitor that pretty closely throughout the day.
Yeah, he's too good a player not to make sure you get the maximum out of.
Oh, that's an unrealistic attempt there from the big 2-7 from France, and the umpire's straight onto that. Can't get away with it.
Guillaume, he went far too early.
Yeah. And I think he, in his head, got up a lot higher than he really did. I don't think he was near that one.
Yeah, you'll watch the stream later and he'll go, geez, whoops. As we see another, just a chaos ball
If
come
we
in
can be
here,
clean
really,
here,
isn't
the French can bring it out the fat side. No, he never took possession there, so
it's
John's
correct
let it go.
decision.
He's made the right call. Buttering up the work is Clement, and he just knocks it forward. The ball's still alive in the ground here. If someone can win it, it goes inboard here towards Andy Cochran. I think he's going to receive a handball. He is.
Andy Cochran, he's done fantastic there
On
to
the
get a kick
boot.
and get it forward. Well done, Andy Cochran.
Banana. But the Cox get possession, goes straight outside. This kick's got to work, though, because the numbers are with the Bulldogs. Boundary's the friend of France there, and they've got out of trouble there. That was looking dicey for a second.
What do you reckon, mate? It's all being played in the GB front half at the moment, isn't it?
I think, GB certainly got the ascendancy here, but they haven't managed to convert. We've just ticked past 10 minutes through the second term here. You'd hate, as a GB fan, if the Cox make one move up into the forward half and put one through. That could really bring them back down to earth, because they've been good here in this term, and they've just got to convert through the big sticks. Right now, there's a big threat here too, because that's holding the footy.
He spun right into trouble there, but
gone down the guts. Not a clean enough kick though, so they might be able to win it back here. The Bulldogs, but a little too
tackle.
aggressive. Yeah, head over the footy, and the Cox are being rewarded, so they've got a chance to go forward here. And if they can put one through, this would really hurt the Bulldogs, because they've been the better side so far this term. Oh, great.
I thought he had it.
Thought it was almost a hold as well.
Ludovic Barrett snapped on goal, but it's missed the net. You know what happens when it misses the net?
No, but what do you make of that, John? I thought he just about held on to that mark, and if not, there was a fair bit of over-the-shoulder action too.
Yeah, I think Ian's a bit closer than we are. So
Happy to let it play as well.
Yeah. I think maybe it hit the deck, and he's a good umpire, Ian Kafka.
We're over there towards that black hole pocket. Want to get it out of there quick, smart. And it's the Cox sending it back in.
The chaos ball in the direction of Thomas again.
That's managed to stay in though, so they'll ball it up deep in the forward 50. Yeah, I'm trying to get eyes on the Cox here. Their injured player, he hasn't come back on, but he's had his nose tidied up. So I imagine we'll be seeing him again in a few moments' time. But Thomas has been thereabouts since coming back on the ground.
Yeah,
obviously always a little bit ginger when you cop a knock like that. Yeah.
Ian's found a holding free and can't pay advantage
Gotta
from being
bring it
too
back.
far in front of the ball. And
they'll bring that one back and try and work it out of defence, the Bulldogs.
Cal Newman, one of the Bulldogs stalwarts, the man from Cardiff.
That is an aggressive kick. That is a seriously aggressive kick, and they might pay the price here if the Cox can find a target. It's over the head of Thomas.
Cal Newman, he's worked.
Yeah, he's trickled that through for a behind.
He made a mistake, but he's the second
worked hard.
always there. Smart footballer,
It's
Cal
a bit
Newman.
like that, isn't it, Jono? When you make an error, the next contest you get an opportunity to get to, that's the fastest you will ever run in your life.
And Cal's quick at the best of times. Great kick in the direction of Tommy Blewett.
It's great hands. Only a small fella.
Pierre
Rouer. But that was... I
like that, Rouer.
Good things come in small packages, and that was a terrific mark. He's told to go by Johnny Holworth. Heads inside 50. Who's there? Crumming. Oh, took a swipe. And he's been pinned for a throw. Ian Kafka letting the contact go. We like to see it.
Yep.
We're here to play footy. Let's let the boys play.
No, they're going to come out this way again, but they've got the short one on offer. Oh, geez, only just in time.
Oh, and he was tempted to go there, but he managed to hold his lead, and he goes short here towards Robinson. It's not a great kick, but it is a great pickup.
Robinson's done well there, and he's got the short hands to Jordan.
Just keeps it in.
The boy.
Oh, he's doing a lot here. He rides the tackle, though, and it's a bit of a panicked kick, and it's been cut off. So just a little bit of panic there. He escaped the tackle.
Kelly did fantastic.
Yeah, he did.
Sidestep, but just
forced him to rush the kick, the tad.
Oh,
it's just fallen in the lap of the big ruckman.
Thomas Mulez. He's
Now, where is his counterpart, Thomas? Dare we have a crack at his surname? No, we don't. Not presenting. He's staying deep. Oh, and it's been spilt.
Thomas.
Here he is, Thomas.
He's the big body. He crashes in and makes his strength felt.
Head over the ball, but it's well crumbed. Oh, and that's gone through. What a finish. Wow, that's just around the body, 360, snap over the shoulder. And the wee man has put that one through. He'll be wrapped with that.
Yeah, fantastic footy. It was exactly what we were talking about, wasn't it? That GB have...
Number one, Nicholas Sardin. Happy with that, yeah.
GB have had most of the play. They haven't controlled the ball, but they've had it in their forward half.
Exactly, but it's the chaos ball.
Yeah, we've seen so much in the tournament that teams that are a little bit more efficient. We saw it in the first game. We saw Croatia and Germany play against each other, and Germany controlled the play, and then Croatia went forward and too clinical up forward, and you win the game.
And it's just those half chances that you need to take in games like this, and the Cox certainly took it then. The Bulldogs really, they do need to respond just for the sake of their own mentality. You don't want to go into half-time thinking you've had the ascendancy, but not being able to convert. That's always a tough thing to come back from. And with 5 minutes left in the half, it's 4 goals, 1-25 to 2 goals, 5, I believe, if I've seen the score right. And that would make it 17 for the Bulldogs. Trailing by 8 points. When really it should be
wins
closer.
The clearance again. And
Sardin's coming into his own here.
The clearances, they're a worry for GB.
He's hidden away among big bodies, and he's starting to find a heap of the footy, as is his counterpart, Pierre Rui. It's the mosquito fleet for the Cox that's causing problems with the clearances.
They're just setting up behind the ball, just like that. Set up behind the ball.
Opportunity here.
Well, why did he
He's held it, and I think it was touched off the boot was the call from the umpire, and he went straight away. Quick hands, though. Can he get it on the boot? He can, and it's through.
This could be no good.
Johan Gallard has put that through. Quick work from Thomas. He looked like more of a small forward than a tall forward.
Yeah.
And again, it's a goal from a midfielder.
Thomas, he's a big boy down there, and he's your marking target, but he got front and centre.
And Cochrane and Sharp are going back and forth, drawing at each other. Someone's not happy about something. 4 minutes left to go in the half. They now find themselves only 14 points down, Jono. It's not a big margin.
There's still a lot of footy to come.
Exactly, a whole half to play, and I think the Bulldogs should be better over 4 quarters.
The GB boys are a bit more used to playing 4 quarters of footy and 18 aside. So, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But
it's not going to come easy, though. France are up for it. That's Kinnear back in the ruck there with Cochrane and Robinson. So
Robinson's playing very well.
It's all the big names for the Bulldogs. So you could see they desperately wanted that clearance, and they've managed to earn it. But it's coming back, and just some undisciplined play from the Bulldogs, and Kafka's found a free kick. And it's down the ground as well. It's in the hands of Gallard here. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe you caught it on the broadcast. Nonetheless,
it was definitely a holding free. I saw Ian signal, but downfield.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted. And again, it's the Cox entering inside 50 after a well-earned clearance and a too high free kick there.
Unfortunately, Dave Jordan straight away threw his head back and nearly whacked him in the head. And we've got Logan who's got it. He's 55 out.
He's a big kick. He's a big kick, Logan. He actually, I was talking to coach Jason. He backs him more than anyone in the team when it's in need of a long boot. And he's gone straight back. He's got the Aussie mullet.
He's got a sharp haircut, doesn't he?
Looks like a footballer.
He's going to get too close to man on the mark.
Unless he comes around. Oh, Jono. Jono. He has shown you up there, mate.
That's deflating. Dave Jordan's coming off after that one. I don't know if it's rotation or he's given up the goal, but
Logan with the surname we dare not pronounce has slotted that from outside the arc. Just got the journeys. And the Cox have got their tails up. That's 6 goals, 1, 37. Plays 17, and just like that, It's out to 20 points.
Can't believe what I'm watching here. I thought that GB would be all over them, to be honest. But I thought they were just a little bit off the other day, and the Cox took advantage of it. But
You got to reiterate here, though, 20 points is not a lot in these 80-minute matches. It takes, and we know historically.
I mean, the Banshees scored 300.
we know the French Cox have a history of getting a little bit panicky. And goals can come against them quickly. As the Warriors showed, when things aren't going their way, they sometimes struggle to get the momentum back.
Cochrane again, he's working hard here and takes it out, but he's done very well to halve the contest.
With a minute to go here, I think the Bulldogs just want to get themselves into half-time while the momentum's against them and steady, and they know they can claw back a 20-point deficit. There's another 40 minutes of football to play, so don't go anywhere.
It's rinse and repeat in the middle at the moment. Yeah. But the GB Ruckman, when they do get the tap, they're hitting it straight forward, straight down the...
You're going to have to be careful here. There's not a lot of time. Robinson's having a heck of a game, though. He can hold his head up high as we come off.
Jacob Robinson, he's one of our favourites at the West London Wildcats.
Sloaney.
He's a very good player, very quick, good skills, and he's keeping the Bulldogs in it.
Yeah, he is. Truly. I think that one's ended up... Oh, it's a dump tackle, says Johnny Holworth. And the Bulldogs have 30 seconds to try and find something. They've got to move it quickly here. Back on his line. They do move, but it's in the direction of Clement. He brings it to ground there. Sharpie's got a world of work to do.
The two stars there, they could be on each other there. Clement and Sharp.
Yeah, it's a hot footy. France know what to do now, and it's just ball ups, ball ups, ball ups. And Kafka's got a free kick for them. So this will bring us into half time. I think there's not...
Someone would have to do something incredibly stupid here to get near the...
There we go. So that is half time here. 37 plays 17. It's been all the French Cox, and it was 4 points there at quarter time. They've extended the lead in the second term. Jono, they look up for it.
They do, and they've got the Germans behind them. The Germans, they're yelling out "Allez le bleu," so the crowd's behind them.
The crowd's behind them, yeah. And the Crusaders, obviously, they're made up largely of the French team. They're supporting them, but the GB Swans girls are down there supporting the Bulldogs. They did just play a big, tough game, but they could probably do to get a little bit more vocal and help.
They've got to get around the
help
boys.
Out their lads, because they need a bit of a lift right now. And half-time, 6-1-37 for the French Cox with a 20-point ascendancy over the GB Bulldogs. 2 goals, 5-17. They'll have to take their opportunities in the second half if they're going to take this. We're going to take a quick break here on the broadcast. Stay with us, because we'll be back on the other side of this half-time break. G'day everyone and welcome back to the live broadcast of the European Championships, and I hope you can hear it because there are some vocal fans in the stands. It's good to see the GB Swans getting around the lads in their time of need. But the European Crusaders and the German Eagles have taken an affinity for the French, so support's probably with the Blues at the moment, but it's just great to see fans shouting loud and singing it proud for the teams they've chosen to support.
Is it because of Brexit, mate?
Maybe, yeah. They're just going with their brothers from the European Union, perhaps. And First foray forward here. It's down the end there for the French.
A lot of bodies around the ball.
A lot of bodies around the ball.
Very hard to see what's going on from our
GB
vantage
bench
point.
doing us no favours either in terms of vantage point. But it's still going, and there was a swipe at the footy, but that's missed to the near side. And we're on the board in the third half. The third quarter, excuse me. But this game's moving at a mile a minute.
We've got another injury, I think, down there. Someone's down.
Is that a Bulldog this time?
It's a Bulldog. They don't look in a good way.
No. Can't quite figure out where the discomfort's coming from. We haven't got the best view of this, but we can see it's hands on head, and he doesn't look well at the moment, does he?
Yeah, the physio's out there as play stopped, and obviously the physio inside 50 to kick out, so things have stopped, and the ball's very close.
Being helped up. Back on his feet. Can't quite make out who it is either.
I don't really know what's happened. I'm starting to wonder if he got a whack in the crown jewels.
That's what I was thinking as well, because he's moving.
Holding
It's
them.
moving as if he just got maybe an errant knee or a foot. Just glance that, and you hate to see that. You do feel for him.
Yeah, never a fun time. There's another intercept from the French.
And they've back forward. So the Bulldogs immediately under duress in their defensive half of the field. And again, we were talking to the Bulldogs assistant coach Blighty at half time, friend of the commentary team.
Sharpie's turned it over. Usually a very good user of the footy, and he's just found the man that you shouldn't find.
Clement, who's having a real day, but that's a poor turnover. Couple tweaks and we'll be fine, Blighty reckons, but immediately they lose it out of the midfield. So I'm intrigued to see what changes here for the Bulldogs if they are going to get back into it.
I think they just need a few guys to
Great
really
grab.
stand up.
Yeah.
Is that Coughlin?
That is Coughlin.
Oh, and we've had someone go through. They're through the protected area. And
so this will be a goal coming up for the Bulldogs, and that's a big one in terms of the momentum of this game. It is Jack Coughlin indeed. He'll put through his first of the day, and this is going to trim it down to a 15-point margin.
Yeah, just little things, isn't it? That obviously the protected area has got to be careful.
Yeah, a lot of players here. You might be surprised because of the standard of footy, but they are still learning the ins and outs of the game, especially when many of the rules change on the fly season to season. So just getting a little close to the protected area there, and Johnny Holworth was all over it.
Yeah, correct call by Mr. Holworth.
Doesn't get many wrong.
No, good bouncer of the footy too. Started the game with a bounce. It was very impressive.
Ian Kafka here. He won't bounce the ball, I don't think. He'll just favour the classic throw, a little bit safer, make sure the game gets going. But let's see how the Bulldogs go from this clearance here. Again, early territory with the French, though. They do just love knocking it forward by any means necessary. But there you go, and the Bulldogs get a clean one. It looks like the half-backs have been told to get up to the contest.
Got an interesting match-up there. But, Sharp's getting a lot of it early on that half-forward flank, so he's the man you want it kicking inside 50 or to your advantage.
That's Clement clearing the ball there, but the foot skills have been off early in this term here, and that one's
way into the forest.
Right over there in the forestry. Agricultural. And the Bulldogs can build from this here. If they put another one through in the first couple of minutes, they trim it down to a 2-goal deficit.
Correct call by John Hall.
He's sitting pretty. Sharpie again. They're worrying he's worrying the defence at the moment.
Yeah, Sharp was in the right spot underneath the ball, and the defender just climbed right over.
Does he have this kick in him?
I'm not sure with a sore ankle like you said.
Yeah.
He's going to have to kick it.
Lead's coming aplenty. Not sure the team is super confident either, but he's going to go back and have a crack nonetheless, and that's what you got to do.
There's no big men on the line yet as they slowly get back now.
Clement's down there. Man gets up. He's got hops. It's giving it a ride. Just going to fall short. Not sure how realistic that attempt was.
Oh, there was someone that...
yeah, went for a fly. Nonetheless, just a behind, and the Cox coming out of the back line. They move it along quickly. Runs his full measure. High in the air. Great grab.
Fantastic grab.
Now, this is great to see, actually.
Louis Jamar.
And this is our man who came off after that big hit, nearly splitting his nose in two. Had some work done in the second term, but Louis Jamar back on and straight into the action. You'd love to see it.
Oh, fantastic tackle. He's spun out of it. Very good strength from Jacob Robinson there. I thought he was going to get done bowling the ball, and just there he's got it out.
Sharpie back amongst it. He really is everywhere at the moment. He's testing out that ankle.
I think the key players they're out there at the moment, and it's time for them to have a crack. If GB are going to get back into this game, there's a few boys that they're really going to have to pull one out of the top drawer.
Comes out the back here to the pacey Cox forwards, but that's well butted up by the Bulldogs.
Miles Hudson's fantastic back there at halfback. He's a Bulldog stalwart, that man.
This is Gillard. Goes forward, but that's cut off by the Bulldogs, and Andy Cochran's going to get this one. He's switching it back to Sharp, who's been everywhere early. And I can see there, Clement's gone too sharp, so I wonder if that's a matchup that's going to stick.
Robinson on the far side. He's the runner, and maybe the handball wasn't the right option. But it's worked.
Cochran, Sharp, Robinson. That's a formidable trio there. What happens here? It's a big 1-on-1. Has that rolled through? It has. And the Bulldogs are right back in the hunt now.
And the GB crowd, they are here. We didn't think they were here before, but GB, they're up and about. But very quiet.
A few of them in the mix there. Hadn't had much to cheer about, but that's 2 early goals in this third term, and it's game on here. Cuts the margin down to 8 points. That's 38 for the French Cox.
It's been all GB so far this half.
Yeah, 8-point margin from what was initially got all the way out to 20 at half time. But like we said, Jono, the question always was, can the Cox go with them for 4 quarters? They've got a freebie here because Sharpie too high up on the wing, and it's 6-6-6. So a chance for the Cox to swing a bit of momentum back in their favour.
One of those ill disciplines, obviously. Dean Thomas throw his hat, but definitely got to set up in the 6-6-6, and you've got to be inside the arcs, and you've got to have one man inside the goal square.
And the Cox under all sorts of pressure at the moment.
Andy Cochran, he's really stood up so far.
Yeah, they're really struggling to win some ball.
As he's won that one and kicked it to Robinson, but I'm not sure if it's out of bounds or he's paid the money.
Out of bounds, no. He was pleading his case, Sloaney, but umpire Johnny Holworth said, none of that, mate. You've got to bring it to ground. This is an Oz kick. You've got to clunk it all the way if I'm going to pay it for you.
The French, again, we said before, they love just banging it forward in the contest.
Too high. Plenty of mayo on that. But again, head over the footy, you get rewarded. And that's Nicholas Bock, the team manager superstar.
And that is a grab.
He's changed the complexion of the game since coming on. And I wonder if Jamar's got this in him. It would take a fair kick. But he's gone back and he's lining up as if he's going to have a shot.
He's going to have to kick it the best part of 50 metres here. I think there's a slight breeze to across the ground.
Yeah, it's not going to get there, but it's set up for a forward and leading to it. We know this man's got the journey from here.
Yeah, it must be said that was poor from GB. Nobody in the hole, nobody at the front of the pack. And
if they can convert here, the Cox, this is a big swing of momentum because a couple of times the Bulldogs have kicked goals and the Cox have responded instantly, and it's a great way to just strangle that momentum back. So it's a massive kick here for the Cox in the context of the overall match.
And to the left of us, the French flag.
Loves it off the boot. Yeah, straight away.
Great kick. The Germans are behind the French. The flag's flying. There's a lot of support from the French.
Yeah, so they've taken that from, that's the flag that we've put out. There's one for each country here attending the European Championships. It's been hijacked from its resting place by the Germans, and they are proudly waving the French flag.
Do you know what? The Germans have had a few beers. I don't think they care. They've stolen it.
Yeah, just got to make sure they don't take it home with them. And the Swans in response are bringing me back to primary school sports with the let's go, clap, clap chant. That is a classic across UK and Australia. I tell you what, we do have some similarities. The margin, though, is out to 14 points. So the Cox peg one back despite the Bulldogs having all the play early on.
So you see Adam Reid at the bottom of that pack, and he's found Cochran.
But they've handled themselves into trouble here. Yeah, luckily,
they've got lucky there. That it definitely wasn't the right option.
Cochran was held on to, and it's ill discipline from the Cox. That's silly.
It was just inexperience. He didn't know the rules, and he's tried to kick it to him and missed.
He's come straight off there, and he's not happy one bit.
Yep.
But it'll take a big kick from Andy Cochran. Has he got this in him?
He could have the leg here, I think. That
he's a booming kick, and we've seen it kick from here before. I think there's a slight breeze going to the left of screen, ever so slight.
He started the half very well, and I reckon the boys will get around him if this can get through.
Oh, he's got the journey. No, he doesn't. That died on him a bit, and Clement smashes that out to a one-on-one, and it comes back to ground. That was great work from Clement. He's our man down there.
You just see the GB girls get the life scared out of them as Adam Kelly was running very fast in their direction.
Yeah. Few big bodies. They had to get the stops back in to slow him down there.
We'll have another throw up.
Yeah, so the quarter's settled slightly here after a chaotic start, but the Bulldogs have certainly been a little tidier with their use. But again, just that territory game of the Cox creates opportunities, and they continue to convert when they get them.
Strong in the contest there from GB. Yeah, it was a heavy hit there.
Ooh, playing the ball there. Got to pick it up, put your head over it. And he's done so here. He's taken them on and manages to get it off.
Fantastic from O there. He did really well.
Oh, and that's out on the full. That's ugly.
It's a brain fade from
from
Anthony Boubet, who's one of their stars.
He is just under a bit of heat there, and he panicked slightly. So opportunity here for Andy Walkden to send it inside 50. Can he find a target? Not quite. Well cut off by the Cox.
Right idea. He's centering it.
Is this Kinnear here? He's taken a few on and lost possession. The Cox are out. Well held onto there because there's not many options forward of the ball for the French. So you'd think they'd have numbers back. But yeah, they went to stream forward and just didn't have many options. So the Bulldogs managed to knock it back over to that dead pocket on the far side of the ground.
Hello to the 314 of you watching at the moment.
Wow.
It is a
I
serious
shudder to
game
think
of
how many
footy.
folks will be listening to the sound of our voices for those grand finals tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, we'll say something stupid and we'll never hear the end of it.
Dear me, no, thank you all for tuning in. We hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Again, thank you very much for the kind comments and the support we're getting. It's the first time we've had commentary at a big event like this for AFL Europe, so it's a big deal, and we're glad everyone's enjoying it.
Fantastic quick hands there by Sharp. That started that chain of play. And
has someone come down with it? They have indeed. That's Patrick Statham there. The number 9 now. He's going to have to come round on the ankle to finish it off, but he was very happy bringing that down because that was a massive grab in a huge pack.
Paddy Statham. He didn't want to come around, but he's like 10 metres out.
He should slot this through. Looking a little nervy. Oh, dear. Oh, no, that's in. Okay. Apologies there. The angle we had made it look like the netting might have been the post. But that's through from Paddy Statham. And the margin, can you tell me, Jono, is it back to 8 points? 3-1 this term for the Bulldogs. So they reassert the momentum that they gained and worked so hard for in the early stages of this quarter. And now it's back on the French to respond. Really interested to see what happens from this clearance. Again, Kinnear back in the ruck for the Bulldogs, and he competed well.
Yeah, and Kinnear's back, and they've definitely changed the setup in there. There's a different mix as it goes forward towards Archie.
But again, they just knock it forward, the French.
Yeah,
can they get clean possession here, or is it going to fall out the back in favour of the Bulldogs?
Tommy
Looks
Blewett
like the ladder.
Great handball out to the runner. But
Clement is just onto it, and that's a lovely looking kick, gaining plenty of territory.
And just like that, there's a before.
Oh, is that going to be a reversal? That's a reversal. That is just silly from. Now I'm not quite sure what's happened here because it
happened straight in front of us.
Ian Kafka has got something to sort out, but someone was not pleased, and I have a feeling we might have a yellow card. We do. We do indeed. That's Stephen Joshua Welton. He's been sent off.
Stephen, unfortunately, that was not a smart bit of footy.
No, because the free kick's been reversed and it's going the favour of the Cox.
Yeah, so what happened if you just missed that if it was off screen? We had Adam Kelly, he was on the ground, and one of the French Cox players decided they'd run, and after the ball had gone, push him into the ground. And
it was Ian a free kick paid. He was on the ball.
Ian was on the ball, saw it, and paid the free kick to GB. And then the GB player, that was just ill-disciplined. And
he won't be back on until the 4-minute mark of the final term now. That's 20 minutes on the sidelines. And the umpires will be onto that. But, yeah, just did not need to retaliate with such force. And we restart. And
when you're 8
Cox
points
with the
down,
footy.
yeah, you definitely don't need to run 30 metres to barrel a bloke over. You just need, and you've got the footy already. So we've got 5 minutes left of this quarter. So yeah, as Joe said, that he's now got a 20-minute break, doesn't he?
Yep, and that hurts as well because
it's a hot day. They're now down a rotation.
Steve Welton, he's been on the scoreboard today as well. Down a rotation and down a man that's kicked a goal. So
Miles Hudson, he's chopped off again, and great mark across half back, and he switched it to Newman. Newman, another left footer. He'll use it well. And he's, unfortunately, he's turned it over.
Commentators curse, Jono. It's
Cal, he's a great kicker, that footy, and he's just...
Sylvain Maley.
Yeah, he'll tell me off for
He's
that
a
one later,
veteran.
I
He's a
reckon.
veteran of this club. But I think Archie's going to eat that up. Oh, no, he heard footsteps, and that wasn't his finest moment. But it's a hot footy in the middle of the ground there. And there's a lot of feeling in this one, too. It's back out with Andy Walkden.
Tommy Blewett, he's got the quick hands out, but...
big tackle.
He's got the tackle.
He's
Blewett
managed to
again.
get rid of it, though.
Blewett,
Oh,
he's
the
got
numbers
his
are with the
foot
Cox.
forward.
Guess who's read that like a book? It's Clement.
Clement knew where it was going, didn't he?
Sends it back out.
Cal Newman, he's...
No one
got
can
two
bring it to
hands on
ground. Over the shoulder kick. It's not going to work, though.
Fantastic work by Ryland. He's another guy. He's a little bit like Clement, that he just knows where the ball's going to go across half back.
Big dangerous kick here. Inside forward 50.
Coughlin got two hands to it there, but...
He's looking dangerous, Coughlin.
Yeah.
I tell you what, if I were the Cox, I'd be a little bit worried about him.
It's Thomas Moulez. He's obviously put himself behind the ball.
Yeah,
there,
I think he's just dropped back a little bit just to help wrestle some momentum back and stop the onslaught that the Bulldogs are serving his way.
Nah.
That's a big hit off the ball.
Oh, there's bodies going
That was a
everywhere
big
there.
hit off the ball. Andy Walton's going to have an opportunity here, but the French with just as much ill discipline at the moment as the Bulldogs. The ball was not even close to the contest.
It's going to be whoever keeps their heads, I think.
Yeah, because he's just taken him out, and now Walton's got a chance to make it a 2-point game if he can keep his head and convert. He's 35 out on a very slight angle.
Very good football, Andy Walkden, the man from the North London Lions.
Yeah, you'd
He'll,
back him to put this one through.
And as we wait for a GB Waterboy to get out of the way.
No, he didn't like that at all. That came off the boot all wrong. And he's missed to the near side, Walkden. So, no, he's missed it all.
He's
And
missed the net, mate. As
tell
soon
me
as
where
the-
it's gone, Jono. Past the net.
It's past the net, and it's in the long grass. And realistically, not a bad thing for France that the ball's gone 40 metres past the goals. And they'll take a little bit of time off the clock here as we've
Yeah,
got
as
90
they get it
seconds
back
left.
just quickly. Johnny Holburn's blown his whistle, and he's seen something he doesn't like. He's called Ian Kafka over. And it's another yellow card.
We're not sure who's got it. We've got I think we've got a player from both teams by the looks of things. Oh no, just one.
So what's going to be the call here? He's back on at the 1 minute mark of the final term.
So he's going to be fresh. And, as we see Julien Degou, and he played some very good footy yesterday.
Now I
so
wonder,
that
is this a free kick here for the Bulldogs? It is indeed. Yeah. So what should have been the Cox footy was a free kick, and Sharpie straight onto it. Oh, but so are the Cox. They've intercepted
bouncing
this.
bowl and
it's just
1 point
beaten
only.
them. Goodness me. So it is now a 7-point margin. We have another player on the ground. It is a circus down here. Jono,
It was a heavy hit that
having a hard time keeping up. There's plenty of action, but they're not going to get it underway until this player is deemed to be okay. So this is probably going to run us through to three-quarter time.
Yeah, as there's 20 seconds left. I think that's probably going to be the quarter.
So three-quarter time, it looks as if there's going to be 7 points in it. 2 scores for the Bulldogs to even it up. Who do you like from here? The Bulldogs have kicked 3-1 this term.
I think the Bulldogs have got the momentum, but they just have to keep their heads, don't they? We saw that very, very silly free kick, which ended in a yellow card. And, I think if they get their heads in the game and they're more disciplined, I think they'll run away with it. What do you think?
No, I tend to agree. Just 3-1. They had all the momentum that term. It was a big goal that the Cox managed to get, but the amount of footy that was played and has been played for the past 2 terms, really, it's been down the Bulldogs' end. And if that doesn't change, I see them finding 7 points to get back on top. So the Cox do have the lead. I think either way, it's going to be worth watching and it's going to be close.
Can't wait, mate.
We'll take a quick break here on the commentary and we'll be back with you in a few moments' time.
The what?
Let's go. Yeah, let's get it done.
Well, welcome back. Those tuning in, and we've got plenty to update you on after the three-quarter time break. Not only is there 7 points in it here between the GB Bulldogs and the French Cocks, but we've got some news and some updates on those yellow cards, Jono. The French Cocks dealing with 2 yellow cards at the moment, including a broken rib. So they're down 3 rotations. One player can return 5-minute mark of the fourth term and 5 minutes remaining, and the other can return with 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, we're going to have Charles Boubet come in with a head of steam, won't he? 20 minutes off.
20 minutes off for a yellow card, and respectively the GB Bulldogs will have their player who's off return.
Welton's in the same boat.
Yeah, with 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. So we'll keep an eye on that here. But the momentum certainly with the Bulldogs, and they're used to playing 80 minutes of 18 aside, so they're every chance to run this one out strong. It's a matter of whether or not the Cocks can keep their heads, try to extend their lead and go with them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. There'll be a few key players that have to stand up, as one of them in particular, Jacob Robinson.
He's been
huge
really
today.
good. But that's been cut up by another one who's been huge today, and that's Nicholas Sardin.
And an early goal here, mate. An early goal.
You know what? I think it's just going to come down to which midfield can be on top for the longest period of time here in this final quarter. You know, because certainly the likes of Sharp, the likes of Cochrane.
I think he's got to get it. Oh, very
lucky
he's
there.
Almost done holding the ball there.
Robinson as well. They got on top that term, and it allowed the Bulldogs just to gain a ton of territory and put 3 goals through.
Yeah, interesting setup here. You look at the Cocks. You've got Big Thomas in the ruck and Clement behind the ball, and on cue he's laid a very good tackle, Clement.
That was the school of the French Cocks there from the Bulldogs with that hit. I'm not sure.
You can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Jack Coughlin was appealing for there. That tackle from Clement was about as regulation as it gets.
Yeah, it was textbook.
I think it's just one that feels so strong. You're like, how can that be legal in this game of ours?
There's a little bit of chat behind play there from the GB ruckman. It was quite entertaining. So we see the big hit.
Yeah, that's right.
Clement clearing it. He's going to be key late here. They've thrown the ruckman forward, the Cocks, and Thomas has got an opportunity. That is a massive goal.
The first goal of the quarter, that's huge.
That move, it was Thomas Muliez thrown down in the full forward position by Jason for the first time today, and he's just managed to keep that ball in front of him, and doing the crumbing.
Yeah, he's played very well
was
today.
Thomas. And he's put that through. That's his second of the day.
The second time he's crumbed a goal, and he's a bloke that looks like he's 6'2" and
probably weighs our weights combined, Jono.
Oh, I've had a good summer.
You've been in a good paddock.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. You
and me both,
that's
mate.
harsh to him.
He's a big boy, though, Thomas. He's probably all muscle, too.
Yeah.
The size of those quads. But a big goal, and that's now a 13-point margin. So all the work to do for the Bulldogs. And that's too high. Yep. Got to be careful not to give anything away here. Andy Walkden going forward. Not going to work, though. Cut off by the Cocks.
Yeah, Julien Lefebvre. He's good pressure there. As Tommy Blewett, he's hustled that and got touched off the boot. But
here's Coughlin. That's gone off the side of the foot, that one. And first on the ball is Clement, and he managed to get a handball out, but it's in the path of Walkden. He gets a bad bounce, but it's mopped up by his teammate.
Fantastic work by
Sent
Walkden.
forward. Oh, and he hasn't managed to hold on. Play goes on here. Can't stick a tackle, though, in the pocket for the Bulldogs. Has that gone through?
Deep in the pocket.
Oh, it's been called touch straight away, so hasn't quite cleared the line. And we had a poor side of that. The Bulldogs are complaining, but they can't pretend they saw much more than we did there.
Yeah, we're 10 metres.
Both the umpire and the goal umpire went up straight away. So that one's been touched on the line. And that brings it to a even two-goal game, 12 points in it.
We've got a 50-metre penalty that...
Now, you did say at three-quarter time the team that wins today will be the one that keeps their head for the longest.
Yeah, there has been a little bit of discipline, hasn't there? And it's the sort of thing that if you give away 50, and all of a sudden he's going to pump it to centre-half forward.
Yeah.
All of a sudden they're a kick and a half from goal.
This really hurts if the Cocks can retain possession here. And it's just those silly things that when you're 2 goals down, you can't afford to give away anything easy.
Fantastic spin.
Oh, Cochrane, he's just got on the boot in time. He's had a terrific half of football at the moment. Really, really got the Bulldogs back into it, almost on his own. And they're peppering the goals here. But the accuracy remains an issue, and that's another behind. It's a 2-kick game, 11 points, the difference. And again, the Cox got that early goal, but the territory battle has been dominated by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's been the story all tournament that you've got to be efficient, you've got to take your chances, and GB, they're going to have to take a couple of those and really put it to the areas that Coghlan wants it, and let the big boys get to work.
As if we didn't need anything more added to this game. For the first time, I'm feeling a bit of a swirly wind just coming around the ground here too. We haven't seen much of that at all. It's been very much stagnant air around here at the ZFG, but just a swirly breeze could change things a little bit.
I've noticed that GB, they've thrown the skipper, Ross Denton. He's gone back now. He started the game forward, kicked the first goal, I think.
One of those tweaks Blighty was telling us about. I wonder how that's going to change things. As Robinson back on the ball here, but he's immediately wrapped up. Manages to get rid of it legally, but the Cox keep on coming with some big tackles, and this time penalised. Probably Robinson was a bit lucky to get away with that disposal, and Kafka's got on it. And again, it's the little fella Sardin.
He's having an absolute blinder, that man. He's very quick, and he just gets around everywhere, and Miles Hudson's in the way again.
Down the line, they're playing it safe, the Cox. I do wonder.
Fantastic tackle by Hudson. Well, they've called a dump tackle, though.
A dump tackle. He doesn't get a lot wrong, Johnny, but I don't know that I saw that there.
Yeah, he was hard.
There's certainly been ones like that have been allowed to play on, I think. But Johnny Holborn, he knows it better than us, and it doesn't matter for the Bulldogs because it's been turned straight over.
It's a fantastic kick of the footy, just too wide.
Rolls out of bounds here. And it's all happening here. The intensity of this game certainly something else. It is the closest semi-final today, and you can see why, because both sides not giving an inch.
Ball's gone out again.
This is all right for the Cox. And all of a sudden, 7 minutes of this term have ticked away.
It's going so quickly.
Yeah.
It's great footy to watch. It's so competitive.
11-point margin, but you just think in what's been a reasonably low-scoring affair, the Bulldogs have got to do something about Nicholas Sardin. And he has put that on Thomas's chest.
Nicholas Sardin is sitting at the back of the pack of the clearances, and he's just winning clearance
Between
after clearance.
himself and Clement, they've probably been the two best players. Certainly for the French.
I take the GB Ruckman, they need to realise, stop hitting it to 12 o'clock. There will be a French player there.
Now, can Thomas put this one through? He's a big boy with a big boot, but this is a massive kick. He'll basically be kicking this one from inside the centre square.
I saw a huge bomb from Logan earlier, but
Journey, not a problem at all. But just to the right-hand side of the post, Jono, he gave it a ride.
Yeah, there's some big kickers in the French team.
Handy point as well. That makes it a 2-goal game. Don't want to crow it early, but I myself, as the commentator, don't know what the protocol is if there is a draw in a final. So just something to be mindful of, as it's 2 kicks in it. Good mark
Not our
there
problem, mate. I reckon that's a Claudia problem.
Yeah, good mark there from Rouer. And it's back in the Cox forward 50. If they can get a goal here, maybe a draw won't even be on the cards. They're looking pretty good.
Good hack kick forward, and it's worked.
It's worked well. Clement was there, but that one beat him. But again, a couple of poor disposals, and Sardin intercepts.
He's having a heck of a second half.
Should be able to kick it over his head, though. He's only about 5'6". But as I said before about Rouer, good things come in small packages. Box drops a big mark, but he gets it on the boot, but I'm not sure it's going to work. Going inboard towards Sardin, this time outsized and sat on.
Absolutely crunched him.
Just didn't need to do that at all. Statham had the size. Really just needed to get in behind him.
I felt like I heard a touch ball call as well, so he wouldn't have marked it.
Goodness me, but Sardin gets yet another disposal and yet another forward 50 entry. And this again, it's just eating up valuable seconds for the Bulldogs as we tick towards 10 minutes gone in the quarter.
Oh, Sardin's kick was just a metre too short, otherwise it was on, but we've got the bomb from inside the square from Clement Boucher.
Oh no, he's paid the mark. No, the Bulldogs are ropeable about that, but it looked good from here. And it's our man who's had quite the game.
Louis Jamar, he came off, didn't he?
He came off with his bung nose. He's taken a couple of good jukes, and that's a big one. Now, if he can finish this here, 3-goal game, Jono, I think even Blighty might be worried. Oh, but he's missed. And they're getting into him too, the Bulldogs, but It's
Yeah,
a handy point. It's a 13-point game now. That's 3 scores.
That had the ability to put the icing on the cake just about.
Yeah.
But we've seen GB, they can move the ball really quickly.
And they can
so-
and they can score quickly. The French defense has been terrific, but it can concede under pressure because any team can get a bit nervous. And just as we saw there, they missed a golden opportunity to put this one out of the Bulldogs' reach.
Just got his hands out in time there.
Just got rid of it. It's a real scrap there. I see a bit of dirt kicking up on the ground. Thomas is underneath it.
Oh, that's gutsy.
That is a big mark, and that's what happens. You go back with the flight. He backs himself. He's got a heap of size.
I tell you what, mate, if you were coming the other way and you ran into Thomas, you would not be going out for beers tonight.
No.
You wouldn't even go out for dinner, I don't think.
No, I think your dinner from last night might come back up, to be completely honest with you. Now, similar position here. Can Thomas convert this time where his teammate couldn't?
Oh,
he's missed it as well.
That was horrible.
He just punched at that, and it's a 14-point margin, so it remains 3 scores, but that really was a chance to put the game to bed with 9 minutes left, and it hasn't been taken by the Cox.
Huge kick from Ross Denton. Tommy Blood, he's made a good contest there, but
I would have had the house on Thomas to kick that one then. I find it unbelievable, the last 2 misses by the French. Oh, he's taken a few on.
Ryland has tried to run through,
but he just got
thrown
clipped
the
a little
elbow
bit
up.
high.
The French player is down behind play. Nicholas
It's
Sardin.
Sardin there.
And
They've got to be careful here.
there's
the
a bit of
Bulldogs.
argy-bargy.
Yeah,
If
they
the Bulldogs lose it and it's a 50, it's
got to be
game over.
really careful because they've got a free kick and a chance, and someone is out, but no, they're not going to be able to move the ball on. Yeah. Johnny Holman, you've got to get back on your mark, and they've got to check Sardin's okay. But the Cox have got to get back in defence and man them up here.
So I think they've called the fend, and then from the argy-bargy, it's been reversed. So never worth it, is it, mate?
It was initially, no, they called high contact. So it was a free kick to the Bulldogs straight away. They just needed to clear up after, get everyone's heads screwed back on. It's in the Andy Walkden territory, but Clement brings it down.
Oh.
I think Clement got first hand on that. Walkden tried to claim it. The ball's still alive. For the first time today, I can just see a bit of dirt coming up on the pitch. I wonder what kind of state it's in at the moment. But we've got a free kick for the Bulldogs, and the French have got to get back now. This is Patrick Statham.
He's
Looks
getting
like
his hand
he's
on the
going to have
ball,
a
Paddy
shot.
Statham.
Yeah, he's seen plenty of it. That one's to the top of the square. It's a dangerous position. Knocked towards the boundary by the Bulldogs just to get it
Robinson's
out of that.
pace, he was there first.
Dangerous kick back inboard, but it falls in the lap of a teammate.
This
Bit
time,
of good fortune.
This time Jeremy Sardin.
Wonder if there's any relation, Jono.
Great left foot. He's kicked it straight
Or
to
are
Ross
there
Denton,
two
who
sardines in France that are
might be like
big footballers?
Smith, I reckon.
Yeah.
Fantastic tackle.
Big tackle, but did really well, the Bulldogs, to get it on the boot, and it's in a dangerous position. But Nicholas Bock cleans it up. It's over the head of Thomas. It's a foot race. And I tell you who I back from here. Oh, dragged down without it, yeah. All over it was umpire Ian Kafka.
Yeah, there was only one from where we were standing. There was only one reason. he was
Marco
around there.
Pinto, very quick player, and I think the Bulldog just panicked a little bit. They both overran it and just pulled up a little bit lame and ran right through Pinto. Now, this is the exact same spot as the previous two opportunities.
We've seen the last two blokes just poke at it, haven't we? So
And they've both poked through to the right-hand side. So what does Sardin do from here? Should make it a 20-point margin. So
less than 7
would
minutes to
undo
go.
all that work the Bulldogs did to get back into it. Sardin's. And he's gone the Jack Rewalt. He's put the hand in the air.
There's one finger up, and the Germans are behind him, and the French supporters are behind him.
The Crusaders have shown out here, largely French contingent, and they are wrapped. So that is a 20-point margin, Jono. I think they're in a lot of trouble. There's still 6.5 minutes to go, but the Bulldogs have got to find 4 goals very quickly.
Yeah, it's a tough ask from here, but we have seen the Bulldogs score quickly. Like, I'm not saying it can't be done, but
No, stranger things have happened as well.
they're going to have to be clean and disciplined.
And this would be quite the upset. The Bulldogs are the 2-time reigning champions as Sardin gets himself another handball out of traffic and a free kick for the Cox.
We've seen bodies go down in the middle.
Cochrane hands straight up. He didn't want any trouble. But if the two-time reigning champs in the Bulldogs were to be knocked out in a semi-final and not make the granny, it would confirm a new victor, a new champion in the men's for the first time since 2013.
Yeah, huge. Ireland obviously have come in and they're playing great footy, but I don't think we were expecting France to.
No, and the France to upset the champs twice, something that the Warriors couldn't do. They only managed to draw against the Bulldogs.
Andy Cochrane's got it again. He's been very good across half back. Great delivery.
Got to stand now. Yep. Last couple chances here. Everything needs to be perfect for the Bulldogs now if they're going to get themselves back into this game.
And
Robinson flies, and he does well to collect it and shakes off the tackle as well. He's still going, Robinson. Takes a bounce mid-tackle. You can't do that. That is against the rules.
The tackle and he's kicked it away, Jacob.
I don't know if Robinson knows that, but he's being told now by Johnny Holborn, you bounce while you're being tackled.
That's holding the ball.
That's holding the footy.
He essentially dropped it while being tackled.
And I'm getting the signal from the coach. It's 50 metres too here.
Yeah, he kicked it after. That was the thing.
Oh, dearie me. So another opportunity for Rouer, and if they get a goal out of this entry, that is the Bulldogs ship sunk. I was just seeing Coach Jason of
Ross Denton's been huge down
France.
back.
He has been good.
The skipper, he's been very good. He was good up forward, and he's the guy. You need two of him.
Can hold his head up high.
Yeah.
But the two yellow carded players back in the fray now. 5 minutes to go. They're within their right to return to the game. They've served their 20-minute timeout.
We see another spike forward from France.
Oh, that's a big fend off.
When in doubt, they're taking territory, and it's working. Be interesting to see how it goes against the Irish tomorrow.
You know, because we were thinking the Bulldogs, beaten twice by the French, which is a huge effort. I mean, across 6 quarters, the French have beaten them by about 5 or 6 goals combined, and that's massive because the Warriors could only manage a draw. That being said, though,
great grab
the
by
French,
Archie there. A kick out, real wobbler, but managed to get his arms about it. They've got to go through the middle now. It's the right place to go. But
Sardine again in the
dice.
mix there. But as I was saying, the French, they did get done by 3 goals against the Warriors. So maybe that matchup isn't quite as good. But both sides today, the Warriors did look terrific, but the French have proved that they can go with the best for 4 quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been very impressive today. Against the odds, really. I mean, I thought the Bulldogs were going to be too good for them. But
yeah, they've surprised everyone, the French, with particularly that first upset. But to rebound so well here, I think they've earned the right to be taken very, very seriously as huge competitors for the Warriors.
Yep.
For the Warriors tomorrow. And
100%.
the Warriors haven't really been tested yet. So should the French test them, who knows? Maybe things could unravel.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens.
It's all speculation. It'll be all we're talking about tonight. Right now, though, the Bulldogs have got their last chance to get quick goals. And it's an opportunity.
Fantastic pass from Ollie. He's found Tom Blewett in the pocket.
Tom Blewett, he's got to hurry up here.
He's got no time to waste. And he's gone bang on the left.
That's into the post. That's into the post. So that just sums up the Bulldogs' day, almost but not quite. They were good yesterday, but overall, Jono, a disappointing tournament.
Yeah, I think they will be a little bit disappointed. That they've played some good footy, but just a little bit ill-discipline and a few structural things, and just hasn't quite worked.
They've got to dust themselves off, though, and come back at it again for the third-place playoff, which will be tomorrow morning against the Croatian Knights. And they'll be hungry for silverware on their home turf, so they've got to lick their wounds quickly and be ready to go again.
Yeah, 100%.
The Bulldogs.
I mean, the Croatian team, they're definitely the most physical. They're the biggest bodies, so they'll have to get ready quickly. And I mean, the British boys, they're going to know they've played today.
They were the
affair.
Euro Cup champions, a lot of them with the England Dragon Slayers, so they really don't know what defeat tastes like, a lot of these Bulldogs players, but they're going to feel it, and I cannot wait to see...
The French boys crash into each other.
Cannot wait to see the response from the French after this game, as one just rolls through the right-hand side of the post.
Yeah, they have been, the Germans have been the best singers and the loudest, but...
90 seconds to go.
I think they'll celebrate
I'm
hard.
telling you right now, Jono, they're going to go bananas. Keep your eyes glued to the screens for the reaction of the French boys after this W, because it is massive.
Gutsy from Miles Hudson there, coming back with the play.
Clement, he's been imperious today. He's absolutely been unreal off half-back.
I would be very surprised if the Irish didn't play a hard tag on Clement.
I doubt he's quiet against the same team twice. And today off half-back, when they were tested, and it got down to an 8-point margin. When they were tested, he was there for the French.
Yeah, he's played very well, and he just knows how to find the ball. You've got to put a defensive forward on him.
Still coming, the French. They're not satisfied. That one's trickled through, but it's been paid. The advantage has been given.
Yeah, I think John Horworth, he played downfield. Someone must have gone down behind the play that we didn't quite see.
And that just has sunk the Bulldogs ship.
You see, with 24 seconds to go, we've got
28-point margin, Jono. It's a five-goal game here. I certainly did not think if one team was going to win by 28 points ahead of this, it was going to be the French.
We've seen Big Thomas come off, and he's not in a good way, so hopefully he'll be okay for tomorrow.
He has wore some hits today, Thomas. You hear the countdown. Siren goes, and that is the French Cocks into the grand final. Massive result for AFL France, in all honesty. They've never performed this well at an international Aussie Rules tournament, let alone 18 aside. A lot of these guys hadn't played it before, and look at that, they're into a grand final.
It's the sort of thing that they're just playing a system and it's working, isn't it? And you see it so often that teams that play their systems and know their systems, and credit to their coaching staff, they've got a good group together and they're just getting the job done.
The Bulldogs out there shaking hands with the French boys amid their celebrations. The game was a really physical, tough affair, but overall played in reasonably good spirits considering what was at stake. The Bulldogs, they can hang their heads high knowing that really on this occasion they were just beaten by what was the better side.
Yeah, absolutely. That Bulldogs kept coming at them, and yeah, they just couldn't quite reel them in.
No, so that sets the standard for AFL France for years to come. They are now a force. So I cannot wait to see what happens for them in the future. Specifically, tomorrow afternoon, the stage is set for the third place playoffs. We'll open our day with the Croatian Knights taking on the German Eagles in what will be a close game. 2 points separated those two in the pool matches. Following that will be the GB Bulldogs, who are going to have to recover from this one quickly. There'll be some sore boys in that game against the Croatian Knights.
I think they'll be ready to go against Croatia. There's probably a few players that didn't play today in their squad, and they'll be ready to try and claim third place.
And then following in the afternoon will be the grand finals, and we're going to have the Irish Banshees against the GB Swans. Two teams looking red hot, but the Banshees in particular, the Swans will have their work cut out for them. They're still here supporting their male counterparts in really good spirits.
Yeah, well done to the Swans. They're clapping their boys off.
And then later in the afternoon, the final game of the day, that's going to be the French Cocks taking on the Irish Warriors in the men's grand final. So it's going to be an unreal game of footy. Thank you all for joining us today. Great day, and you got what you paid for there, which was nothing. But you got a great game to round out the day after a couple of spankings. Tomorrow's contests are all touted to be reasonably close, so join us from 9 o'clock on the live stream. We'll have commentary for every game. I think you're joining me again, Jono. We'll be around, won't we?
Can't wait, mate. 4 good games of footy tomorrow.
And all with a lot on the line. Silverware's at stake. Thanks for joining us. We hope to see you again tomorrow from 9 a.m. CET. For now, we're out. Beer o'clock, I reckon.
See you, mate. Can't wait.
Non mais c'est fou, hein. Ça marche vraiment en plus. C'est ma technique. Non mais tu vois. Mais si, il arrête.